Thanks for coming. I told Roman now. Thank you so much. मैं ले रही मैं वहाँ आई विल गो वहाँ छोड़ा ही मैं यस ठीक है
ऋषि मुनियों के ज्ञान दान से जगत गुरु कहलाता था। ऋषि मुनियों के ज्ञान दान से जगत गुरु कहलाता था। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। उसी देश के वाशिंदे हम, ऋषि मुनियों की हम संतान। भारत भू की सेवा करके सदा बढ़ाएंगे।
Nothing is too late. It's like I'm not trying to give
भारत
account for
भू
all of
की
that.
सेवा करके नाई पर बढ़ाएंगे सम्मान। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। ज्ञान दान का पावन क्षेत्र, कर्मण्येवाधिकार अपना ध्येय हमारा परम पवित्र। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। ज्ञान दान का
Here we
पावन
meditate,
क्षेत्र,
especially once in the morning.
कर्मण्येवाधिकार अपना ध्येय हमारा परम पवित्र। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। विद्यालय में अनुशासन में ज्ञान कमाने जाएंगे। शारीरिक बल तथा बुद्धि बल और कला बल पाएंगे। शारीरिक बल तथा बुद्धि बल और कला बल पाएंगे। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा। भारत अपना मानवता
पापा दिख क्या दे कौन है? Good morning. I have 2 lectures to go in a while. आप आइए. Please come. I'm just struggling with my presentations. आप बैठिए. Give me half.
Education, sustainability,
जी. Yes, please.
the
sir.
arts, and
Yesterday,
much,
Jagdish came.
more.
There was an issue of 60 lakhs and all that. we
All
got.
the
So, what is the
learnings
final
made in
thing now?
these diverse fields at Kanha Shantivanam are shared freely with the world. It is no wonder that Kanha Shantivanam has a profound impact on people who visit.
That is coming 73 total.
I feel so light, relaxed, and the atmosphere here is so like, as soon as I entered the premises, it was just I was surrounded with positivity, which is what everyone needs in their life.
This campus, Kanha Shanti Vanam, presents a model of holistic living.
That we all carry is from the very beginning itself, moment the world, the universe was created, that craving is embedded.
मानवता के पाठ जगत को देता था, ऋषि मुनियों के ज्ञान दान से जगत गुरु कहलाता था। ऋषि मुनियों के ज्ञान दान से जगत गुरु कहलाता था। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा, उसी देश के वाशिंदे हम, ऋषि मुनियों की हम संतान। भारत भू की सेवा करके सदा बढ़ाएंगे सम्मान। भारत भू की सेवा करके नाई पर बढ़ाएंगे सम्मान। प्रिय विद्यालय धन्य हमारा, ज्ञान दान
Good morning to one and all present here today with us, joining us virtually. We, Anika and Valencia, on behalf of NIPER Hyderabad, would like to welcome you all to the 9th Annual Symposium of Federation of Indian Physiological Societies 2022. NIPER Hyderabad is pleased to have you all with us today. We specially extend our warm greetings to Dr. Shashi Bala Singh, Director NIPER Hyderabad, our keynote speaker, Shri Kamlesh T. Patel, Daji, founder of Heartfulness Education Trust, Registrar Dr. JPM Mishra, Associate Dean Research Dr. Amit Asthana, Associate Dean Academics Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, all faculty members, chairpersons and attendees. We'll begin our program by lighting the lamp and hailing the goddess of knowledge, Ma Saraswati.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः.
We shall now begin our program with the greetings of Lord Ganesha.
गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि.
Thank you so much, Sushmita and Mayuri, for this divine performance. NIPER Hyderabad, under the Department of Pharmaceutical, Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizers, has been declared as institutes of national importance for its tremendous contribution in the growth of pharmaceutical industry. Fips 2022 Symposium, focusing on reconnecting physiology and nature for a healthy life, is being conducted by NIPER Hyderabad in collaboration with the Physiological Society of India, Indian Society for Comparative Animal Physiology, Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India, Society for Animal Physiologists of India, and South Asian Association of Physiologists. We all have seen the atrocity of nature in the past couple of years through the COVID pandemic. Nature has hidden treasures that continue to be explored for both physical and mental well-being. We hope these 3 days virtual conference will serve as a platform for reconnecting nature and physiology with simultaneous exchange of scientific views and discussion among eminent scientists and young research enthusiasts. I now request Director NIPER Hyderabad, Dr. Shashi Bala Singh, to address the conference.
Screen his film, Dr. Valencia.
We shall embark on the life journey of our keynote speaker, Daji, through a short video.
But then when he's there,
I think the craving that we all carry is from the very beginning itself. The moment the world, the universe was created, that craving is embedded. I was fascinated by Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahansa. Each time I read Ramakrishna's Gospel, I would cry like a child. This attitude was there from very early age. But I had no solution until I came at the feet of Ramchandra of Shahjahanpur. Through meditation, we try to integrate various ideas, various cultures beyond religions, without forcing any dogmas. Please don't trust me when it comes to fundamental things like this. Have a scientific approach. Look at it with a lot of skepticism. In the beginning, you must dissect it, you must analyze it. Let's plant some seeds of peace and harmony. When humanity's consciousness will change, there will be willingly inviting different level of consciousness, and when there is a critical mass or egregore reached, then the course of humanity will change altogether.
NIPER, Hyderabad. Same we having
I would now request our Director NIPER Hyderabad, Dr. Shashi Bala Singh, to address the conference.
Namaskar and good morning. Param Pujya Daji, founder, Heartfulness Institute, Heartfulness Education Trust, Brighter Minds, and the keynote speaker for the inaugural function. Daji, you can hear us?
I can hear you well. Thank you.
Delegates who have joined us from different parts of India and globe, speakers of the conference, young researchers, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 9th annual conference of Federation of Indian Physiological Societies 2022, organized by NIPER Hyderabad. Theme of the conference is Reconnecting Physiology and Nature for a Healthy Life. Before I talk about the theme, I would like to just tell our audience about the Fips. Fips is a scientific federation of different physiologists from medical sciences, veterinary sciences stream. It aims to facilitate the interactions between the physiologists working under these various disciplines in India and forms the nodal point of interconnecting the physiological societies of the country with the international bodies. I extend my hearty welcome to Shri Kamlesh Patel, popularly known as Daji, whom we have with us today. He has a very versatile and dynamic personality, and his journey indeed is very inspiring for all of us. In our Vedas, we focus on the importance of spiritual being. And Daji has taken this very concept to a higher level by introducing heartfulness meditation at the early age of 19. Over the years, Daji played an increasingly active role in the heartfulness movement, both at the organization level and by spreading its message and teachings. Daji is the founder of well-known spiritual organizations like Heartfulness Institute, Heartfulness Education Trust, and Brighter Minds. He is also the president of Shri Ramchandra Mission and managing trustee of Sahaj Yog Spirituality Foundation. By training, his training is in the pharmaceutical sciences. He graduated from Gujarat University and moved to New York to establish a successful pharmaceutical business from there. However, under his guidance, now the horizon of Heartfulness organization have expanded across 130 countries. In 2015, Daji launched many educational initiatives like Inspire, Help, and numerous heartfulness programs to provide techniques for mental detoxification, which is very important, mental detoxification and inner connection. Daji also has a vision of bringing human societies in tune with the nature, and the crown jewel of such project can be found in Kana Shanti Vanam near Hyderabad, India. It is difficult to introduce Daji. मेरे को ऐसा कुछ समझ आ रहा है एक सूरज को दिया जलाने की तरह है दाजी के बारे में बताना और दाजी को हम सब अच्छी तरह जानते भी हैं. I just want to tell that I was fortunate to meet him in person in Kana Shanti Vanam in near Hyderabad, and in his very simple and सहज language, बड़ी सहज और सरल भाषा में दाजी ने मुझे बताया कि heartful meditation क्या है. He told me the scientific basis of heartfulness meditation. How does it impact our physiological system at physical, physiological? How does the neurotransmitter interplay affects our behavior, and also how does it impact the mental well-being? And today's conference theme, Reconnecting Physiology and Nature for Healthy Lifestyle, is the very appropriate theme. And we cannot find any better person than Daji to talk and inspire all of us today. Yoga and meditation is about 5,000-year-old science given to us by our Rishi and Muni. And this science was given to us to lead a meaningful life. But somehow or other we got lost in between and we started looking at West. Now we have realized the importance of yoga, meditation. How does meditation impact the human system? And how does meditation lead us to live a healthy life, and also it will help us in improving quality of life. Process of meditation, if you look at it, it has a scientific basis. There is a lot of research which is there in public domain, and there are a lot of research papers I have seen which are there in public domain. How does heartfulness meditation helps in well-being? How does it impact the system at a systematic level, that is at the system level, organ level, at the cell level, in terms of the molecular changes, in terms of cellular changes, and how these changes impact our body in a positive way to bring about the quality of life, in improving the quality of life, in improving the health, and well-being of each one of us. I think during pandemic, we have realized the importance of health. There is a saying, health is wealth. I think we need to realize it more, and we all have realized that health is wealth, while wealth may not be health. I think we all understand this very well after witnessing pandemic for more than 2 years. Even WHO has defined health. It is not just the physical, mental, and spiritual well-being, but it is just not physical, mental, and spiritual well-being, and it doesn't mean the mere absence of disease where one will be healthy. So health is physical, mental, and spiritual well-being, and not just merely absence of disease. Meditation, I look at meditation. I was in lay for more than 3 years. From 2007, what kept me going was meditation, which I used to do every day. I want to just conclude about the meditation. This is a made in India product and not make in India. I think there is a lot of difference, and this is what government also is encouraging. So this is a made in India product, and we should all be using this product. This is very important. Meditation is a cost-effective exercise, can be done anywhere, anytime. You don't need very big lawns or very big places to meditate individually. And it is, I would we in 24 hours, we have 1,440 minutes. Can we not just devote 10 minutes meditating and see the impact of this meditation on your life functioning, or on your lifestyle, and the way life will unfold for you. And it doesn't require many sophisticated equipment to meditate. It can be done in all weathers, summer, winter, rainy season, wherever you are. And this can be done by everyone. There's no gender bias. Men, women, children can meditate anytime. And even the physically handicapped people can challenged people can meditate. So it's such a beautiful exercise to be part of. So I would urge that all of us should be part of this meditation, heartfulness meditation. We should be practicing it. That will really help us improve quality of life. About this conference is being organized for 3 days. We have been able to register more than 300 delegates. This conference will have 3 symposiums on different areas of physiological sciences, both in human physiology and animal physiology. We have more than 70 speakers, which will be speaking in different symposium, and they are the leaders in their own areas. We have also oral presentations, which are being categorized in three classes. One is for the faculty, young faculty, then postdoctorate researchers, and also doctorate researchers. And I want to thank each one of you, especially Param Pujya Dajiji, who is here with us. Dajiji, we feel blessed by your benign presence, and I think it's a day which we will be writing in the history of Naipur Hyderabad, that we are being blessed by you, and we also look forward for your kind message to all the participants. With this, I would request Param Pujya Dajiji to kindly address the gathering.
First of all, I heartily thank Dr. Sasiwala Singh, distinguished scientist and the Director General of NIPER, for inviting me to this prestigious conclave. In fact, when we try to understand meditation, we make a lot of mistakes, because the very meaning of meditation is really not the same as when we use the word dhyana. Dhyana in Sanskrit has a different connotation. When you refer to Oxford Dictionary and try to understand the meaning of meditation, it will say to meditate means to think on one subject, one idea. While dhyan has nothing to do with thinking. In fact, dhyana means to go beyond thinking and arrive at sunyata. When we observe Rather, when we read the lifestyle of great people like Newton, Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Archimedes, and even the structure that was invented, I forgot the name of that person, Kekule structure of benzene. And when we see all these great researches or breakthroughs that change the history on our planet, they found all these things when they were most relaxing and in their quietest of moments. They got the inspiration from within that this is how it should be. Had it not been that Sir Isaac Newton sitting under an apple tree and relaxing, he was simply relaxing there. Suddenly an apple fell and he was wondering, why does it have to fall from top to bottom? Why didn't it go up? And that changed the history of, of scientific understanding. Similarly, Archimedes, when he was asked to find the actual amount of gold or the purity of the gold in the, the precious gift he had received in his crown, he was challenged. And then when he was sitting or relaxing in a water tub, he found out the displacement of water. And then begins the, you all are familiar with what he discovered. He was able to actually find the percentage of purity by displacement principle. Similarly, Kekule, in a half-sleep state, in a dreamy state, when he was relaxing completely, he saw the tail of the snake in the mouth of another snake, and that's how he discovered six bonds in a benzene structure. Some of you might also have read about habits of Albert Einstein. He usually spent 1.5 to 2 hours in the bathroom taking showers. He was just relaxing there. And in those relaxed moments, they were able to theorize, they could hypothesize, and later on try to prove something which they were contemplating in their minds. For myself also, when I had to submit my master's thesis, and my challenge was, how is it that silicon layered vessels were interfering with paraben as a preservative? And I found that silicon containers, silicon layered containers, they were interfering with the paraben, and the preservative capacity was reducing. How was that possible? Only during my meditation I could realize that it is a silicon that forms the bond, hydrogen bond with paraben, and takes away the parabens to its surface, to the layer, and making less parabens available to protect against bacteria. This vision came to me only during meditation. All great ideas also that I had gotten during my business days, what to do, which business to start, where to start, whom to hire, all these things I was guided from within during my meditative hours. Now, when we talk of meditation, we say, oh, I meditate for half an hour, or I meditate for 20 minutes, or meditate for 5 minutes. That will not do, actually. You can meditate for half an hour and then you are the same person for the rest of the daily affairs. It will not do. Meditation is like an ignition. Having ignited your mind to this calmness, the inner poised state, it has to continue with that poised state. Otherwise, the meditation will fail. Meditative mind is the result. Once I meditate, the outcomes would be continuous meditative state. So in all my interactions, at home or at work, even during the sleep, it must become meditative. And if you measure the EEG or fMRI of individuals who are meditating and those who are not meditating and just simply sleeping under what we call yoga nindra, you will find their patterns to be so different. We have also measured this appearance of delta wave. I don't know if I should elaborate on delta waves or alpha waves or theta waves. In EEG, most of you are familiar. But just on a passing, I would say when children are put to this EEG machine, their brain waves are very rapid. They are 30 to 40 hertz per second. When we are reading a book in which we are so immersed in reading a book, what happens there? We are in a relaxed state, and slowly, the waves also slow down. You enjoy something. Whenever we enjoy something, brain waves settles. They slow down a lot. And during deep sleep, what happens? They become 3 to 4 hertz per second. Now, under this heartfulness way of meditation, even if you are meditating for the first time, with the help of pranahuti that we use or transmission that we incorporate during meditation, one easily slides into this delta state, meaning they go very deep in their being and feel the tranquility and lightness during that meditation. And when you hook up these guys with EEG probes, you'll be able to see emergence of 3 to 4 or 3 to 5 waves per second during their meditation, which is akin to a deep sleep state. But they're not sleeping. If you ring a bell, then they will say halfway through the meditation, I heard a bell ringing. So it's a beautiful state, and I would like you all to research on this, because not many people have been able to fathom this concept and later on take it up as a research also. Even till today, neurological science are not able to figure out how to intuit and which part of the brain is involved in intuition. Most meditative minds are intuitive. And how am I going to find out which part of the brain or multiple parts of the brains are involved in this intuiting function? We have children. We have trained more than 30,000 children. You can pick any 5 or 10 of them, put them through fMRI, ask them to read something with their blindfold, meaning they will close their eyes and read or identify the color. That means when eyes are closed and you are still able to read, how is it possible? That means they are using other faculty other than your optic nerves, other than your hearing nerves. Here is where the intuition comes into picture. And when a child is intuiting, at that moment, certain part of the brain, I think we can easily capture. And I had briefly discussed with this concept with Dr. Singh when she was here visiting at Kanha, Shashibala Singh, that we should take up this project, and she happily agreed that we can take up this project.
Already given.
Likewise, many things can happen. Like this heartfulness way offers many detox practices. For example, detox of certain individuals having anger as a kind of a common habit. Just like that, they become angry. They are, as we say, they are short fuse. And when we use this methodology, let us see of how to detox themselves out of this angry spell. What really happens? You see, during the anger, what happens is the sympathetic system gets activated. Okay. Now, when we use this detox method, how you are able to balance through parasympathetic or vagus nerve intonation. Similarly, when someone has extraordinary sexual drive, and how to neutralize that or balance it. Similarly, when someone is having extreme fear, and how to bring about through certain yogic detox method a level of courage. I think we have a lot to do and contribute scientifically and enrich our ancient tradition of yoga. I think that is your role. From my side, I know it works. I know it works. It's not a matter of belief, or it is not a matter of faith. Yogic science, even if you don't believe in certain things, for example, when Ramdev Baba offers you these various techniques of pranayama, it works, whether you believe in it or not. Similarly, when you close your eyes and focus on the heart, thinking that divine presence is there, even if you think of the absence of divine light in your heart and still meditate on that thought, you will feel some transformation. You will feel some unique experiences during such meditation. So yoga, to speak the truth, I don't think it requires faith. But if you do have faith, it will have additive or potentiating effect, as we understand in pharmacology. See, well, I can go on and on and on all these concepts. But it would be wonderful if we all can meditate. If you permit, Dr. Singh, we can actually meditate for a few minutes and then take up some questions. You have to unmute yourself, Doctor.
Ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, please go ahead, sir, with the meditation. Please.
Okay, thank you. So all those who are present virtually and in the office there, I would request you all to gently close your eyes and focus on your feet. We begin with this relaxation first. This method of relaxation can also help you fall asleep faster, actually. When you're in the bed at home, if you adopt this relaxation method, it will help you sleep just very fast. But now we will relax so that we can meditate better. Imagine for a moment that energy from Mother Earth is entering through your feet and helping you relax. Allow this energy to move upward to your lower legs and calf muscles. Allow your knees to relax a bit. Let this energy move further up to your thigh muscles, helping them relax. Now let this energy move up into your hip area and lower back. this energy move upward, upper back. Now, in front, abdominal muscles and chest area. Let this energy from Mother Earth invigorate, enter your shoulders, making them lighter, almost melting away. Permit this energy to descend into your arms, your biceps, elbow, and lower arms, and your hands. Now the neck muscles. Feel them becoming lighter. Your jaws. With the energy, lighten up your jaws and all your facial muscles. Let them relax. Including your lips, your nose, your eyebrows, your eyelids, your forehead. Your earlobes. And the top of your head. Now scan your system from top to toe. If you find any specific area of body requiring more attention to relax them, you can repeat the same process. If someone is sick, for example, having liver cancer, you can focus more with this idea of relaxing the liver. Or at times you can put the left hand over the liver area and help it relax. Be it liver or spleen or pancreas or any part of the body which is not so well. I'm referring this so you can take up this concept also. Alternative therapy, as we call. While applying this methodology, continue with whatever other treatments are going on. Now, gently focus your attention towards the heart. And imagine that divine presence is already there in the heart. That is attracting my attention inward. And that I'm receiving special energy transmission from the source. If any thoughts do arise, let them come. Gently remind yourself that I am meditating now. We'll stay with this idea for another 15-20 minutes. That's all. First question. Glad we had this session. Something very special for veterinarians. Yesterday, I had an encounter with a music teacher who teaches my granddaughter the classical vocal music. The team of these musicians are experimenting with cows and buffaloes, how playing certain ragas can yield more milk. I think some research also can go in that direction if not already being done. And just as we have this new field of genetics and especially epigenetics, how the environment affects the genetic manipulation, rather in a good or bad way. If the atmosphere is bad, it will impact it negatively. And if the atmosphere is really, really good, it will affect positively. And greater than all this external environment, our inner environment also contributes greatly. So I do recommend some epigenetic research also when our inner environment changes, where especially you feel more peaceful, more courageous, clear in your mind, and how genetic expression happens, especially measuring the telomere length, how the mRNA behaves. I think a lot can be done while associating various practices, yoga-related practices. Music also, especially this classical Indian music, vocal or instrumental, and see the effect on your animals. If animals can respond, I'm sure humans also can respond in a better way. Okay. Now I will be happy if you have any questions. I can take them now.
Thank you, sir, for such a relaxing meditation session. Now I request Sashibala ma'am to kindly take up the question and answer session.
Thank you, Dhanyavad Raji, for a very elucidating and very absorbing talk and meditation session. We are really feeling very light after listening to you and meditating. I think this will set the ball rolling for all of us for future also. Daji, I have some questions which have been given to me by some of our students and faculty members. I would like to read it, and then maybe if you wish, you can reply. One of the question is, what motivated you to start this heartful meditation at the young age of 19? You were just 19 and you took this moment and you started your way.
Well. What prompted me was my family environment. They were all quite engaged in many religious activities, and that created some sort of interest. And in my school library, there used to be many holy books, including these Ramakrishna Paramahansas and Swami Vivekananda. When I took up Ramakrishna Paramahansa's book, and by the time I finished it, I was crying like a child, and I started praying to God, may I have another guru. You know, Ramakrishna is not there, but maybe God will create another fellow and, help us understand a real spirituality. Because by then I have understood, many Brahmins or, Pandits, as they say, they used to visit my home for dakshina and all that. But they were always collecting some food or the jewels or the money, but never teaching anything, you see. So I had no really religious interest, but I was more interested in spirituality. See. And then when I took up Swami Vivekananda's book and started reading, then only way he says to realize the ultimate is only through meditation. There is no other way. So that's how I got interested in meditation. And fortunately, one of my classmates in pharmacy was already meditating this path. And he said, Kamlesh, why don't you come along? You'll really benefit from this system. And I got initiation in 1976, and that's how it began my journey. Thank you.
Naipar has a lot of students. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Naipar has a lot of students which are part of PG and PhD program. One of our young students wants to know how can yoga and meditation help in study and study related stress? Because before all the exams, practical and theory, they have a lot of stress. And I've seen at least 0.001% of the student, the stress is visible outside also in terms of some problems, So they want to know how this meditation can help us in reducing stress which is related to their studies.
Well, when we meditate, close our eyes, first thing that comes to my mind, what I have skipped. In years of my experience shows that before you go to bed, all those things which you have not finished completely comes to your mind. That I should have done this, I didn't do that. I should have done this, I didn't do that. And it's always the unfinished task that gives you stress. Exam stress is nothing but something I should have done over last 3 months or 4 months with my studies. I didn't pay attention. And now at the final moment of my exam, I'm stressed. It is only because of this unpreparedness. Meditation cannot help you except to sensitize your heart to your own responsibilities, that I should be more responsible. And that's how it helps indirectly. But if you say meditation helps me pass through the exams, no. There is no real substitute to studies. But yes, when you meditate, you will take less time to understand things. You will be able to finish your subjects very fast. And in fact, if you see the track records of my batch that graduated in 1978, all top class students, and most of whom have launched their own projects. None of them are working for anyone. And that says a lot. I mean, no other batch of students had such a success rate. And most of my friends, almost 25 of us, we were meditating and seeing the success at a student level. Even our professors used to get, somehow intimidated. How come these boys and girls are, understanding things so quickly? And they in turn started, my dean of the college started, the principal started, just seeing the students faring so well. So don't ask the question how meditation can help. Do it and then see how it helps.
Yes, I think seeing is believing and practicing is believing. So what Daji is saying, we should all do it. Daji, there is one more question from our faculty member, which I have received in writing. We all undergo a lot of stress every day, and then they want to know how the spiritual insight to personal and professional life balance, meditating work-related stress. How does meditation can sort of bring out a professional and personal life balance in the period of stress?
Well, as I was saying, the stress is it's an outcome of unfinished task. Something that I have not finished, or something I would like to do but not able to do it. So meditation identifies the causes behind the stress and helps us. If you find the cause, the solution is not too far. So whatever stress is, it's okay. Identify that this is the stress. And the next step is how to remove that stress. Meditation helps us in all these directions. And when you read Gita, you will say, it is only through yoga that you arrive at a state of excellency. What we call kausalam, yoga karmasu kausalam. Say. So anyone who performs yoga, meaning one who is united with his own conscience, that is yoga. One who is not united with his higher conscience is separate on his own island, away from the godly kingdom. If you want to take advantage of the existence, I have to become part of the existence, be in the yoga, union with the existence. And only then, when I have understood this concept well, that my success lies in perfectly teaching the students. Having understood this responsibility, I think you will not have any more stress.
There's one more question. The audience wants to know, what is the difference between heartful meditation and other meditation? What is the difference which sets these two, if there is any difference, which sets different kind of meditation apart from each other, if there is any difference?
Well, I had an opportunity of conducting meditation classes in Drexel University in Philadelphia. These classes used to be there every weekends for 3 months. So they invited heartfulness. So I went there. Those days I used to be in New York. So I went there during weekends and taught them. My idea was not to impose just the heartfulness, but I wanted them to practice many other forms of meditation and come to their own conclusion, which is good for them. So each student would pick up various methods. They would research from Google. They would ask their parents or colleagues, and then later on exchange those meditative methods, meditation methods. So 1 week, one method would be there. Second week, another method would be there. Third week, another method. So that's how the program went on for 12 weeks. In the last 2 weeks, I told them to practice just the heartfulness way of meditation, see? But no transmission or no energy infusion in them. And in the last week, I said, okay, practice the same heartfulness, but now with pranahuti or transmission, the energy infusion we just experienced. So all of them, they said the best so far is this heartfulness way with transmission or the energy. And I don't want to criticize other systems or bring in the names of other systems, but you all can try it. You can do the scientific experiment. If you have 200 students, you divide them in batches of 10 and try all kinds of meditation prevalent, available. And India is the land of spirituality. You pick up any meditation, this guru, that guru, many gurus or many Brahma Kumaris also, they have meditations. Sadhguru has meditation, Sri Sri has meditation, Shivananda Swami has meditation, Bihar School of Yoga has meditation, Heartfulness Way has meditation. And ask your parents also which way to meditate. Use mantra and japa and incorporate all these various things and see and come to your own conclusion rather than depending on some third party and telling you this is good or this is bad.
You're right. Let people experience and tell them, because, but I also experience heartfulness meditation. I think it doesn't give you, you don't, it's a very simple way of doing it. This is what I love. When I was, we were also got into heartfulness meditation. It was really great experience, which we have started practicing. So Daji, there's one more question, which is in writing to me, is about, they want to know, one of the participants wants to know what should be the status of breath during relaxation and meditation.
It should be natural. One should not focus too much on breath, because when you receive this transmission or pranahuti, it automatically adjusts your breathing pattern. So forget the idea of breath at that moment during meditation, because that breath taking in and out, your attention will be only on breathing.
Yes.
And that will spoil your meditation.
Yes. Raji, there are many similar questions. I think many of them have been replied. I would like to read two more questions with your permission, Raji. This is in the chat box. And one of the question is, what is your view on physiological state of people like U.G. Krishnamurti, who was a practitioner of yoga and meditation? The participant wants to know, does long-term spiritual practice or experimental practice changes physiology also? Physiology of the individual, does it change with long-term meditation or long-term yoga practice?
Yes. Long-term effect is, this hippocampus area here, the frontal lobes, they increase in size. Moreover, the white matter in your brain will also increase. The density of white matter will increase. There are many benefits that way. See, when hippocampus is you talk about, it means the memory part of our brain. Similarly, the frontal cortex development is related to our cognitive brain development, meaning how fast you can make decisions, clear thinking, and how this amphibian brain gets suppressed in people with meditation, where sympathomimetic response is not just reckless. You are very cognitive about your reactive state. Rather, you respond with the heart, with the sympathy, with compassion. So overall, people who meditate, they have a greater level of sympathy, compassion, empathy, and they think in many directions before they act. You see, and if you like to explore more, you visit our site and heartfulness.org and see for yourself all the scientific things that's been happening. And I'd like to share with you something very profound. How much time we have, Doctor?
Sir, as much as you want to take, at least another 10 minutes are there with us.
Okay. I'd like to share with you the experiment which Dr. Bruce Lipton conducted in US. He has written an excellent book called Biology of Belief. And it is so penetrating and helps us understand many Indian cultural systems. For example, in one of his experiments trying to prove how the environment affects the genetic expression, epigenetic experimentation. So he selected numbers of mothers to be rather, and they were living in a ghetto neighborhood, means in a very poor, very violent neighborhoods, and also compared the mothers to be in a very good neighborhood, in suburban neighborhoods where people are happier, where there's greater harmony within the family, and studied the development of the embryo and the child later in life also. So it's a continuous experimentation. I think he's still following his subjects at the moment. But what he observed, like when mother is always threatened and she has to worry about when her husband would come home, and when he comes also he would put his gun under the pillow. So the environment in their bedroom is always hostile, very violent, very tensed, very stressful. So what happens to the mothers to be at that time? Her responses are also sympathetic in nature. Sympathomimetic system takes over. That means more blood rushes to the limbs, less blood to the vital organs. The limbs of newborn child will be longer because you see the blood will cross through this placenta barrier. The neurotransmitters which were flooding the mother's blood will also flood the embryo blood. That will also have, the stress hormones, which will also pass into their limbs, and more blood will in limbs at the cost of the vital organs. So what happens to the digestive system of children born to such stressful mothers? Very poor digestion, longer limbs, smaller frontal cortex, bigger this amphibian brain or the skull. Per contra, when you measure similar thing in mothers to be in better neighborhoods, it's a different phenomenon altogether, totally reverse. Now, in our Indian cultural tradition, what really happens? As soon as father-in-law or mother-in-law knows that daughter-in-law is pregnant, very respectfully, very lovingly, they send her off to her parents' place. See, with a lot of rituals, with a lot of sacredness, a lot of reverence is involved at that time. With puja, they send her back. Why? Because in familiar place of mothers and fathers back then, where in our agrarian society, all these rituals were started because of our agrarian society. See, nowadays you may do it, may not do it, God knows. But olden days, when a daughter-in-law is pregnant and also has to do this responsibility, to do too much. Even if father-in-law and mother-in-law says, don't do it, still she would feel stressed. So they send her back to her own parents' place where she would find more conducive, more joyful, more understanding atmosphere. So the growth of a child, you can say you expect it to be better than the stressful mother-in-law's place. So stress can be removed. Let us say when you are meditating. We have many classical examples of the, Abhimanyu born to a mother who was reciting, or, he was learning this Vyuha from Lord Mama, Lord Krishna, and suddenly he realizes that, this fellow is learning all these things, and he suddenly stops it. So it is possible, see, to transfer the knowledge, transfer certain qualities to a fetus growing within. So the mothers are expected to be very calm and peaceful. They should be reading holy books. They should practice some meditation also. And that will change the course of lifestyle. See? But better than all these things, as I have always recommended, it's the attitude of parents at the moment of conception that changes the nature of the soul. See, once the soul has embedded in mother's womb, it's too late to change the soul, because that soul with certain samskars has already arrived. His destiny is based on the samskars that is already there. So the key is how to invite a soul that has a better samskar. When the mating, husband and wife, at the moment of conception, if they are mating like animals, huffing and puffing, not conscious of any divine principles, then they will attract only the tamasic souls. And you can see the stories from Mahabharata, where Rishi Vyasa, he was summoned to mate with two queens, where one queen shuts off her eyes and another queen says, no, not with this fellow. And her blood circulation stops. One that was born to a queen who closes her eyes and says, not with this man. You know the story, right? And he is born as a Dhritarashtra. And a queen with whom he made love, and she was not wishing that he should be with me. Her blood circulation stopped. And ultimately, the child that was born was Pandu. Look at her mixed skin. But the Dasi, with whom he ultimately mated, she felt honored, she felt respected. She said, wow, aho bhagya, my nasib, my good fortune that I'm able to conceive a child with the grace of the sage. So her attitude invited the wisest of the soul, Vidura. So from this mythological storage also we can learn that the attitude at the moment of conception is more important than nakshatra at which you are born or the place at which you are born. But it's already too late to change your horoscope. So this yoga and meditation, it creates a certain attitude. It doesn't directly affect us, but it changes our neurological structure, our attitude, our whole thing changes from within. Our inner environment changes as well as external. And it is this environment finds its genetic expression little by little as the embryo grows and child manifests as an adult. So that is a permanent impact. So one has to be very careful at the moment of conception. And can anyone be so wakeful or aware at the moment of conception? Unless and until the training is given from the childhood itself, not of mating, but creating a culture, creating a nature of a person, that will be useful then, see, how to improve the progeny. So, Dr. Shashibala, thank you.
Very profound thoughts you have told us. Really, a lot of depth in this, what you told. Sir, may I take the last question, with your permission? Daji.
Last one.
Yeah, Daji, last one. Daji, the last question is in the chat box. And the participant wants to know that there are other systems which claims awakening, like third eye awakening. And these kind of, a third eye awakening, there are a lot of videos which are available on the YouTube. And they want to know that one might have, we may have seen it on the YouTube. What is the participant want to know what is the difference between these two blindfold systems? One is via third eye awakening and other is via brighter mind system. So two systems, one is third eye awakening, other is brighter mind system. And what is the difference between the two?
Well, there is a lot of misconception about the third eye opening. Actually, the third eye is not in the forehead, but it's in the occipital area. And that can be experienced also. So whenever people talk of third eye present in the forehead, it is absolutely hallucinating and wrong concept. Now, the Brighter Mind program is offered by Heartfulness only, where there is no magic actually. In Brighter Mind program, we train these children by balancing their left and right brain. So left brain is logical brain. Right brain is creative brain. And as we age, the creativity seems to decrease. Our intuitive power also seems to decrease a lot. So in order to actually bring about a balance between them, we offer them exercises, to balance both the brains. Also, we also teach them how to relax. And third most important thing is play alpha subliminal music with the raga called either Hansdwani or Desha. And those alpha music is embedded into flute music with this particular two ragas. They go to sleep listening to these ragas, and somehow certain centers in the brain are activated so that they are able to perform those blindfold things. So that's what I was telling you about, how to find the areas of the brain which are involved with intuition. You can invite those Brighter Mind children to find and conclude on these things.
Daji, with this, we want to thank you with folded hands. Thank you so much. Many thanks for such a wonderful, absorbing, thoughtful talk and interaction, and your scientific insight into the meditation and yoga. I'm sure this conversation with you, with all the participants, which are more than 500 plus here, will lead a path for a better society, better health, and better quality of life. With this, Daji, we want to thank you profusely on my own behalf, on behalf of Fips, on behalf of Hyderabad. that you could come talk to us. It was really great. I think this interaction will be there with us for a long, long time to go. Thank you, Daji.
Thank you, Dr. Shashibala. And I would request all those participants interested in taking this further, download this app, please, Heart in Tune. And this will guide you how to meditate on your own. And whenever, even at 2 o'clock at night, you feel like meditating, use this app, because you will be guided by some trainers. At 2 o'clock, you may not find anyone awake in India. But using this app, you'll surely find a trainer somewhere around the world, maybe in US, maybe in Africa, maybe in Europe, and they will help you go through this meditation process. Thank you for having us, and great to interact with you all, and hope to see you at Kanha at some time. Thank you.
Namaskar. Namaskar. Pranam.
Namaskar.
Pranam.
Pranam, Sashi.
Pranam.
Thank you, ma'am. And a special thanks to Shri Kamlesh Patel, sir. Now moving towards the next part of our conference, we shall now begin with the SK Manchanda oration. I therefore would request the session chairpersons, Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, and Professor Nanduri Srinivas, sir, to kindly take over.
May I request Professor Nanduri Srinivas to introduce the speaker first, then I will say a few words about Professor K.K. Deepak.
So thank you very much, Dr. A.K. Pandey, and thanks the organizers and also Director Dr. Shashibala Singh for providing this opportunity to chair the SK Manchanda oration. And I have the great pleasure of introducing today's distinguished speaker. So Professor Dr. K.K. Deepak. So he's currently the professor and head Department of Physiology in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. So Dr. Deepak obtained his MBBS degree from GMC Bhopal in 1981, an MD degree in 1984, and PhD degree in Physiology in 1990 from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. So he was also awarded the DSc degree from Sesvyasa University from Bangalore, and he has been serving as a faculty in the Department of Physiology since 1987. And currently he is heading the department and also serving as a Dean Examinations at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. So Dr. Deepak set up the Autonomic Function Lab in the Department of Physiology in 1989. And it was the first lab of its kind in the country. This lab provides clinical services, research facility, and training. He has been directing research into the autonomic investigation of various clinical disorders. He pioneered the development of heart rate variability, HRV, and disseminated throughout the country. Realizing the needs for vascular assessment in autonomic testing, he had set up another lab for evaluating human vascular functions in 2000. His team led to development of indigenous software for quantification of autonomic tone by HRV. His team has developed a cloud-based program for centralized HRV systems for the country. So he is also interested in innovations in medical research and worked with various engineering organizations, particularly IITs, and he devised blood pressure simulation model. He has also devised the technique of EMG biofeedback for patients of head dystonia. So he has continued interest in basic research in the field of yoga and meditation and its clinical applications. He is also investigating the role of yogic maneuvers for their applications during space and gravitational exposures. He delivered several talks, and also he has his patent for a pro-gravity body care to create gravity during microgravity exposure has been published in 2018, and he is also co-inventor in 3 more patents. So recently he served as a chairman in various for the committee which developed various physical activity and their assessment protocols under FIT India program, and he published more than 200 papers with a high impact factor and H index of 32. So with these few words, I request Dr. A.K. Pandit to say a few more words about Professor Dr. K.K. Deepak.
Thank you, Professor Nandini Srinivas, for a very brief introduction of Professor Deepak. Why I said it's a brief, because if we start reading complete his biodata, the whole session will be less. We cannot read his total contribution. So I'm really grateful to Professor Deepak, because for a medical college, any faculty need to contribute in 3 to 4 platforms like academician, researcher, clinician, and one senior faculty as administrator. And I'm sure he contributed in all the front. He's a very good academician, very good researcher, you see through his profile, and a very good clinician, because he developed Department of Physiology. AIMS is it's like a clinical physiology. You see a lot of OPD based patients. Whenever I visit AIMS Delhi Physiology Department, I sometimes forget whether it is a clinical department or preclinical. So he converted pre to pro, and now it's a clinical physiology department, because he himself developed autonomic function, vascular function, and he motivated many of his colleagues and faculty to develop many more clinical physiology lab, and they are developing and contributing with the super specialty department in many. So in very brief, I can say for Professor K.K. Deepak, words are certainly not enough to express our gratitude for how responsive, dynamic, and supportive you have been always to physiology fraternity. Thank you for being brilliant examples of the sort of leadership we are supposed to embody now and in the future. And also thank you for incredible efforts you have been pouring into for the healthcare, academic, research, and also in administrative front to develop physiology. Not only at AIMS, you are helping to other medical colleges and research institutes how to actually translate our research for the helpful of the patient. So with these words, again, I am grateful to Professor Deepak, and he is the, I can say, most deserved person to justify this SK Manchanda Award. Thank you, Professor Deepak. It's up to Professor Deepak now.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
And my slides are visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fips. Thank you, President Dr. Shashibala Singh, and all the team members who took a decision to give this to me. SK Manchanda Ocean, who's been my teacher. He's been my teacher in the beginning at AIMS. So I'm honored and very humbled to receive this ocean and talk about what over 3 decades we contributed at AIMS in terms of setting up autonomic function lab. My slides are moving. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So senior leaders, I'm depicting 3 pictures of senior leaders. The middle one is Dr. S.K. Manchanda. Dr. B.K. Anand started the Department of Physiology 1956. And Dr. Manchanda happened to be his second PhD student over there. And since 1974 to 1991, he headed the Department of Physiology. And during that time, I happened to be with him. He was my mentor. He was my guide for my PhD work. And then he guided me through all those years. So I always remember his the wisdom and advice. On the right side, Dr. Professor G.S. Chinna, who was my guide during my MD work. Now, these trio, when we entered at AIMS in that time of middle 80s and late 80s and early 90s, we had like of wisdom coming to us. This is the picture taken during the farewell to Dr. S.K. Manchanda, who is in the center, flanked by Dr. Usha Nair on the left side and Dr. Bijlani on the right side. And you see Dr. B.K. Anand in this picture, and you see several of people sitting over here who are still serving in the Department of Physiology. So this is the time we set up Autonomic Function Lab. And how we set up this lab and come up is that I should envision, try to find out what visions My slides are moving, yeah? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Dr. S.K. Manjanda, this is, biography is available in IJPP in 1998 as an obituary, and then you read this obituary. The interesting thing is Dr. S.K. Manjanda at that point of time believed that physiology not only can survive, underline, talking about survival, but even thrive if it breaks out its traditional shell of only doing a teaching in the teaching hours. And he wanted physiology to venture out in two particular directions. The first, he wanted physiology to have what he called as a public face, a public outreach. Second thing, he wanted physiology department should provide or must provide relevant services for investigation of the patient. On this front, the autonomic function laboratory in the Department of Physiology had aims as a legacy of his vision, and we started that in 1987. Now, how did we start is that at some point of time, you encounter clinicians, and a clinician, they refer a patient, and that's an opportunity window to catch, to be caught by physiologists to help the clinician. It could be from any department he may be coming. That happened that one patient came from the neurology department to physiology department looking for some autonomic function quantification. Now, since then, 1989, it's a long history of 3 decades. We have set up clinical testing, the research, the capacity building, the technology development, and database development. In nutshell, I'll try to focus and zoom into some of the aspects which can make more sense rather than going to left and right. So considering autonomic function testing, it is useful and essential. By now, the country knows, the world already knew about it, and we have several clinics, clinical services in terms of diagnostic. But now we also venturing into how intervention can also be provided. Recently, we published a paper, how feedback on my pressure profile determined by autonomic function testing, like fall in blood pressure during head up tilt, can be used as a feedback for rendering my blood pressure back by using some maneuvering. So this paper has been recently published. So we are going into the direction of the intervention as well. If you book a picture of clinical usefulness of autonomic function testing, there are several, not only to detect in a limited or a generalized failure, to differentiate between different disorders, to evaluate orthostatic hypotension or intolerance, to differentiate different type of diseases, monitor clinical course during the disease or pharmacological intervention, evaluate the response to the autonomic dysfunction. In fact, I must say that almost all areas we have covered. We have published in each of the area which I have listed, which are used for the diagnostics purposes. And going beyond that, how we can do intervention by either by using HRV biofeedback or biofeedback of blood pressure so as to improve. So how we have ventured into this journey? This journey we have gone through having a concept, making ourselves believe that it can be done, making physiologists believe that it can be done through APKI and other conferences, collection of data at physiological level and clinical level, having a routine clinical testing referral, and that we build up a confidence in the institute, that institute now have a faith that yes, this can be done, and here this lab is working and this lab is responsible for the returns of the results and discussion thereof. So therefore, we have a routine referral of the patient. So this is what kind of a thing, the timeline chart. So the acquisition of technical expertise from scratch one, having our own equipment design and develop, all administrative setup developed, then development of reporting protocols, the transition into having a clinical confidence, and then current workload is around 1,000 per annum. So this is how, if you give from techniques point of view, technological point of view, we started with a simple test, bedside test, which can be done any of the Department of Physiology anywhere in the country. It does not require very heavy costly equipment. So this is a simple thing to be do, but it got a clinical value because the standard test go by that name called Ewing's battery. Then we developed HRV of our own, then blood flow measurement with the help of PARC, blood pressure variability, then blood flow variability, then ending up to quantification of reflex sensitivity, which cardiologists wanted several times. And then going further beyond cardiovascular autonomic function tone, like electrocardiography, brain blood flow, cardiac output, or having a vascular function lab as an assistance lab for autonomic function testing. Therefore, we went like this. This is one of the sample, like if you glimpse what is being referred to. So it speaks volumes, like in a year, like before COVID, this was the report available 1,136 patient per year. And the major comes from neurology, and then it comes from gastro, they also come from cardiology, and there are several other. If you look at the right column, it speaks 582 from neurology, 124 for geriatric medicine, which is the upcoming branch now, population. So this is one of the examples of approaches. So thus, when patients were referred from large number of department, they became a collaborator. That's a big deal. Like have physiologists having collaborator in each of the department, and it's going back and forth, and the knowledge going, the techniques, the data is going back and forth. So it enriched us, and then we became. So we could address all issues related to the health and fitness and the disease. It's not only the disease which we started talking about, but also other aspects like defining in health and then pathogenesis. Therefore, the autonomic function lab, it has been talked about even by earlier speaker and several other speakers. They have a multi-dimensionality. How do you quantify and how do you interpret? So they can be used. Even currently, it says it can be used, one of the parameters to define the death. Much before that, this can be used. So this is what the scope of this lies. Therefore, we went into several other directions, and the direction which last decade we have been investigating in the space physiology, how to apply and quantify those things. Talking of from pathophysiology point of view, from physiology and clinical transition point of view, we can identify 4 levels we have worked. One is working on the test itself, trying to define the test itself and developing our own protocols and different devices. Then how a physiological response takes place and what happens to autonomic profile. It can include various, not only physical exercise, but to yogic maneuvers. And also into a minute time domain, like what happens to when you do immediate tasks like deep breathing or slow breathing or head down tilt, some kind of maneuver. What is happening in milliseconds or something like that, or minutes, or as a long term. Then you can induce physiological insult. You can change the blood pressure, or you change your heart conditions or some other condition, and then look for what happens. This may not be physiological, this may be in a physiological domain, but you are changing blood pressure, like high cuff measure, maneuver, or some other kind of, or low body pressure devices, LBPP or LBNP. And then finally, a disease, several diseases which we have investigated. Large number of diseases which we have investigated and published on this, and several intervention studies using these protocols, how intervention can be had. So these are some of the diseases, not going to enumerate, but these are available for people to review. Over the years, what we have seen that we have accumulated the database. And initially, we did not realize, but then we quickly realized it got an immense value. So as of now, a department has more than 21,000 database available, and similarly, several other country labs may be having 10,000 or 20,000, something like that. I really do not know. If you put together, it's a big deal for the country. So I think the next generation should take this data. It's a public, can be put in a public domain, and people can use, not only medical physiology people, clinical people, or demography, or even bioengineering people can use for modeling this part. So this will be open database that for diabetes. If you talk from physiology point of view, exactly what mechanism, how did we handle, then it goes in kind of a hierarchy manner. It goes like we're trying to look for just kind of a clinical testing. That's one of the domain, but we're looking for the how respiratory and cardiac synchrony takes place. And we have gone to much details, who is influencing what, in what manner, like from physiology point of view. If you talk of RSA, what the details of the RSA, like how much heart rate. For that, we have to go for deciphering from biomedical point of view. So we have gone into biomedical engineering, high-level signal processing analysis. Similarly, we talk about respiratory, cardiac and vascular synchrony. Now we put the vascular system, like how my vascular system, which is itself is the own system oscillating at 0.1 hertz, influencing the other system. Is it the respiration influencing first heart rate or vasculature, and in different conditions? So this, with the help of NIT Jalandhar and with the help of IITs, we have gone into a high-level signal processing, which is a low-hanging fruit for the countryman or physiologist. Then we talked about the renal vascular autonomic equation. Then we talked about and discussed and detailed research on gut-brain interaction, GI motility and anxiety. Then gut-brain immunological interaction. They're trying to bring in psychoneuroimmunology. Then neural and cognitive interactions. Central autonomic network. Is it left-sided or right-sided? This question we addressed in some of the cases of cerebral ataxia. Then neurovascular coupling during the breathing, which went into details. And then we wanted to see how this will happen in a kind of microgravity situation, a space like maneuvering. The neurovascular coupling during central hypovolemia. The central hypovolemia can be easily induced in physiology laboratories, like in blood donation also you do it. You can do it by LBNP in the laboratory. Then we went to talk about the heavy metal toxicity autonomic loss, which can be reversed on chelation. Then cerebrovascular and autonomic and systemic vascular interaction, like how my cerebral blood flow is interact. So those interactions we have published. Then obviously yoga is another field. Not only that we stick to the human physiology, but we also venture into, ever since the beginning I wanted to venture into doing in the rodent rats and other things. So recently we developed some models to work on autonomic and both quantification and working in space physiology. Can we expose them to the microgravity? And this is what has been recently worked. So, but it's not possible to go to the details of each of the topic done over 3 decades. I'll just try to zoom into some of the topics and come out and talk about. So one of the things which we discovered research details is the diabetes mellitus, because the autonomic loss is predictable, it's important, it's diagnostic and prognostic. So this has already been known. But however, working in India is always gives a different flavor. We have several things that we have to encounter, not only difficulties, but different type of the patients. So the large number of publications we have made in this field. So the first publication came up long back in the beginning when Dr. Manchanda was there, and then we talked about that diabetes mellitus leads to the poor vasodilating function. And that's how we thought that we should have a vascular function in place. It took a couple of years to set up that. In the diabetes, the vascular function are as important as looking at the central autonomic drives. Then we looked into the non-proliferative retinopathy, and there's a poor vagal tone. And then autonomic dysfunctions are related to the severity of diabetic retinopathy. That's then there's another study that people give nitrate and calcium channel blockers, and we challenge the concept that if you give this blocker, it depresses autonomic functions, including sympathetic ones. And the autonomic function depression has got a vital role in survival in terms of pathogenesis, in terms of morbidity and mortality. So obviously, kind of a checks and balances have to apply. You cannot negate autonomic function because it is one of the logistic in background. Both sympathetic and parasympathetic are important for the survival, for well-being. Then during the diabetes, we talked about the differential hemispheric blood flow changes because as we have talked about the left and right hemisphere, what is the autonomic correlates? That's the question which has been haunting us. And so we took the diabetes as an example and say it's a differential response. And then angina complicates the autonomic functions in diabetes mellitus. So we're looking for how angina and diabetes, they interact. We looked at lung perfusion affected diabetes mellitus. We published this paper in 2013. cerebral blood flow affected in diabetes mellitus. Again, this was published that the brain is involved in diabetes mellitus. So that's how we have been substantiating what has been written in the books and literature, that how it happens and complicates the further scenario. It says the diabetes affect all systems, like we wanted to bring the autonomic evidence into it. Mechanism of cerebral blood flow in diabetes mellitus by giving a vascular reactivity challenge test, and therefore this we did cardiovascular reactivity. We're talking about cerebrovascular reactivity now. How my brain blood vessels react when you have a diabetes. So this is impaired. So impaired BRS, bioflex sensitivity, correlates with the arterial stiffness in diabetes mellitus. Now, so we're taking the equations to try to decipher how my blood pressure regulation go haywire. Which is the culprit? What is it? Autonomic, central autonomic drive, or it is a vascular function? That's what we wanted to decipher. So something interesting story came up towards end when I talk about a little later. ACE inhibition reduces arterial stiffness. So when you give ACE inhibition in the diabetic who have recently developed hypertension and that arterial stiffness, so it becomes useful. Diabetes mellitus and NAFLD, non-alcoholic fatty liver diseases, were associated with the lower BRS, bioflex sensitivity, in both. GDM, that is gestational diabetes mellitus, and their responsiveness to certain pharmacological intervention. We found that GDM shows higher systemic arterial stiffness in first trimester. We reported poor HRV in diabetes mellitus when we're trying to decide, do a kind of a meta-analysis of all diabetics referred to our cases during that point of time. And then prevalence of autonomic functions in diabetes mellitus, the newly detected people, and new pattern of AF function in NIT. This is important. We've been reading in the books, textbooks, that the history of autonomic deterioration in diabetes mellitus. So in the Western literature, say the first parasympathetic goes, and then sympathetic goes, and then it takes about a decade, so on and so forth. But when we did a cross-sectional study of all this, we found more prevalence of sympathetic loss in our Indian diabetic mellitus rather than more vagal loss in that. Now, why it can happen, why we have more sympathetic loss and the pattern is different, it's a point of debate. Now, we still need to do work how our diabetics are different than the Western diabetics, and then what kind of a difference we notice. It becomes important, the kind of a treatment protocols. We follow the Western treatment protocol based on their databases and based on their clinical profile. For example, one of the important clinical nutrition. If you look at the nutrition of the Westerners and nutrition of the Indian diabetics, it's entirely different. So this is one of the factors, or physical activity levels, or some other kind of a thing which might differentiate. Therefore, it's important that differential kind should be applied in terms of intervention. Then progression of autonomic function in diabetes mellitus, we went in and reported this thing. What happens over the period of time? We also went for the intervention of using yoga for, and then try to find out, does it help recovery of autonomic function test? So we've published a couple of papers in those following the intervention yoga protocols, and also applied some other tests like blood pressure test to be useful and feasibility for determining like digital volume pulse and trying to measure it from the peripheral. So making tests simpler and easier for the countrymen has ever been on the agenda. Also looking at the cerebrovascular reactivity, which can be done by using CO2 in any physiology laboratory. So this can be another test to find out what's happening to my brain during diabetes mellitus, or it can be applied to other conditions. Therefore, to sum up to this, we have addressed various issues in diabetes like reflexes, microangiopathy, neuropathy, vasculopathy, cardiac perfusion defects, endothelial dysfunctions, dysfunction in regional circulation intervention, and so on and so forth. There are some of the things which we have addressed. So this is one kind of focus, one example, but we have addressed several diseases during this period. So thanks to so many students who contributed to this. One of the important things to talk about we took a turn after decades of setting up auto functional lab is alteration in central blood volume and like blood donation, LPNP, LPPP. The beautiful devices, beautiful techniques any physiologist can use in a physiology laboratory to change the physiological profile. And then study whatever you want. You may study cognition, you may study renal function, you may study liver function, you may study any other. So this is one of the things, but we give the example of how autonomic function can be studied. And so we used the simple blood donation. Every hospital has a blood donation. You need to set up your physiology recording parameters. Some of the landmark papers have come here, like non-hypotensive flex, or how when hypotension is not there, it's still the system is changing, sensing the loss of blood volume and trying to make adjustment. So therefore, we have reported there's no blood pressure fall in blood donation. However, the responses are still initiated in humans. And this is something like several protocol we use for lower body negative pressures. And recently we also doing lower body positive pressure as a space simulation, like if you go, or as a countermeasure. So, and we started oscillating lower body negative pressure, and therefore seeing how it affects the whole body. So these some of the protocols, some of the things which can be done, simple things by using lower body negative pressure devices. They are not difficult to make and then use these devices. So we all ever thought that questions drive technology, and that is the best thing. So I would always encourage to have a question. You have a question, and then you bring the technology, and technology would come into place. So in that way, we followed our questions, and the technology followed us. And therefore, currently we are focusing on high-end softwares and intervention and detection and other things, what we can develop in India. We're talking of developing in India. Most of the things here we have shown we have tried to develop in India, from starting from the beginning towards end, and to be useful. This was a turning point in 2003. Then we were assigned to validate one of the impedance plethysmography techniques developed by Bach, which was lying for non-functional for 2 decades there after development. So Dr. G.D. Jindal, who is one of the speakers today in the afternoon, sitting on your left side behind Dr. Ashima Anand. Dr. Ashima Anand on the left side. And also on the right side, you see Dr. S. Paintal. That time I invited most of the well-known physiologists of the country and technologists of the country. In the center, Director Sri Chitra Tunul, Dr. K. Mohan is sitting. And so people from AIMS, HODs of various physiology of the country. You see so many people, Dr. Deshpande, Dr. V. Mohan Kumar, then HOD, and technologists. And we did a technology transfer and impedance plethysmography. So this is another dimension Orton Functional Lab added, that we can do a validation studies for equipment which has a physiological parameter. And then several publications came up. If you look at one of the publication, the top publication, the assessment of heart rate variability from fingertip plethysmography, we did with IIT Delhi. It appears very simple. You're recording from the finger and then correlating with HRV from ECG. But this big technique paper became very well cited because the technologists wanted this kind of a confirmation. They wanted to see, is that peripheral and the central are the same and can be done. And we have shown that there is a concordance, and this paper went, in fact, viral in terms of for the devices for the development. And you have seen so many devices on HRV which now based on pulse recording, whatever pulse they record from peripheral. So this kind of a thing we did in terms of the technology development. Then we went into the kind of a structural imaging of vessels when your things are changing, like in a dynamic situation. So can we do imaging during the different kind of maneuvers or different kind of diseases? And so this is the front line we've been working on with the help of IIT Madras and other places. Therefore, organ function and vascular function measurement we have done not only in diabetes, as I listed, but also several other disorders like IBS, irritable bowel syndrome, inflammatory bowel disease, MI, and several other to list. Therefore, we came to some of the concluding kind of a thing to add on to existing know-how understanding how actually it causes a disease. So this is the one which is causing how yoga can help and affect in healthy individuals. We measured HRV, BRS, and BPP, and then we in a different kind of arterial stiffness, and then we added to the quantum of the knowledge. And this is already been published in IGMR, and some more papers have been published. We also gave such diagrams which could explain how yoga is influencing my autonomic well-being or vascular well-being in a case after MI, in a patient of MI, and who were given a standard protocol. It was a multicentric trial. We wanted to do a mechanistic study, trying to find out the mechanism, and we could actually help understanding of knowledge by which the yoga can help in MI patients, especially. And then we did technology development, several phases over several decades, and we could do a kind of a consortium study in several places, and we developed our own software validation, and this added a great flavor to the country to understand HRV, conducted several workshops, and now we have a kind of a cloud-based system which can provide HRV analysis. This is CHRV with the DIC. DIC is Digital India Corporation and Government of India, and this is the free software available on web. You can do analysis. I always wanted to empower the countrymen in terms of analysis and bottlenecks. We found this is one of the bottlenecks. Many people have logged in, and then it is not only useful in hospital settings, but also in health and also in sports. So the physiologist will come patient at all places, not only predictive and prognostic marker, therapeutic, and HRV biofeedback, and also diagnostic. Therefore, it becomes an interventional tool. And then we developed several other equipment and devices which could help quantifying autonomic function in different places, like even in a space. So number 7 is the anti-gravity body gear, by which you change the profile of a person looking like gravitational loading or unloading and loading, depending on what parameter you use. And then, so this is the one of the thing we want to. The one thing which I ever pinched is how to measure blood pressure, and these equipment are limited equipment available and very costly equipment. So we accepted an Indo-US challenge and then developed our own cuffless continuous BP measuring device. So this is with the help of IITs, and then we did publish a paper and then did it like tonometric device. So we are still a long way to make it available for the countrymen. But the software for this we already developed long back. However, hardware is a difficult part. This is still, but I would like engineering people to come and shoulder with physiologists and come in a big way. This gave us large database, not only large database, large manpower trained now who is manning several places in the country. So, and therefore we could provide technological development, autonomic database, technical expertise, and capacity building. And then we could address various hardcore physiological issues. With the heart, we always remain physiologist. And then like exercise physiology, sympathetic, parasympathetic interaction, autonomic function and vascular function interaction, and non-pharmacological modulation of autonomic control. I ever believed a kind of a collaboration. We should not have any walls within physiology and without physiology, outside physiology also. So physiologist, clinician collaboration, we have seen almost all departments where we could lay on hand. Because currently we are working with the surgery department, doing a lot of work in the surgery and trying to see how physiology is affected. And also biomedical engineering, like we ever, any point of time were in touch, and we hired or we have them in our loop, including IITs, various IITs and NITs. So over the years, we have had a large number of students who participated and contributed to this mammoth development in the country. And there are several funding agencies. We ever had a project funding agency. And then we come towards end. Thank you so much. With that, I thank you so much. I complete my task. So thank you once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for excellent presentation. As per the protocol, I think the oration awards, there should not be any, the question answer, but if Professor Deepak allow anyone wants to give any comments or any feedback with permission of Professor
Yes,
KK.
yes, please go ahead. No problem. No problem. As long as time permits, no issues.
Anyone from audience? Any comments? Actually, it's an excellent present, and whatever the work, especially in one specific autonomic function lab, he showed. I think many institutes. Professor Deepak trained many of the faculty from many medical colleges, including ESIC. They developed autonomic function lab with his supervision, guidance, and training at AIIMS Delhi. And this is one aspect. Many more the physiology aims. He provided training and offered training, always support youngsters, postgraduate, and even SR or AP to come to AIIMS Delhi and take training and develop your institute. So I'm really grateful, Professor Deepak, because if he is like a leader in physiology, where people inspired and work only to see how physiology may be, developed for as a clinical physiology, for the research, for the academic, how to collaborate with the technology, integrate physiology with the technology. He showed the way, and that's why I am also working on similar line, and many more faculty are listening. So again, I'm grateful to Professor Deepak.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
So, on behalf of Hyper Hyderabad, so like to gratefully thank you, Professor KK Deepak sir, for your excellent presentation. And I think in future, I think we also, because you have been collaborating with biomedical engineering graduates, then IITs and several engineering graduates. And also, I think, maybe there is an opportunity. I think we should also explore opportunities to collaborate with you, sir. I think the pharmaceutical institutes, which are, coming up in a big way in the country. I think, we should be.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Utilizing your expertise and of Naipur Hyderabad, and on behalf of the organizing committee from Naipur Hyderabad, I'd like to thank you for your excellent presentation. And we also will be sending you the appreciation certificates and this thing through mails. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. A.K. Pandey, sir, Professor Nanduri Srinivas, sir, for chairing this wonderful session by Professor K.K. Deepak, sir. Now we shall continue the next session after the lunch break, and we request the participants to rejoin by 1:45 p.m.
शेयर नहीं है कौन की तरह खबर बताएगा था सरकार के रूम में अंदर अंदर ठीक है वो कॉल करते कहाँ पे है सर? ये टीवी वाला कोड चाहिए था सर। कंप्यूटर लैब 1 में जो टीवी लगा है ना सर, हाँ हाँ उसका कोड चाहिए सर स्टार्ट करने के लिए, पावर कोड। हाँ क्या सर? टीवी में सर पावर कोड नहीं होता सर, पावर कोड कोड। हाँ हाँ नहीं नहीं, कंप्यूटर लैब 2 में लगा हुआ है, कंप्यूटर लैब 1 में लगा नहीं वो कंप्यूटर लैब 1 में जो लगा है उसका कोड चाहिए स्टार्ट करने के लिए, पावर कोड। सर सर पावर कोड नहीं सकते सर, पावर कोड कोड। हाँ
Hello, Dr. Rao, Professor Rao.
Professor Das sir, how are you, sir?
Nice to see you. Fantastic. I'm fine. Thank you very much. How are you?
I'm doing fine, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Das and Dr. Rao.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, madam. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Morning session was excellent, madam. Specifically, the Daoji's talk was mesmerizing. It is so beautiful. We have enjoyed a lot.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I request Professor Rao, you should introduce Dr. Professor Machado. His bio sketch with you. You can
Yeah,
edit
it's there with me.
Yeah, you can introduce with you, and I will add little more later.
Okay, sure, sir. No
Please
problem, sir.
introduce.
No
Okay.
problem, sir.
Right.
No problem. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kanal ji.
क्या हाल है सर?
बताइए सर.
Very happy to see you after a long time.
It's only last meeting. IAN we just. I think IAN meeting we met, no?
Right, sir.
That
has been very long, sir. ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा gap हो जाता है.
Yeah, बहुत ज़्यादा gap हो गए sir.
But I am so happy that Madam has been able to get all of us.
Yeah. So.
ऐसा कैसा चल रहा है सर बेंगलोर?
बैंगलोर सब ठीक है सर. सर
आपका काफी इन्वॉल्वमेंट है ना सर. You have a lot of work there just to.
सर नमस्कार सर, ये रजिस्ट्रार है माननीय महंस पे, बहुत बड़े आदमी हैं.
ऐसा नमस्कार.
हाँ, ये बहुत बड़े आदमी हैं.
अरे वैसा बिल्कुल आप ठीक कह रहे हैं. But I'm so happy that
आप रजिस्ट्रार साहब से बात कर रहे हो.
I am so happy that you have been able to get registered here online.
और क्या?
ये तो साइड बिजनेस सर.
Good morning, Professor Kozal. Good morning, Dr.
Yeah,
Shashi.
Good morning. Good morning,
Professor Machado.
Yes, it's morning here. Sorry, good afternoon for you.
No, it's okay.
How are you, Dr. Machado?
I'm fine, thank you. Thank you all for the invitation.
Yeah.
I'm very happy to be here.
Welcome,
All right.
welcome to Fips. Yeah.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be back to India. Although it's a virtual visit, but my heart is in India.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Machado.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah.
So
He's
may
the
I
co-chair.
try to?
Yeah, you can.
Sorry.
His co-chair is Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao, the registered and professor of neurophysiology, NIMHANS, Bangalore. He will be co-chairing with me, and others are already there. Yes.
Nice to meet you.
I think the
Thank you.
organizer that Professor Machado want to share his slides. So whether he will do it now for trial?
Yes, let's try just to check if it's
Yeah.
working. Okay. Okay, share. You can see my.
Yeah, yes, we can see your slides.
Okay. It's working.
It's working.
Okay, just change one. Yes, that's right. Okay, that's fine. Your share is stop share. Yeah. One thing that I forgot. Let me check the pointer. Okay, this. You can see the laser?
No, I think that you make it in the presentation mode, then it will be easy to see us. It is not in presentation mode.
Oh. Pointer. Let me see. You can see my screen, right?
Screen, but it is all the slide together we are seeing.
All these lines together? Okay,
Yeah.
so you have a problem. Just a second.
Yes.
Just a second. Stop share. Let's try again. Share screen. Okay, just 1 point. Just 1 second. Let me open first. Now.
Hi. Yes, now you go for presentation mode. It is single slide showing, but go to presentation mode now.
Presentation, just a second. Okay, stop screen. Let's start again. Presentation modes.
Or full screen.
Full screen. Optimize for video clip. Share. You see only.
Yes.
It is right. Absolutely fine.
Now
Absolutely
it's okay.
Fine. Yeah,
now
absolutely
you can
fine.
move your cursor.
I'm sorry.
Now you can use your pointer.
Yes, pointer, right.
Let me see. You are changing the slides, okay?
Yes, it's coming. It's coming.
It's working.
It's
Okay,
working.
perfect.
Fine.
Let me try now the pointer.
Yeah, pointer.
Options of pointer. You can see?
Yeah, we can see now.
Okay, very good. So it's working. So now I can just stop share. Yes. All right. Okay.
Fine.
Good. So we still have 5 minutes.
Yes. How is your pace now in Brazil?
I'm sorry?
Brazil, how is now Sao Paulo? COVID situation in Sao Paulo?
Well, now it's much better than last year. So most of the population received the vaccines. So I will receive my fourth shots, next week. So now is relatively under control, but the problem that we never know about the new variants, right? Yeah.
Right. That's the point.
But last year was really bad. Thousands and thousands of people in the hospitals, a lot of people, almost 700,000 deaths in Brazil in the last 2 years with the consequence of COVID. Yeah.
Right.
Anyway, this
now
is a big...
your lab is open. All the labs
now is open. The university, we are back. We are teaching again since the beginning of this month, since all the students and faculties must receive their vaccines, and then with all the protections. So the life is almost back to normal, almost.
Yes.
I hope that we'll be able to keep it for the...
Yes, it should be maintained. Only it should be steadily maintained as it is.
Yeah.
That's the point. And 3 days back, actually, one of your students, Dr. Luciana Gargiogloni in Sao Paulo State University, Luciana Gargiogloni, she presented. Yeah, she interacted with our laboratory.
Great. Yeah. She was PhD students in our department. She was not working under my advice, but we are now very close because
she told about you. She told about you.
She's in the respiratory fields as well, and her laboratory is in a university nearby my city, just 50 kilometers from here.
Right.
Is very, very close.
She is very, very good speaker, very good research work she did it.
Oh yeah, she's doing very well.
You all enjoyed.
Oh, perfect. Very good.
I think this is in Monday. This happened in the Monday.
Okay. Very good. Oh, this is nice.
Yes.
Yes, I was remember my last time in India was in 2013. Was also a federation of
Physiological Society of India meeting. Yeah, you were there.
The meeting
was in Narketpally.
Narketpally, yes, you remember.
Yeah, that's right.
It is near Hyderabad. It's near Hyderabad.
Nearby Hyderabad. Yeah, that's true.
When the conference is going on.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
So with your permission, shall we start the session?
Dr. Professor Rao, you give the
permission. Yeah, sure. Please.
I'll formally invite. So we'll start with the session.
Yes, please.
Welcome back, participants. We'll now move ahead with our session, that is plenary lecture 1. Therefore, I would request the chairpersons, Dr. Kushal Das sir and B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao sir, to kindly take over.
So thank you very much, and welcome back to the afternoon session. And so we have a distinguished plenary lecture So we have Professor Benedito Machado. So he is graduated from Biological Sciences from the School of Medicine from the University of San Pedro with a master's degree and also the PhD in physiology. And so he served as a professor in the Department of Physiology at Institute of Biology at the University of Campinas. And his postdoctoral training was in Iowa University. And since 1986, he has been a full professor at the Department of Physiology at the School of Medicine. And he is currently, involved in the research related to the neural control of circulation and breathing, with emphasis on the study of the neurotransmission of cardiovascular and respiratory reflexes in the brainstem. And he uses different experimental approaches and experimental models such as awake rats or mice, chronic intermittent hypoxia, isolated art brainstem preparations, and largely electrophysiological studies he performs. Currently, so he is using these models for better understanding of synaptic transmission in brainstem neurons involved in the generation and modulation of sympathetic respiratory activities, with special interest in the coupling between these two important neurovegetative functions, and his research is extraordinary. The special attention has been devoted to his studies related to astrocytic modulation of synaptic transmission in neural pathways of cardiovascular and respiratory reflexes in the brainstem. His a major emphasis currently is on integration of neural networks involved in the generation of sympathetic and respiratory activities. And so his research contributions is phenomenal. His contribution in the field of respiratory physiology, specifically understanding the neural basis of brainstem neurons in generating the various patterns of respiratory cycles, and his contribution is well known internationally. So it's a great pleasure that he is addressing us and delivering the plenary talk. And I welcome you for this Federation of Indian Physiological Societies Congress. So on behalf of organizers, on behalf of all the delegates and participants who is taking part in this conference, we warmly welcome you, Professor Benedito, and we request you to deliver the talk.
Thank you very much, Professor Rao. It's really a great pleasure to be with you online at a virtual
yes.
interaction. But I'm very happy for the invitation from our friends, Dr. Kuzal Das, as well Dr. Singh, that we have a long time relationship. I just wish to let you know that I visit India several times. I was telling you a few minutes ago that my last time was a meeting of the Federation of Physiological Societies of India in Narketpally in 2013. So it's great to be back to India. And I hope the next time I will be visiting in person and interact. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. So may I share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, you can see the screen?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So, may I start?
Yes, you can start now.
Thank you. So, it's a great pleasure to be in the 9th Annual Symposium of the Federation of Indian Physiological Societies. And today I will present to you some of our research related to the sympathetic respiratory coupling in experimental models of hypoxia, which is the main area of investigation in my laboratory these days. So the two major issues that I wish to address in these presentations are the following. Changes in, I just need to change a little bit here. Okay, that's fine. Two major issues of these presentations are Changes in the sympathetic respiratory coupling contribute to increased sympathetic activity and hypertension in rats submitted to chronic intermittent hypoxia. So the major question is, what are the neuronal changes in the sympathetic respiratory network that may explain the observed increase in sympathetic activity during physiological challenges, which is the focus of investigation in my laboratory. So just remind you quickly about the interaction of respiration and sympathetic activity. As you know, the sinus arrhythmia and have some functional implication. If you look to the heart rates of human beings during the lung inflation, during the inspiration, you can observe an increase in the hearts, the number of the heartbeats. So there is a interaction in between respiration and the autonomic and mainly sympathetic activity to the hearts. So if you look to the recording of pulsatile arterial pressures and the respiration recording of electromyogram of the diaphragm, the muscle, we can observe the respiratory sinus arrhythmia in heart rates, as well the Traub-Herring waves, which is these oscillations in the mean arterial pressure due to this interaction of respiration and autonomic activity to the cardiovascular system, mainly the sympathetic activity. So what is the function of this increasing sympathetic activity during initially during the inspiration? Is the moment of the best exchange of gases, CO2 and oxygen at the alveoli and the capillaries in the lung. So it's important to have an increase in sympathetic activity to the hearts during the inspiration, for example. So the first recordings about the sympathetic activity and respiration was by Adrian in 1932. Here we have this in these waves, the inspiration, expiration, inspiration, expiration. And here in the old times, they recorded the sympathetic activity. And you can see that increase in the sympathetic activity during the inspiration. So our goal in our investigation is to look to all these network involving the control of autonomic function to the cardiovascular system, and mainly its interaction with the respiratory network, which is located in the ventral aspects of the brainstem, of the medulla. So I will be talking about several of these nuclei. So in fact, we are looking for the interaction of the sympathetic nervous activity, which is generated mainly in neurons of the so-called rostroventrolateral medulla, and its interaction with the respiratory network. So in case that we have, just for to understand these recordings, this is sympathetic nerve, this is abdominal nerve, and this is the phrenic nerve, phrenic nerve is essential for the inspiration. This is the phrenic nerve activity during the inspiration. This is abdominal nerve, and this is sympathetic nerve activity in the baseline condition. Under a low respiratory drive, for example, in hypocapnia, lowering the CO2, the respiration is depressed, as well the sympathetic nerve activity. So in some way, this sympathetic activity is largely impacted by the activity of the respiration. On the other hand, if you increase the activity of the central chemoreceptors with hypercapnia, we increase the respiration and produce active expiration. We can evaluate the active expiration looking to the abdominal nerve activity. During this active expiration, we also have a physiological increase in the sympathetic nerve activity. As well, when we activated the peripheral chemo reflex, injecting cyanides intravenously, we can activate the peripheral chemoreceptors, and we can observe a large increase in the respiration, the number of activities of inspiration, as well the related increase in sympathetic nerve activity. So I will presenting several data related to this kind of recording, that is the so-called working heart-brain stem preparation, in which we recorded the phrenic nerve activity, sympathetic nerve activity. Here is integrated the sympathetic nerve activity, pulsatile pressure, and heart rates. When we activated the chemoreflex, we have a large increase in the frequency of the respiration, which correlated very well with a large increase in sympathetic nerve activity. So in humans, this is a pathological condition named obstructive sleep apnea, in which during the sleep, obstructions in the upper airways lower the oxygen saturation in the arterial bloods, and this produces an activation, of the peripheral chemoreceptors, which produce activation, increase of sympathetic activity, and increase in blood pressure. So the activation of the chemoreceptors during the night make an increase in sympathetic nerve activity and increase in blood pressure. So during the day, these people, they present a large increase in sympathetic nerve activity, which contributes for these patients presenting hypertension, or during their life, they became hypertensive. So the obstructive sleep apnea is one of the factors that can contribute to the increase in the sympathetic nerve activity and blood pressure. So in our laboratory, we use the chronic intermittent hypoxia in rats, in which we induce this chronic intermittent hypoxia with this model. In chambers, we put the animals inside of chronic intermittent hypoxia. In these cycles, we reduce the fraction of inspired oxygen during 8 hours a day for 10 days. And these animals, they became hypertensive. After 10 days of chronic intermittent hypoxia, these animals present a significant increase in mean arterial pressure. So, the control here if you use hexametonium, a sympathetic ganglionic blocker, we can see that the fall in blood pressure in these animals submitted to chronic intermittent hypoxia is much higher than in control. So it means that hypertension in chronic intermittent rats is due to sympathetic overactivity. So using the so-called working heart-brain stem preparation, as I mentioned before, we record the phrenic nerve activity, sympathetic activity in control and CIH rats, and we observe that these animals submit to chronic intermittent hypoxia, they present a large increase in the sympathetic activity during the late E, that final phase of the expiration. So if we look to the abdominal activity, this is a very important observation. In rats submit to chronic intermittent hypoxia, their expiration became an active phenomenon. And this correlated very well with the increase in the sympathetic nerve activity. So sympathetic overactivity in CIH rats, chronic intermittent hypoxia rats, correlated with active expiration and consequently with this increase in sympathetic nerve activity. So here are the hypotheses to explain the increase in the sympathetic activity after chronic intermittent hypoxia. So we look initially for possible changes in the presympathetic neurons located in the rostral-ventral-lateral medulla. The hypothesis was, are these neurons altered? Their electrophysiological properties are altered after chronic intermittent hypoxia. And for this reason, we evaluate the electrophysiological profile of these neurons to verify if they were in charge of this increase in sympathetic outflow. The in situ preparation of rats are a very useful model for our studies, because it allows us to record most of their respiratory nerve, as well the sympathetic nerve activity, the vagus nerve activity, as well it's possible, as I will show you, intracellular recording of the respiratory and autonomic neurons in the brainstem, in the ventral medulla, as well as extracellular recordings. In addition, it's possible to characterize the neurochemical profile of each of these neurons that we recorded in the respiratory network. So here we have the firing frequency of these presympathetic neurons, in which here in a control animal, here is the intracellular recording of one of these neurons, the phrenic nerve and the sympathetic activity. Here we are sure that these neurons that we are recording are part of the cardiovascular system, because they are inhibited by activation of the arterial baroreceptors. And when we compare with neurons of animals submit to hypoxia, you can verify a large increase in the frequency discharge in the final phase or the late expiratory phase of the respiratory cycle. So using all these blockade of synaptic transmission, we verify injecting currents, as well all the profile of the membrane, electrophysiological profile of the membrane of these cells, that intrinsic electrophysiological properties of these presympathetic neurons are not affected by chronic intermittent hypoxia. So the cause of this increase in sympathetic activity is not due to problems in these neurons. So, but looking to these electrophysiological recordings, we verify that in both current clamp as well in voltage clamp recording, the synaptic inputs to these cells during this late expiratory phase are increasing. And this means that some inputs, so the chronic intermittent hypoxia increases the excitatory synaptic inputs to the rostroventrolateral medulla presympathetic neurons during late expiration. Although these sympathetic neurons, they are not change their properties, they receive more excitatory inputs. And this, we start to look for this interaction with the respiratory network. And for this reason that we are looking, I will show you some of data related to the post-inspiratory neurons, the augmented expiratory neurons, as well the retrotrapezoid parafacial nucleus, where are generated the late E activity, the active expiration, in order to understand how this respiratory network can alter the sends excitatory inputs to these presympathetic neurons, increasing the sympathetic outflow. So the first and the expiration, how the expiration can affect the increase in sympathetic outflow. So in the central chemoreceptor, as well peripheral chemoreceptors, if you increase the CO2 producing hypercapnia, these RTN neurons, the retrotrapezoid neurons, which is closed to the parafacial nucleus, where are generated this excitatory activity, you can see that this late E activity of these neurons, as well during the peripheral chemoreceptor activation. So these neurons, we can record the activity of these late E neurons in the parafacial nucleus. So in this case, here is the location of the parafacial nucleus, and one of these neurons that we were able to record. So the abdominal activity is silent, and when we use the antagonists such as the bicuculin and strychnine blocking the GABA and glycine, you can verify that the activity of the abdominal nerve increases, bringing this late E activity. The same occur when we use muscimol and glycine, which are the agonists. If these animals present abdominal activity under hypercapnia, if we use muscimol and glycine, we can inhibit this active expiration. So if you look to the neuroanatomical and neurophysiological properties of these parafacial expiratory neurons, here is one of these neurons below the facial nucleus. Here is the location. They are excitatory neurons, as we identify by the neurochemical profile. These neurons, they send projections. These biosighting in these neurons, this green are projections from the parafacial to the ventral respiratory group. And this in red is one neuron that sends projection to the spinal cords in the area in which were injected this retrograded tracer, showing this connection of the parafacial, the respiratory network. So they send projections to the parafacial, from the parafacial to the ventral respiratory group. So these neurons, if you perform intracellular recording of these parafacial neurons, we can observe that under hypercapnia, activation of central chemoreceptors, you can see that in normal capnia, their activity is absent in the expiration, and under hypercapnia, they present action potential. So action potential at the end of the expiratory phase during hypercapnia. So the hypothesis to explain the activity of these neurons is that changes in the activity of these neurons may impact chronic intermittent hypoxia, impact on the presympathetic activity of these neurons that contribute to increase the sympathetic outflow. So let's evaluate the electrophysiological changes in the augmented expiratory neurons in the ventral respiratory group, because chronic intermittent could affect these neurons and consequently produce increase in the late E in the parafacial. Exciting this augmented E may induce expiration and contribute to the increased sympathetic activity. So when we perform the same kind of experiments, intracellular recording of these neurons, augmented E neurons in the ventral respiratory group, this is intracellular recording. I'm sorry. Okay.
No, please mute. Please, everybody mute except speaker. Please mute. Yes, Professor Machado.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Professor Benedito, go ahead.
So in this control, we have the intracellular recording of these augmented E neurons, as well in chronic intermittent hypoxia. And you can observe that the frequency of discharge is increased. So when we perform the pharmacological blockades, the frequency of discharge was similar, indicating that these neurons are also not affected by chronic intermittent hypoxia. So the intrinsic electrophysiological properties of the ventral respiratory group augmented E neurons are also not affected by chronic intermittent hypoxia. So the next step was to evaluate the possible change in the Botzinger complex, the post-inspiratory neurons, which have an inhibitory modulation on the parafacial neurons. So the question was, chronic intermittent hypoxia may affect the electrophysiological properties of these post-inspiratory neurons, reducing their inhibition under the parafacial late E neurons, which may increase their frequency discharge, as I showed you before, increasing the excitatory inputs to the presympathetic, increasing the sympathetic outflow, as well to augmented E neurons, producing expiration. So the next step was to evaluate the activity of the neurons in the post-inspiratory neurons. And in this case, we observe some change. After the pharmacological blockage of all excitatory inhibitory inputs to these neurons, we verified that after this, the frequency discharge of these post-inspiratory neurons are significantly reduced in comparison with the control. As well, their membrane electrophysiological properties, since they are less excitable than the control, the neurons from the control animals, indicating that chronic intermittent hypoxia hyperpolarized. You can see the membrane potential was more negative after chronic intermittent hypoxia, and decreased the intrinsic excitability of Botzinger post-inspiratory neurons. So in fact, some changes occur in these post-inspiratory neurons, as I mentioned before. They send inhibitory inputs to the late E neurons. If their inhibition is reduced, so the activity of the late E expiratory neurons increase, contributing to excitation of augmented E neurons, inducing expiration, as well excitation of the presympathetic neurons, increasing the arterial pressure, increasing sympathetic outflow and arterial pressure. So in summary, what we observe now is that chronic intermittent hypoxia, we look initially, this is the summary of my presentation, since I still have 5 minutes. So the chronic intermittent hypoxia, the initial question was if it produced some change in the electrophysiological properties of presympathetic neurons. And we observed that the electrophysiological properties of these neurons are not affected by CIH. Although they present increasing sympathetic outflow, the major change is not at this level, is not an autonomic dysfunction. So this is not the case for explain the increase in sympathetic activity after hypoxia. So as I showed you before, so the chronic intermittent hypoxia affected the post-inspiratory neurons, which are inhibitory to the late E parafacial neurons. Yes, hypoxia produces hyperpolarization of these neurons, as I just showed on the previous slides. These neurons are hyperpolarized, produce less inhibition of parafacial late E neurons, which increase their discharge, as I show you in one of my slides, that late E neurons increase their activity, inducing excitation of augmented expiratory neurons in the ventral respiratory group. So yes, chronic intermittent hypoxia increased firing frequency of augmented expiratory neurons in the ventral respiratory group, producing active expiration. And the late E neurons also present, I didn't show you this slide, but late E have some connections, excitatory inputs to presympathetic neurons, increasing their frequency discharge during the late E phase of the respiratory cycle. So the increased firing frequency of presympathetic neurons due to excitatory synaptic inputs from RTN, heterotrapezoid nuclei, parafacial late E expiratory neurons. So in fact, we are showing a very strong interaction of a respiratory network, mainly with changes, electrophysiological changes in the properties of these post-inspiratory neurons, which affect not only the respiratory network, but as well the generation of sympathetic activity, which increase under this circumstance, increasing the sympathetic outflow, which may explain the increase in arterial blood pressure. So summarizing and finish my presentation, sympathetic overactivity in rats submitted to chronic intermittent hypoxia is not dependent of changes in the intrinsic electrophysiological properties of the rostroventrolateral medulla presympathetic neurons.
Professor Machado, Professor Benedito, this is your last slide which you are seeing because you have no slide number. So are you moving any slides? Because summary we are not seeing. We are seeing at the firing frequency of RBLM, presympathetic neurons.
These presympathetic neurons.
Yeah, that is the last slide of you.
I'm sorry. You are seeing I am changing here.
No, that is we are not seeing because what you are telling about the abstract of your works are not being reflected in this slide. This slide actually you have no number, otherwise I would have mentioned the number of slide. This is actually firing frequency of RBLM, presympathetic neurons in control and CIH rats before and after synaptic blockade. That was the last slide.
Oh, so we have a problem in my presentation.
Yes,
I'm really
yes,
sorry.
That's the reason I'm not understanding the last part. I think the people may not be able to follow you.
I am really sorry, Doctor, because I don't know how to.
No, just to move it is not moving in ours. We are not seeing it. Is it moving?
I understand. I understand. Okay, let's stop and share again. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, just quickly at a glance.
Just a second. Okay, let's start again. I'm really sorry about that.
No, it's okay. You just go to the slides in the last few slides, last 2-3 slides. I think that you have missed it.
No, just a second. Let me start again. You can see my slides now?
Yeah, but it's not in full screen, but you are seeing your slides.
Not in full screen. Okay. Okay.
Yes, it's full screen.
Full screen?
Yes, full screen. You go ahead.
I'm changing. You are
go on changing. Go on change.
I'm changing. What are you seeing now?
Yes, but these slides actually chemoreflex activation. That's the reason I was thinking that how you come to chemoreflex when actually you have not shown the slide. We have not seen these slides. Yeah, we have seen it. Some slides are missing. It is okay. We have seen it. All we have seen it. It's okay. It's okay. Next to go. That's okay.
This one was okay?
Yes, okay. Go ahead. Quick. This is actually the last slides.
The last slide. Okay, so I will summarize here. So I have more. So I've finished my time. No problem.
No. Just to finish it off.
Okay, so let's finish. So
summarize.
Chronic intermittent hypoxia increase the synaptic inputs to the presympathetic neurons during the late expiration. So then we explore. Let's summarize here the parafacial expiratory neurons. We identify these cells, and then they present activity of these neurons. They under hypercapnia, they present action potential. So then we have this idea that late expiratory can increase the sympathetic activity, increasing the sympathetic outflow. Expiration, then we record the augmented E neurons. The intrinsic electrophysiological properties of these neurons are not affected by chronic intermittent hypoxia. So then we start to explore the post-inspiratory neurons, which increase the augmented expiratory neurons. And these neurons, they present changes. Chronic intermittent hypoxia, hyperpolarize, and decrease the intrinsic excitability of Botzinger post-inspiratory neurons. They are less active, so they produce less inhibition. This is the summary, okay?
Right.
Okay, so the post-inspiratory, they are hyperpolarized, post-inspiratory neurons. They produce less inhibition of these parafacial neurons, which increase the excitation of augmented expiratory neurons, increased firing frequency of ventral respiratory group of augmented expiratory neurons, active expiration, as well increasing sympathetic activity, which increases the firing frequency of the presympathetic neurons due to excitatory synaptic inputs from RTN, PF, parafacial latent neurons. So this is the idea. So the interaction of these changes in one group of these cells of the respiratory network produce change not only in the respiration, active expiration, as well an increase in the presympathetic activity, increasing the sympathetic outflow and blood pressure. So this is the summary, okay? Sympathetic overactivity in rats submit to chronic intermittent hypoxia is not dependent of changes in the intrinsic electrophysiological properties of RVLM presympathetic neurons. Reduce excitability of post-inspiratory neurons produce less inhibition of heterotrapezoid parafacial region, late E neurons. This is the major finds. And these changes in the parafacial neurons probably are driving the increased frequency discharge of presympathetic neurons and neurons that increase the expiration in rats submit to chronic intermittent hypoxia and contributing to neurogenic hypertension. So this is the summary and the final message. So my collaborators, people that really performed the experiments, Professor Daniel Zocal, Professor Davi Moraes, PhD students Caroline Magalhães, and our collaborating New Zealand Professor Julian Peito. And I'm really sorry for my problem with the presentation. I hope that you was possible to follow my
Yes.
my presentation.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Benedito. It's an extremely wonderful talk. I will first request Dr. Rao to, as my co-chair, and let him ask first question, then I will ask question. Over to Dr. Rao. You please ask first question to him.
Okay. So thank you very much. I know it's an excellent presentation and providing the neural basis of the sympathetic regulation of the respiratory rhythms, and so your work is phenomenal. We have been following your work for many decades. Okay, so now in the intermittent hypobaric hypoxic conditions, you have this sympathetic and parasympathetic imbalance which occurs. Either it is intermittent or in the high altitude. So how does this sympathetic and parasympathetic balance is maintained, in the different altitudes when you have the hypoxic conditions are variable?
Yes, that is a very important question. And I know that in India, you face this problem of high altitudes and how people, and mainly the autonomic system, respond to this challenge. This is a very important point because as a consequence of the activation of peripheral chemoreceptors in acute intermittent hypoxia or sustained hypoxia, the major change for the cardiovascular system is increasing sympathetic activity, not much increase or change in parasympathetic to the heart. But if you look to the vagus nerve activity, we have I didn't show any of this data, but animals, at least, they present a very important change in the vagus nerve, motor vagus nerve activity to the upper airways, changing the patency of the upper airways. So this is something that's we also recorded, that the increase of the vagus activity to the upper airways in order to, since these animals, they have an increase in the respiratory frequency, and they cannot have a very fast expiration. So you have an increase in the resistance to the outflow of the air from the alveoli in order to preserve a good gas exchange. Several changes occur under this challenge. So it's a very important question, and we need to look carefully to all these changes in animals and mainly in human beings. As I know, in India, we have several laboratories studying and exploring all these mechanisms. Thank you for your...
Thank you, Professor Benedito. So I'll request Professor Kushal Das. So please go ahead.
Yeah. So thank you, Professor Benedito. It is an amazing talk, and your lectures are your research, because I am thoroughly go with your research in your laboratory, with your including your students who actually been mentored by you. So what I found that it is a constantly keeping the very good touch of the hypoxia physiology in a particular domain, both CIH as well as CH, both the side. Because chronic intermittent hypoxia has a challenge. Because the challenge of that it is whether beneficiary or not beneficiary, there are certain points that most of the cases it is reported as a non-beneficiary, it's a fatal, because obstetric sleep apnea may even lead to the death. So this is one perspective doing the experimental model in animal, because as you know very well that I'm an animal physiologist. So I work in animal physiology. So I know very well that how difficult to actually dissect and to exclude the respiratory system to go inside, which is a very delicate at the moment. And here, the things which I find that as you mentioned, that you have mentioned about the vagal nerve actually in the peripheral system of respiratory system. But I have a question whether the 9, 10, 10 cranial nerve at ventral respiratory group, their influences during the time of chronic intermittent hypoxia, whether they modulate the pre-Bolginger complex impulses changes because of the chronic intermittent hypoxia, sometime oxygen, sometime not. In this condition, the 9th and 10th input, it is a sensory input to VRG, and what exactly the outcome you expect from that? This is my first question. You please answer, then I will a short question I will ask on the motor system. These are sensory.
Okay, that's right. That's a very important question, Dr. Kozaldas. Yeah, that's right. So the afference of 9th and 10th nerves to the brainstem is essential. And what we are, our major focus is the afference of the peripheral chemoreceptors. So during chronic intermittent hypoxia, these systems are activated and producing several changes, starting at the NTS level, nucleus stratus solitarius, which we are also exploring. And this may change all the balance as I presented. So change in the respiratory network, which also impact on the autonomic, to the cardiovascular system, as well the motor activity to the upper airways. Of course, that chronic intermittent hypoxia, as you mentioned, during obstructive sleep apnea, is a big challenge. Let's say, is an adaptive response to a very aggressive condition. Hypoxia is really a challenge for all the human beings or animals, and the central nervous system responding as the plasticity of neuroplasticity will try to provide some adjustments to survive under that very difficult condition. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes, Professor Machado, you can go ahead. You want to add some?
No, I think that this is the idea. That's so. Okay. All these afferent inputs are essential. Without, for example, why the people survive, the patients that face obstructive sleep apnea, because every night during their episodes of lowering the oxygen in arterial bloods, peripheral chemoreceptors are activated, and these people have they wake up and have a respiration, fall asleep again. Without the peripheral chemoreceptors, these people will not survive. They will be in trouble. Yeah, that's the idea. How important is the peripheral sensor, the peripheral chemoreceptor in this case, to send information to the brainstem to try to, first, in the case of the patients with obstructive sleep apnea, to wake up, because the life is is in risk, because without oxygen, no way to survive. So this is the point. So the afferents are really important, and the central nervous system will respond to in the best way to provide adaptation or physiological response for this person or animal to survive to this physiological challenge when you go up to the mountains in India, or under pathophysiological conditions such as the obstructive sleep apnea. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Benedito. As there are shortage of time, so we have to conclude here. And I request Dr. B.S. Shankar Nayan Rao, Professor Rao, to take over the mic and conclude the session, because we are running 10 minutes late. So,
yeah,
and it's a wonderful talk and wonderful speech of Professor Benedito. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation from Fips and be with us.
Oh, that's my pleasure. Thank you.
Professor Rao.
So thank you very much, Professor Benedito, for an excellent talk, and it is truly educative, and we learn every time when we listen to you, and we keep a tab on all your publications. It's excellent, and I am sure that so in the coming years you will be here in India, and in person we'll have a wonderful discussion and also a wonderful treat of the Indian cuisine.
Sure.
Well.
Oh, it will be my pleasure. I promise that the next time that when the pandemic is over, I promise you that I will visit India and we will enjoy not only science, but also the nice food that you provide all the times that we visit India. Thank you very much for the invitation.
So thank you very much. I take this opportunity to thank Professor Kushal Das and also the organizers for organizing this wonderful plenary lecture. And over to the organizers of Fips Congress. Thank you, Benedito. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Benedito, Dr. Kaushal Das, and Dr. B.S. Shankar Narayan Rao. Sir, now we shall begin with Symposium 1, Harnessing Physiological Signals for Healthcare and Research. I request Chairperson Professor K.K. Deepak and Dr. Madhuri Tarana Kanti to take over.
Thank you so much, Fips organizers. Am I audible?
Yeah, sure, sir.
Sure. So thank you. We had a wonderful plenary lecture by Dr. Machado, and now we are coming to another Symposium 1, and to put into the practicality how to record things, at least in the human being, if we are going to talk about today. So the idea, when I was approached by the Fips, I thought what to do, a kind of a symposium. So I thought body signals are there. There's so many body signals are there. We can say hundreds of the body signal energies are generated by the body in terms of all energy, thermal, mechanical, acoustics, optical, all things. But in practical terms, in considering the country, what kind of a development is taking place. So I went across and see what is available on the ground. Therefore, I gave the title something like Harnessing Body Signal, and try to see how actually we can use in health and fitness, not only in the illness, but also in the health and fitness, and also for the doing research. So that's a brief introduction to the symposium. And now I will request my co-chair, Dr. Madhuri Tarana Kanti, to go ahead with the proceedings and start ball rolling.
Thank you very much, sir. So a very good afternoon to one and all attending the Fips 2022 e-conference. It in fact gives me immense pleasure to chair this session of Symposium 1, And I'm very honored and blessed to chair these sessions along with Professor K.K. Deepak sir, who has just delivered the S.K. Manchanda oration. Sir, I'm really blessed to be here with you today. Thank you very much, sir. I would like to thank the Fips organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair these sessions. Our very first session will be by Professor K.K. Deepak himself in the symposium, and I would like to give a very brief introduction to Sir's biosketch. Sir, it is indeed my honor to introduce Professor K.K. Deepak to all the delegates of this Fips 2022 conference. Dr. Deepak obtained his MBBS degree from GMC Bhopal in 1981 and MD degree in 1984 and PhD degree in physiology in 1990 from AIIMS, New Delhi. He has been awarded DSc degree from S. Vyasa University, Bangalore. He has been serving as faculty in the Department of Physiology since 1987. Currently, he is heading the department and also serving as Dean Examinations at AIIMS, New Delhi. Dr. Deepak set up the Autonomic Function Lab in the Department of Physiology in 1989. It was the first lab of its kind in the country, and the lab provides clinical services, research facilities, and training. He has been directing research in the autonomic investigations of various clinical disorders, and he has pioneered the development of heart rate variability and disseminated it throughout the country. Realizing the need of vascular assessment in autonomic testing, he set up another lab for evaluating human vascular functions in the year 2000. His team developed indigenous software for quantification of autonomic tone by using HRV and has developed a cloud-based program for centralized HRV system in the country. He has been interested in innovations in medical research and worked with Indian Institute of Technology and other several engineering institutions. He devised the blood pressure simulation model and also devised the technique of EMG biofeedback for patients of hand dystonia. He has continued interest in basic research in the field of yoga and meditation and has investigated the role of yogic maneuvers for their applications during space and gravitational exposures. He has delivered several talks, including the one at the Harvard Medical School in 2009 and UCSD San Diego in 2016. His patent for pro-gravity body gear to create gravity during microgravity exposure has been published in 2018. He is co-inventor in 3 more patents pertaining to exercise and space physiology, which have been filed. Recently, he has served as chairman of the committee, which developed various physical activity and the assessment protocols under the Fit India program of Government of India. He has several publications to his credit, 200 full-length index research papers, which have more than 3,800 citations with H-index of 32 in Google Scholar. Now, I request Professor K.K. Deepak sir to deliver his talk on harnessing the physiological signals for healthcare and research. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
My slides are visible? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So considering the little time lag, I would request myself and to everybody to save 5 minutes each so that we can catch up the timings. And so there are another 5 speakers in this, and they're going to talk about. Also, we can have question answer session at the end of this symposium. So now India is beginning in a new kind of a phase. India doubles healthcare spending, opens up the insurance and other things in the country. Therefore, India, and not only India, the all developing countries now, they have come to developing phase. They are enhancing their budget contribution towards health, which also means those are the fringes, getting the health inputs in terms of the basic departments or the equipment development or device development. Everything is gearing up because of the economic. So that's an advantage for those who are working in this field. So therefore, why and where do we require? It's very important thing that most of us are enjoying good health. Maybe 90% of that good health. And so where do we need the equipment? Not only we need equipment for the 10% disease in the hospital, high-end equipment and everything required, but we also need equipment to monitor our health, to see are we more fit, more healthy, or are we less fit. We also need to monitor top athletes or those who are better fit in the society, which means if you look at the market, if you look at where do we need this, it's a large market. 90% of population still requires some kind of a gadget or requirement and to know what level of fitness. We can measure fitness by various means, but however, the best way is by terms of objective recording. Therefore, most of us are healthy most of the time. However, we need to monitor this. Recently, there has been a growing importance of instrumentation, and I know the physiology, how the laboratories are developed in developing countries. We had faced difficult times in the past, but however, equipments are now coming up, so the most important thing that each country should also be developing and giving input to this, and this is because of advances in electronics have taken place in almost all countries, computers and informatics. Improvement in human signal processing capacity is also now going up. Now we know that even residents in physiology, they can do some kind of a signal processing by using high level processing. So this my talk and this symposium has importance from medical perspective, from technical perspective and technical medical perspective. That's why we have speakers from several walks of life today. This is one of the examples, and we've been listening about the autonomic tone and autonomic things. If patient suffers from autonomic symptoms, as we know, like in diabetes or postural hypertension, multi-system atrophy, several things go haywire, which he may not notice it. A clinician may notice it, but how to quantify these things? What I suggest, what I request, and I also believe that most of these things are quantifiable. You have to have a different kind of sensors or different kind of energy levels by which you can quantify changes in the body. Could it be sweat? Could it be increase in temperature? Could it be increase in blood flow, heart rate, or cerebral blood flow, or muscle fatigue? All these things are required. Also, we require non-invasive kind of recording. Therefore, this is only one example, but there can be several examples from health and fitness. Sometimes the gap between the health and fitness and the disease is very marginal, and sometimes it's like it's not very clear. Therefore, we require support from instrumentation to develop kind of devices which can also give you a scope. Now, what has happened over the time? We always require better human-machine interface. New sensors should be compatible, and they should have a better signal processing and better output and better communication. All this requires interface of both medical sciences as well as engineering and informatics. If only engineering people cannot do it, only physiologists cannot do it. And all these problems we'll be working on this. And it has a wider scope, not only physiology, engineering, medicine, even basic sciences, the biology, the zoology, they also come into play in terms of verification or validation. And the electronics, which is available in abundance, however, it has to be brought into the interface. Also, the mathematical modeling, which we sometimes do not pay attention, they are very important. Many people, they do a mathematical modeling of phenomenon. It could be a physical phenomenon, it could be a chemical phenomenon. Therefore, there's need to put things together to derive most benefit. We've been working with IIT Delhi and NIT, and IIT. Today I'm sitting in NIT Madras, and somehow we have been working on various modeling systems and this. I must assure you that it can address several issues, not only holistic health, the way we started in the morning, how to quantify the effect of meditation or breathing. We can also go into deep of helping surgeons and helping people for biosensing several things. A contribution to this field, that's why we are a little confident to talk about this, and have been at several places. We have first developed blood pressure simulation model, which was used by NASA. We validated impedance cardiography developed by Bhabha Atomic Research Center, and then given for the use, and we ourselves used it. We devised new methods of electronic. So I'm not going to much details of this. Not only this, we also developed confidence in techniques and technology. Signal processing, very low-hanging fruits for physiologists. You get signals every day in, day out. But how to do signal processing, how better signal processing can be done with the help of engineers, and that's what we have done with the NIT Jalandhar. We published several papers how actually, for example, ectopic beats can be affecting entropy and sample entropy. Therefore, how to improve the windowing techniques, we can see it. Therefore, we published several papers with the help of engineering and physiology institutions, and also filed several patents with different stages. So several patents have been filed, from simple ones like wearable ECG fabrics. We can a kind of a vest which can record ECG, and we did a validation way back in 2005. Then single channel ECG machine we developed, considering it's important for HRV. Impedance plethysmograph also we validated. HRV and BPV software we developed for the country. Blood pressure sensors recently with the IIT Delhi we have taken this challenge, and we have developed that prototype. And anti-gravity body gear which can be used on Earth to simulate gravity, or the countermeasure as a countermeasure of microgravity. And also recently we have done a computerized Mossos ergograph which can be used for measuring to fatigue. And this is what actually we are in kind of a process of a TOT next week, so that it's available for countrymen. I'll just go into a little deep into one of the techniques, then quickly come out and give flows to others. For example, blood flow can be determined by several techniques: by ultrasound, by impedance plethysmography, and by change in diameter, change in perfusion, and also change in radial pulse, pressure pulse, and change in digital volume pulse. They can be thermal imaging, some direct method, or magnetic flow meters. All techniques are available. But imagine what is available in physiology lab today. Can you have an access to all, and can you see? That is what question I always address. So one of the technique which is called impedance plethysmography, measuring the conductance. So by doing so, you can know the blood flow in a segment. If this segment happen to be in thorax, then you can determine impedance cardiography, which means from the thorax pulse, you can determine cardiac output. And this is a well-known technique. It's been there for almost 4 or 5 decades on Earth. However, do we have the Indian version of it? Yeah, yes, we have Indian. The BARC developed it. We validated in 2006. Technique has been there for a long time. And this is what the BARC gave it to us, like silver wire, braided wire electrodes, which can be put around the chest, as you see on the right side, and then you inject the current, and then you measure the change in the impedance and quantify cardiac output. And this is what came to us some time back. And then we took this equipment to the cath lab and to the laboratory, and then tried to find out. And we then set up this thing in a cath lab to validate it. We did this kind of validation with a lot of difficulty, enter into the cath lab and then put our machine with their machine, which uses Fips principle and measure. So we measured validated equipment by using impedance cardiography and Fips method. Method validation also, we also devised a new kind of electrode placement. Imagine your cardiac output has to be measured. You have to put 4 electrodes across the chest. You have to bare the chest and then put the electrode and measure it. It's not possible all the time in cath lab because the cardiologist will not give you that area. And also it's very difficult, those who do it by open chest method. So we devised a horizontal electrode placement method. I'm going to show it. And also, is it equipment to give valid results when you give a challenges? Challenges like change your blood volume shift, change the cardiac output. So this is what we did. Physiologists were there in the cath lab. And then we found that we measured value by ICG, impedance cardiography. They had correlation, value by Fips, almost like a very good correlation. Came up and we did blend element analysis. We found comfortable. So the machine works. Machine also works with Fips method in patient scenario. So in a healthy subject and patient scenario, both it works. Then we devised a new method called vertical versus horizontal method. So the original method records electrodes by putting across the chest vertically, something like this. We change these 4 electrodes put horizontally. Considering that in aorta, blood flows some point of time horizontally. It goes and flows like this. Therefore, this is what was our hypothesis, that the horizontal method, for which you don't have to expose the shirt, you don't have to take out the shirt, you just put electrodes on the shoulders across, and then you can measure. And then we compared this, our test results, and beautifully we found a good agreement with these results in both the methods. We also, something like look like this. On the left side, you see vertical method, on the right side, horizontal method. And this would look like this, so that you don't have to expose the shot, and you don't have to. We found good agreement between the two methods. And that becomes like an innovative method, and that's what we believe, that we should keep on doing innovation for the purpose of acceptance, feasibility, and other issues. So this is, we also gave challenges by head up tilt and head down tilt by changing cardiac output. It's known to change the cardiac output by these methods, about 40% changes. And this is how, using a tilt table, we changed, and then we found these records and putting 70° and 20°, and we found a value like ICG value and reference value a good agreement. We found 37% and with vertical method, 36 with the horizontal method, and 40% is the reference value available. So this is how we did, and we did a technology transfer. This is one of the scene when technology transfer took place. Dr. A.S. Pentel sitting, and in between Director Srichitra Tanul, and then Director for Medical Division, and then Dr. Pentel and several HODs of that point of time, and cardiologists were present for medicine. So medicine, cardiologist, anesthesia, and all these, and we did successful transfer this technology to for the market. So this equipment called Nycomon went to L&T Medical, and now it's available with other companies also. So at the end of, we did publish a book on physiological variability, which is available. So then we went into the biofeedback thing, that how can we use these signals for health improvement in patients. So we developed a new method of EMG biofeedback in hand dystonia. And so in hand dystonia, they have overtrained muscles. All the time they contract unusual muscles. So when we give biofeedback using an auditory system, and we found that it works. Similarly, we use electrogastrography signal, like EGG is for stomach, the way ECG is for the heart. So we could see, the patient could see his own signal if he's got a bradycardia, and say it's about 2.8 or 3 cycles per minute. So if it's less than the bradycardia. And then we showed this by using a method like in 1998, I'm talking about, using a simple video monitor capturing from simple devices, and then it worked. So, and we found that it is comparable to the conventional intervention, which is used for irritable bowel syndrome. And we got the good agreement between the two. And also, this is the one which is pulse, we recorded pulse from the peripheral pulse and also from the ECG, and we're looking for the concordance. It perfectly matches. So therefore, we gave an idea that pulse from anywhere can be recorded. And that's why several equipment in the market you see coming up recording from this. So it's a very well cited paper, because they were looking for some evidence that it's not only ECG which can give you HRV, it can be any other signal can give you HRV. And then we currently are working on HRV biofeedback. So this is the way we have worked on. There are several challenges for the future, and I'm not talking much more challenges, but one of the challenges like muscle tone measurement. We know muscle is electrically silent. You can record EMG only when it is electrically active. But if I'm not acting, even there's muscle tone changes, like postural tone changes. How to record that? I'm yet for 30 years working, but not got any answer for this. So this is a future challenge for the people who are listening, for electronic engineers and other people, that how to quantify muscle tone when muscle is not active voluntarily. My muscle tone, and which is a good reflection of sometimes the sympathetic output, like my trapezius muscle tone might be reflecting the stress output or sympathetic output. So there can be several methods one can approach. So this is one of the challenge. This is an exciting field, and there's always a push and pull available. Currently, a lot of pull and push both are available. Markets are friendly, money is available for doing entrepreneurship. So I think there's a way ahead for doing intense collaboration. So I wish that we all collaborate with the stakeholders, not with the clinician, not only the sister and brother physiologists, but also bioinformatics, other people, and biomedical engineering. Should make a good ecosystem of within the medical institution and engineering institution even, and also industry. Now the government is coming up with a public-private partnership. There's a funding available, can be given to the both parties, public and private parties, and the device development. So don't worry about who is getting what funding. But if you be part of the team, perhaps India and any developing country would have its own biomedical devices innovation. And there are different fields available. They can be low tech, high or high tech and low tech, high tech and low volume, depending on. They can be futuristic signal processing. Now it's a unique thing, but it requires, like the space technology would require in the future. Or if you're doing some extreme environment or maybe difficult scenario. So depending on the technology is required, and that's convincing. And I must tell you, we need to develop think tanks. And if you visit several places, they have a think tank. Like there are many people who think, and that's important that the thinking should percolate. And I'm proud that India ranks 4th number in think tanks, but there's a lot more India can do in this field. And for the think tank, we require everyone. So everyone can come, we can challenge, we can give a task. And in fact, this symposium should be considered as a kind of a thinking, going towards thinking and doing kind of a, creating a think tank. With that, I come towards the end of my talk. And thank you very much for the Fips and the organizers to set the ball rolling. I think there will be much more exciting talks on the way now. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Madhav.
very much, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for giving us an overview about how to integrate medicine and technology. So I think your recent innovation on the pro-gravity equipment is a perfect example of this. And it's very inspiring to see how the physiologists are making their way into the cath lab also. Thank you very much, sir. That was an inspiring lecture.
Thank you. You can introduce next speaker.
Yes, sir. So we move on to the next talk of the session. With great pleasure, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Dr. G.D. Jindal, who is currently the professor and head Department of Biomedical Engineering at MGM College of Engineering and Technology, Navi Mumbai. He obtained his post-graduation in 1973 from Physics Department, Punjab University, Chandigarh. He joined Biomedical Group in Electronics Division at Bhabha Atomic Research Center, Mumbai. He has developed several biomedical technologies and transferred to industry for mass production, including impedance cardiovasograph, non-invasive cardiac output monitor, non-invasive blood pressure monitor, oxygen saturation monitor, variability analyzer, body composition analyzer, and mobile-based handheld tele-ECG. He superannuated in 2012 as head of the biomedical instrumentation section from BART and joined academics at NGMSET. Under his guidance, his PhD scholars have worked on bone mineral measurements using bioimpedance analysis, beat-to-beat BP monitoring, and several other non-invasive techniques. His present PhD scholars are working on peripheral pulse pattern classification, PAT-based BP variability analyzer, and cloud-based computing of physiological variability. He is a member of the Biomedical Engineering Society of India and Indian Nuclear Society. He has been member of working group on medical electronics and telemedicine constituted by the Department of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, and has chaired many PRSG committees. He has been principal collaborator for many research projects supported by Board of Research in Nuclear Studies, Department of Atomic Energy, Government of India. Now I request Dr. Jindal to deliver his talk on Ayurvedic pulse, how to record and quantify it. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Madhuri. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good.
Okay. First of all, I thank the organizers for giving me this chance, especially Dr. Deepak, to share my work with you people. And now I will just share the screen. Unfortunately, I'm not very comfortable with the PowerPoint, so I'll share PDF. Is it visible?
Yes, visible. Very good. We can see it. Yes.
So, as The topic is already known to you, the Ayurvedic pulse, how to record and quantify it. Now, in the discussion, I'll be giving a short introduction to methods of diagnosis in Ayurveda, then some typical description of Nadi, then objective verification of strange points in these typical descriptions with 3-channel peripheral pulse analyzer, then mapping of variability parameters with Vata, Pitta and Kapha, then the role of questionnaire, and then a commercial instrument which is available known as Tarangini. So I'll just show you typical output from that Tarangini Nadi Pariksha. So this is going to be the course of my talk. See, all of, I think probably most of us, we have heard several miracles in the Ayurveda, particularly about the Nadi Pariksha. I'm sure you also must have heard about them. So now, if we go by the methods of diagnosis in Ayurveda, so what is mentioned in the ancient texts, almost we can say written in 800 this one AD. Now here they say that they are examining 8 places. Now they are Nadi, then urine of the patient, then the stool of the patient, then the tongue they see physically, then they also examine the voice of the patient, then they touch the skin and feel the feeling of the skin. They also see the eyes of the patient, and then also see the disposition of the patient, that whether he's impatient or he's sitting quietly and all those things. So all these 8 types of examinations which are performed by ancient Ayurveda for the past several thousands of years. Now Nadi Pariksha is actually one of them. But what we hear today, as if that the Nadi can do everything. So I just want to tell you about something about the Ayurvedic pulse. That is the Nadi. Ayurvedic pulse is nothing but the Nadi. Now the Charak and Shushrut Samhita, which were written around 1000 years back, I think all of us know that Shushrut was the first surgeon and Charak was the first internal medicine expert. Now these Samhitas, they have no mention about Nadi Pariksha. Now in their text, the pulse is examined as a matter of routine. Now then there are parallelly, there are 3 more books are available, that is Yog Ratnakar, then Nadi Pariksha by Ravan, and Nadi Vigyanam by Kanad. Now it is claimed that they are written somewhere in the 8th century, and they are the earliest treatise on the subject, followed by newer ones, and then that is Sharanghar Samhita. So these are the books which specifically talk about the Nadi of the patient. Now the miracles which are heard by all of us, now I think that is it's difficult to attribute all that to Nadi Pariksha alone. There is lot of contribution of extrasensory perception. Mind reading also can be one of that, and hard dedicated work by an individual in a specific condition. Now to just give you an example of that, For example, you must have heard about it that the Hahnemann, who invented the homeopathy, so he has proved all the medicines on himself. Okay. Now this is meant by hard dedicated work by an individual. And because he has proved all the medicines on himself, and therefore the moment he saw a patient from distance, he knew the condition he is undergoing or the disease he is suffering from. Okay. So this is one of the examples of hard dedicated work. So about extrasensory perception, I would like to mention that I myself have met a Ayurvedic physician who was examining only the pulse of the patient, and then he was giving the diagnosis. He was not examining any other thing. And it was so happening that he was even giving the numerical values of blood sugar and hypertension, blood pressure and all those things. But then later on, I found out that he was reading the mind of the patient, and from that he was telling all these numerical values. So this is, of course, this is some special condition. Now I also know a government employee, retired government employee. He is in Chhattisgarh at the moment. Now he also examines nadi of the patient. He is not a Ayurvedic physician. Now after examining the nadi, he will tell all the complaints of the patient himself, and then he will prescribe homeopathic medicine based on this. Now this is the result of very hard work put in by the individual, because he is focused on some particular aspect of that, and therefore he is able to demonstrate this kind of dexterity. Now similarly, there used to be a practitioner at Purandargarh. Now he was not even examining the nadi, he was only seeing the palm of the patient, and then he was giving the diagnosis by herbal treatment. So all these things we have, in fact, I have witnessed all these three by myself, and therefore I'm just trying to tell you. But the nadi pariksha, if you go by the method of nadi pariksha, it is no doubt it is good, but it is not all that which people are claiming about it. So this is for the sake of completeness, that this is how the nadi is examined. The physician puts his 3 fingers on the wrist of the patient below the thumb, and he palpates the pulse by his index finger, middle finger, and the ring finger. And the palpation under the index finger is known as vat. That under middle finger is known as pit, and the third one, which is felt under the ring finger, is called the kapha. So this is vat, pit, and kapha. Now this is monitored by this is palpated by the physician, and then at the end of it, he tries to arrive at the disease the patient is suffering from. Now I'll just few typical description. Now of course it is in Sanskrit and Hindi. I will try to translate as far as possible in English. So now this one says that the nadi of kapha, the pulsations of kapha. Now that is like that moves like a swan. Okay, Hans, or even pigeon, and it travels slowly. So this is the typical nadi of kapha. Then they say that the pulse which propagates like or which walks like a snake, and sometimes it becomes like a frog. it starts hopping like a frog. Now, then they say that this is the combined nadi of Vat and Pit. So Vat gives rise to that Sarpagati, and Pit gives rise to this frog hopping by the frog. Now, similarly, there can be Kaph and Pit together and all that. Okay. Now, they say that when a pulse is, it's running, or 30 times it runs, and then it diminishes on its same position, then it says that it's very difficult for the patient to survive. So this is the description they have given for the extreme conditions. Now they say that a person who has lot of desires and who is angry in his mind, now his pulse is running fast. Okay, his pulse is running fast. And a person who is worrying or who is afraid, now in his case, the pulse is weak. So this is the distinction between the two. So in one case it runs fast, and the other case it is weak. Now I will give you some more example of. They say that the person whose pulse is like a Hans or Swan, and he is looking happy from his face, then he definitely he will be cured, and there is no problem about him like that. Then this is they have described the pulse of TB. So in TB, the pulse is running it runs like an elephant. So very slowly it will run. So these are some of the descriptions. Now this is another principle, thumb rule. Now that if the pulse is beating at one place 30 times and with the same intensity, then that patient will definitely survive. So like this we have. Now what I wanted to bring to your notice is, now this is very important, that the morning if you see the pulse, so it will be dominated by Kaph. Noon and afternoon it will be dominated by Pit, and evening it will be dominated by Vat. So these are this is for everybody. So morning and afternoon and evening. So the pulse is dominated by Kaph, Pit and Vat respectively. So then this is now this I have seen many miracles with this, that the Ayurvedic physician will tell the patient, no, you have certainly taken curd in the last 72 hours. And it is described here that if the patient has taken curd, how his pulse will appear. So all these things they look like miracle to us, that how he comes to know about this. Now, of course, this is the last showing in this. Now he says that if Vat and Kapha are less disturbed, And if pitta is disturbed extensively, then Vata and Pitta nadi will be running very speedily. Okay, and Vata and Kapha nadi will be it will be running slowly. Now the essence of this is that sometimes, for example, as we know that if the the pulse will arrive first at the Kapha location, then it will arrive at the Pitta location, and then last it will arrive at the Vata location. Okay, so that should be the sequence. Now we try to record these pulses so simultaneously. This is done by 3-channel impedance plethysmograph, or we can say 3-channel peripheral pulse analyzer. So this is from the Kapha location. The first one is proximal is Kapha, then Pitta, and then Vata. Now in this you see that this appears first, then appears Pitta. Now the Kapha is is almost simultaneous with Pitta. Okay, now that is possible because the distance is very small. But here in this pulse, if you see, now this is Kapha, this is Pitta, and this is Vata. Now here we see that the Kapha is arriving first, the Pitta is arriving little later, but then Vata is arriving again before Pitta. Now which is unable, which difficult for us to perceive that how can this happen. But this is what we are seeing, that whatever they say that Pitta appears faster, Pitta appears early, or Vata appears early. Now all these is you can say you can verify with the help of this 3-channel peripheral pulse analyzer. Now we also so the same thing here, the Vata arrives early, Pitta and Kapha they are arriving later. Okay, so this type of strange things are being observed using this 3-channel peripheral pulse analyzer. Then we also tried to make one pressure sensor for all the 3 locations, but then we observed that the pulse whatever we are recording from them is the pulse whatever we are recording from the pressure sensor, the amplitude of the pulse is very much depends upon the contact pressure of the transducer with the body, and therefore there is no standardization. What I'm trying to say, that the standardization is lacking in that, because from the same person you can record higher amplitude also and you can record lower amplitude also. And because of seeing that uncertainty, we discarded that the pressure sensor system, and then we continued with the impedance based peripheral pulse analyzer. Okay, now the only thing is that the only problem is that if you are analyzing these pulses, then what is the gold standard? Means with what you compare them. So what we have observed, that there is a standard questionnaire. It's given in so it's got, the questionnaire has got 30 points or something. So it looks after body, it takes care of body structure, height, skin type, hair, eyes, eyelashes, teeth, nails, gait, etc. And then of course there are many things in between. Then you have urine output, perspiration, temperament, intolerant, memory power, relationships, endurance, mental concentration, immunity, body strength, etc. So what you can do is that you can whatever is matching, you can tick that points, and then you can total the points, and at the end of it you can see that whether he is vatas or pittas or kaphas, okay, or it is uncertain. So so this can be a sort of a comparison which can hold good in most of the cases, because other than this there is no other instrument available for this. Okay, so then we have proceeded further with this, and then as I mentioned earlier that the morning everybody has cough which is prominent, and noon afternoon pith is prominent, and then in the evening vat is prominent. So on the basis of that we have tried to map the variability parameters. So we have taken three variabilities. We have taken heart rate variability, we have taken blood flow variability, peripheral blood flow variability, and we have taken morphology index variability, and we have tried to see that which parameters are behaving in the manner of vat, pith, and kapha. And that is what we have observed, that if you take the average value of BFV in variability parameter, then this morning it starts from, you can say 3.7 or something, and then by evening it goes to 4.2 something. So this is continuously increasing throughout the day. So that is vat. Similarly, there is also one more that is called BFV, blood flow variability and amplitude of very low frequency. So there also you see that this is increasing from low to high value. It goes from 15.5 to 18.5. So these can have the characteristics of vat. Okay. Now similarly, when we go for pith, so we have two parameters. Now this data we have taken on 49 control subjects who are otherwise asymptomatic. There were no symptoms present in them. So in pitta, it is you take the total power of variation of VFV, the blood flow variability. Now this gets aggravated in the afternoon, and blood flow variability, amplitude of high frequency, this gets aggravated in the noon. So these two parameters, they have mapping with pitta. And then we go to kapha. So in kapha we have the total power of HRV, which is the highest in the morning, and then as the day proceeds, it becomes less. So it starts with nearly 1000, and then by evening it becomes less than 800. Okay, and similarly the second parameter which is having this characteristic is this kapha is the high amplitude, high frequency amplitude of HRV. So it has got the high value at 4.3 in the morning, and it becomes 3.85 or something in the evening. So this has got the variations like kapha. So what we have concluded with this is that the kapha is represented by HRV TP and HRV HF, and pitta is represented by BFV TP and BFV HF, amplitude HF, and vat is represented by BFV average value and BFV amplitude of ELF. So these are the three, and then of course, then in case of mixed disorder, you can have a sort of mixed presentation. So all that happens. Now, other than mapping of these variability parameters, you can also see the patterns of the peripheral pulse. Now, so these are different patterns we have observed in normal subjects. Now here, I only want to emphasize is that when you say about that hopping by like a frog and all, now this pulse will give you that kind of feeling that there is a hopping by the frog. Now, this pulse will give you a feeling of that it is a very thin pulse. Okay. And this will give you a feeling of that is a very rigid pulse, like a wooden stick. Okay. And then this will give you a feeling of that the slow pace of Swen, Hans Gati. So these are, so what I'm trying to say is there is a lot one can infer from these pulse patterns. Of course, there may be some more patterns which can be investigated. So now I'll give you an example of Tarangini, which is again based on pressure sensor. So here the colors are blue is Vat, red is Pitta, and green is Kapha. So here they have shown all the three. This is a 10-second pulse which is shown here. Now this is obtained by pressure sensor putting on the wrist, and then this one. Now you can see individual. Now in this, the one which you see here, black in the background. Now that is supposed to be the you can say the control value of the pulse. And what you are observing this on the patient is blue. Okay, so this is for Vat, this is for Pitta, and this is for Kapha. So here you see that only Kapha is almost telling with the control value, but Vat and Pitta both are suppressed as per this.
Sir, sorry to intervene, but
Yeah.
we are running short of time, sir. Can you please conclude the session?
I'm just concluding.
Yes, sir.
Just concluding.
Yes.
Okay, so these are the pulses which are shown. And then this is what they are trying to give the analysis, that Vat is regular, Pitta is regular, Kapha is regular. Then this how is it is Mand, either Begvati, and this is also Mand, like that. So this and this is analysis coming from the cloud computing system. So this gives all the type of pulse and the Prakriti and all that, but still it is not able to give the diagnosis in the patient. Okay, so this is just a beginning, and more work will be required in this direction, and then only will be coming to a usable system in the field of medicine. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Jindal. I think we can take up questions later. So
Yes,
over to Dr. Madhu.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
So thank you, Dr. Jindal. That was a very interesting session on, and what we now need is strong collaboration between modern medicine and traditional medicine. That is what I can say. And thank you so much, sir. You have shown us all those old scriptures. It was really we felt nice seeing all those. We move on with our next session. Today, we also have with us in our symposium, Mr. Gaurav, who is the Chief Technical Officer and co-founder of Dozy Bangalore. The company has devised equipment putting an old technique of ballistocardiography to a new use, which was particularly found useful during the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Gaurav will be speaking on ballistocardiography, newer technologies, and newer applications. Over to you, Mr. Gaurav.
Thank you, Dr. Madhuri. I would like to thank all the organizers for having me, and Dr. Deepak particularly. I apologize in advance for the background noise that I have. I've been traveling. I'm just going to share my screen. And as Dr. Madhuri mentioned, I'll be talking about ballistocardiography. I'll begin with the technique of ballistocardiography itself, and then I will dive into applications. And one of the applications that we've completed deployed in the market, I'll talk a little bit more about that, and then upcoming applications that somebody can pick them up, or even our team is ourselves have them in our future roadmap of research as well. Ballistocardiography comes is actually, I've mentioned here that new techniques, but is one of the oldest techniques. It was invented in 1877, and quite literally means, ballisto means movement, cardio means heart, and graphy means measuring. So measuring the movement of the heart is essentially what the literal word of ballistocardiography means. Uh, it is a study of micro vibrations that the human body produces. So essentially, if you look at it, if you place the sensor somewhere under the user, whether it's a weighing scale, whether it's a chair, whether it's a bed, and it need not be in contact, and as long as the vibrations are passing through the medium that is there, mattress or cushion or whatever it is, and being captured by the sensor, we can essentially capture the signal and analyze it to extract meaningful biomarkers out of it, right? We can extract it to measure the heart rate, respiratory rate, other parameters that are very, very relevant to measure human health particularly, right? And this is what we do. So we capture this signal, which is in black, which is the raw vibration that has been captured. We extract meaningful cardiac signal as well as the respiratory signal out of it. In terms of determining the heart rate and respiratory rate from that, we're very, very accurate, over 98% when you compare it to an ECG. We've even applied for, actually the slide is a little older, we've even applied for more than 7 patents now, and more than papers in medical journals onto the application, right? It's a technique, and it's a technique that was used earlier on. Now, the technique is very, very much applicable because 100 years later, after 1877, or actually 150 years after that, we have much higher computation power in our hands. We have much higher cloud computing techniques, and we have machine learning and AI algorithms to extract the signal in a noisy signal as well. It's one of the pitfalls of ballistocardiography, or the negative points of ballistocardiography, is that it is susceptible to a lot of noise and it's very non-standardized. Unlike an ECG, which is a very standard signal, where you get the PQRST, and by looking at it, a medical professional can actually determine or diagnose what is the issue. Ballistocardiography is very, very unstandard, right? It can be different for different people. It can be different for the same person in different postures or positions. And it is susceptible to a lot of noise. But to a large extent, we can deal with it now because we have the computing power, machine learning, and AI to do that, to do just that. Right? And moving on to the application now, right? Even before the application, let's look at the need first, right? What COVID showed us, right, which was always the reality, that we have a massive shortage of healthcare professionals. WHO recommends that we should have 1:4 nurse to patient ratio in step-down ICUs and HDUs worldwide. We have in some parts of the country, we have 1:40 or sometimes even more than that. Specialist to patient ratio is also very bad right now. We have 55 million cardiac patients in our country, and just 5,000 doctors or cardiologists to take care of them, right? And every year we are adding just a few hundred cardiologists to our workforce, but we are adding more than 1 million cardiac patients every year to the numbers. So this is not also going in the right direction. This problem is increasing, and our healthcare infrastructure is obsolete and broken. COVID just amplified what was already there. And this is exactly the problem right now, that these numbers are not getting any better, right? And if we keep linearly increasing or expanding our healthcare system, it's not going to help as much. So we need to think that what is the answer, right? Can technology help bridge this gap, right? How can we use technology to leverage or actually empower the healthcare professionals, optimize their workflow or optimize their time in mundane activities so that they can focus more on care, they can attend to more patients, right? How can we reduce the burden on them, right? And that's exactly where DOSI comes in. Using the same technique that I mentioned to you, it measures the heart rate, respiratory rate, blood pressure. It generates an early warning score. It does sleep, heart rate variability, and sleep apnea monitoring, and all on top of it with a predictive AI-based predictive healthcare triaging or alert generation and so on and so forth. Right. So what that essentially does is that the patient just has to lie down on their bed just like this, without any electrodes or any wires on them. They don't have to intervene at all. and all they have to do is lie down on their bed and the report gets generated. And real time, the data is transferred to the healthcare professionals. It is transferred over the cloud. All of the computation happens on the cloud, and it goes on the cloud directly to the healthcare professional, nursing staff, doctors. And on top of this, since this is one of the very big deployments that we've done, where a lot of health data is on the cloud, this is also very sensitive information. And that's why we've taken utmost care on two fronts. One is patient safety. So our hardware device has cleared all of the regulations that is required, ICC 0601, where it is completely safe to use in terms of EMI, EMC, electrostatic discharge, so on and so forth. And on top of that, it's compliant to security as well, data security and information security management system. So we've been certified ISO 27001, which is a global standard for security, information security that is in place. So we follow utmost global standards to make sure that everything is, both the patient is safe from a hardware perspective and the data is also safe. And since this now data is available, right? Before Dozy, a nurse had to collect data, vital signs for a patient manually 4 times a day or 6 times a day. Now all of this data is automated, so based and completely digitized. So now we have a ton of data. Earlier we had 4 values per day. Now we have 1 value per minute, and that's exactly what creates the difference. That now we can do real-time triaging, real-time AI-based analysis. It has proven benefits that we've seen in the last couple of years of installations. It has increased the medical staff efficiency. It has reduced the inpatient mortality. It has lesser chances of human error, and it has made sure that risk profiling and analytics can play a very good role inside hospitals. And this is not just what I'm saying. Right? We've done a lot of deployments during COVID, as Dr. Madhuri had mentioned. IGGMC Nagpur was one of the key installations where almost 6 wards were completely transformed into Dozy wards, and through a remote patient monitoring cell inside the hospital, all 6 of them were controlled. And based on the alerts that we had triggered using Dozy, a contactless ballistocardiography based device, more than 800 patients in 6 months could have been shifted to ICU in timely manner, essentially saving their lives. So that's something that we've been very proud of. Not just this, we worked with the Indian Army as well. So the SCPP hospital that came up in Delhi, which was a temporary COVID facility, all 300 beds there were also converted to Dozy. Dr. Madhuri Kanitkar, as seen in the photo here, who was the highest ranking women officer in the Indian Army, was in charge of the facility, and she gave us 3 days to do this, and we did it within a couple of days itself. And as I said right in the beginning, this is just one application where we've seen that hospital monitoring and home monitoring, automating the collection of vital signs, increasing the frequency by which the data is collected, and transferring that in a very relevant manner to the healthcare professional or the caregiver, creates a lot of difference and can potentially save a lot of lives if implemented correctly, and it can remove a lot of burden from the healthcare ecosystem. We have a ton of research that is under potential as well. We feel that this technology has always been underutilized, and especially in healthcare, technologies are underutilized. So right now we have a vitals monitoring system. We are expanding our research portfolio to very soon have touchless heart rate variability available, touchless apnea measurement, touchless blood pressure measurement. Something which is under clinical trials is very, very promising right now is actually estimating the cardiac output from under the mattress. So the device should be able to tell you whether your ejection fraction is less than 50% or less than 30% or more than 50% within 10 minutes of you lying down on it. There's a tremendous amount of applications where you can actually go to the rural most areas of the country, put this in a PHC and do mass level screening and identify where is my taking time bomb, right? It can affect public policy. It can lead to intervention where we can catch heart failure at grade 1 and grade 2 and not let it go to grade 3 and grade 4. Thus giving longevity or increasing the life of a heart failure patient and making it much more full of quality as well. We're working on respiratory effort monitoring, as in respiratory failures. We're working on some neurodegenerative disorders with the Nimhans Hospital in the Parkinson space. And on top of all of this, the next pipeline is not just over here. We have touchless arrhythmia monitoring, which is coming up. We're working on some continuous monitoring for severe diabetes patients and severe kidney disorder patients as well, right? So all of this is just the beginning. the vital monitoring systems that we have right now deployed in the market is just the tip of the iceberg. And the rest of the parameters that you see are under progress. And the best part of this is that this happens from a very, very accessible and cost-effective hardware. And all of these features that I'm mentioning about can actually be given as a software upgrade to the existing devices that are there. We have approximately 7,000 devices deployed all across India that are completely combined together have monitored more than 1 lakh patients and generated alerts and saved more than 5,000 lives so far. This is just the beginning. As I said, we have tremendous amount of scope to explore this technology, and we are just scratching the surface as of now. A couple of concept shots that I wanted to kind of give you an overview how sleep apnea looks like on the left hand side, monitoring it, and how it would look like with us with Dozy this year itself. How cardiac output estimation or screening looks like. It is on the left side, how it looks like now, and how we are going to make it is on the right side. Similarly, how continuous blood pressure monitoring or ambulatory blood pressure monitoring looks like, and how we plan to do it. Arrhythmia, again, the same thing. And the point of the matter, or the point is that we as a technology company cannot do this alone, right? We are a group of engineers, and our hardcore skill is obviously making sure that we break systems and we solve problems. And we need the support of researchers, we need the support of clinicians and healthcare professionals, doctors, nursing staff, and everybody in the healthcare ecosystem to come together and make sure that no one person can deliver a complete solution that can help make healthcare accessible and reachable to each and every Indian. Quality healthcare, not just healthcare. And for doing this, we have to be together in this, and that's the key question that I have towards the end of the slide: that are we in this together or not? And that's about it.
Thank you, Dr. Goa. Wonderful talk. Over to Dr. Madhu. Dr. Madhu, please go ahead. Dr. Madhu, are you in the loop?
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry, sir.
Sure,
Yeah.
please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Gaurav. I'm sure our delegates will have a lot of questions, but we'll take the questions at the end of the symposium as we are short of time. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you're audible. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Moving on with our symposium, the next session, the next speaker of our session is Dr. Deepak Joshi. Before that, I want to make sure Dr. Joshi has joined the symposium.
Yes, I'm here, Dr. Madhuri.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Dr. Joshi is an assistant professor at Center for Biomedical Engineering, IIT Delhi, and a joint faculty with All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. He received his PhD in Biomedical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi, and a postdoctoral from University of Oregon, USA, in human physiology. He also worked at National University of Singapore, and Newcastle University, UK, before joining IIT Delhi as a faculty. He has a technology transfer and granted a US patent to his credit. He's a passionate teacher and has received Teaching Excellence Award at IIT Delhi in the year 2017. He was also awarded the membership of American Association of Advancement in Science in the year 2014. Dr. Joshi's current research work combines experimental and computational techniques to understand the neural correlates during walking and balancing for the diagnosis of neuromuscular disorders and for the development of assistive devices for stroke survivors, amputees, elderly population, and Parkinson's patients. He has an international project with the University of Zurich, Switzerland, where he is working to understand recovery patterns in spinal cord injured patients. His research laboratory is primarily funded by the Department of Science and Technology, Indian Council of Medical Research, Government of India, and Department of Biotechnology, Government of India. I now request Dr. Deepak Joshi to deliver his talk on force myography signal in physiology and biomechanics.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhuri. I thank Professor K.K. Deepak for inviting me to deliver a lecture on this symposium, as well as giving me an opportunity to share some of my work in the lab, which is related to biomechanics and physiology. So I'll share the screen and then I'll continue. So please confirm if my slides are visible and they're moving as well.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So I would request Dr. Madhuri to please stop me when you feel that the time is so that, as I know that there is a time limit for the talk. So as Professor K.K. Deepak mentioned that harnessing the biosignals from the human body has a huge scope of wearable devices, long-term and continuous monitoring. So my talk will talk about a very specific signal, which is force myography, and its application in physiology and biomechanics. And I'll show some of the instrumentation part and some examples from physiology and biomechanics. So before that, let me tell you what is force myography signal. So probably it's a very recent signal that has been explored by the signal processing engineers and the instrumentation scientists to kind of understand the role of muscles in various physiological and biomechanics event. So in short, the definition says that it's a volumetric change in the muscle because of the compartment, for example, thigh or the biceps compartment. So there is a volumetric change whenever the muscles are contracted, and this volumetric change actually leads to the pressures on the surface of the compartment. So this pressure is being recorded by the force sensitive register. So this pressure is basically a radial pressure, not the longitudinal pressure, which has been very popularly understood by the physiologists in biomechanics and physiology. In contrast, this pressure, which I am discussing here as a force myography, is not the longitudinal force, it's rather the radial force created by the volumetric change of the muscle. So I want you to please consider this point very clearly, that this is not the longitudinal force, it is the radial force created by the muscle contraction. And then as an instrumentation engineer, what we do is we record the surface pressure by small and very sensitive force sensitive registers, and then we use it for various purposes we mention here. One of the special application I will discuss in detail, but in general we use it for various gate quality assessment, control of processes, providing haptic feedback, and doing some physiological studies as well. So you can see here, this is a thigh compartment shown here, and you can see a radial pressure being generated by the contraction of the muscles due to the volume change. And this volume change is recorded by this strap, which has 8 force sensitive registers. So here in this slide, you can see it is being recorded by 2 participants. One is healthy and one is amputated amputee who has lost his limb below the knee. And there are certain protocols and certain, you can see the circuit is described here. I'll not go into the detail, but in the basic, it is having some operational amplifiers and some Arduino circuits or Arduino digital devices to record the signals. So how this force myography can be very useful to us in comparison to others. So I'll give you a very clear-cut differentiation between the you can say advantage or disadvantage between the EMG and this force myography, which I will refer to FMG from now onwards. So I'll discuss that point in a separate slide, but in general, this FMG can be a very good tool to understand the electrical correspondent mechanical manifestation of a skeletal muscle. So in general, we all know that how muscle contract is that we do to the neural inputs coming from the brain or through the spinal cord. And then this through the neuromuscular junction, it contracts, which is basically the EMG signal, which we record. After this neuromuscular junction releases this action potential, there is a mechanical contraction that takes place, which is reflected in the longitudinal force as well as in the radial force. Longitudinal force has been studied extensively by the physiologists and by the biomechanists, but this radial force has been neglected because of its very low magnitude, as well as probably not, kind of has been considered as a potential tool or probably not as useful as EMG. We thought, like Professor Deepak said, we thought to harness this information and see if it can be really useful in comparison to EMG. And then we plan to use it for sports science, amputees, neuropathies, and physiotherapy. So this is what the basic idea is. As you know that neural, in the left hand side, you can see the FMG and the SEMG, the surface EMG. You can see that FMG is a mechanical activity, electrical, however, the SEMG is the electrical manifestation of the muscles. FMG needs a very simplified instrumentation compared to the EMG, and being a mechanical information, FMG has very low chances to be kind of disrupted by the sweating. However, in EMG, it's a very well-known phenomena that if sweating is there, then there will be a very disturbance and noisy EMG signal. And EMG is quite expensive in terms of if you buy a procured EMG system that cost even 12 channel will cost you around 10 to 12 lakhs. And SEMG is a very accepted technology. However, FMG is a novel technology. So let me tell you what we are doing in our lab with this FMG signal. As I said to you that if you see this figure in the right hand side, this neural activation changes neural activation propagates to the neuromuscular junction and then creates the action potential to generate the EMG signal. This EMG signal actually, when contracts the muscle, creates a FMG signal. Now this FMG signal has certain advantages which I mentioned, like simplified instrumentation. It's a mechanical activity, so we expect not to be changed by any physiological state of the mind or physiological state of the human body compared to the EMG. However, what the problem is that this FMG is not very popular in terms of clinical understanding, in terms of clinical application. So what we are trying to do is, however, EMG is very popular among physiologists, among biomechanics, among the clinicians, among the neurologists. So what we thought is, let's take the advantage of FMG signals, being a mechanical activity, being a simple instrumentation, being low susceptibility to sweating, being a low cost, and then try to develop a mathematical model to do some passive dynamics, and then say that if this is the FMG signal, then what would have been the neural activation to generate this FMG signal. So what we are trying to do is low cost instrumentation, a very robust system, and predicting by understanding the inverse mechanism. So we are not going forward, we are rather going backward. We are collecting the FMG signal and then predicting that this FMG, if this is the FMG signal, then which EMG signal would have been generated this EMG signal. So this will be very great, because then you are not measuring the EMG, you are measuring the FMG, which is very low cost and very versatile signal, but you are also generating the EMG which was corresponding to that EMG signal. So this is our experimental setup. Here you can see that there is an EMG setup to actually validate our results. And this is a FMG start, and this is a trigger to continuously record the synchronized data. So in this video, you can see that there on the thigh there is a FMG strap, and we collected this data for validation as well as the testing of this. So let me go to the results. Yeah, okay. So these are the results. So let me show you. Probably let me go with the figure one by one. In the figure A, you can see that it is only the EMG signal, no FMG signal here. It is just the EMG signal, which is rectified and filtered later on. In the figure B, this normalized EMG signal was passed through a threshold to detect the on and off of a muscle. So like whether the muscle is on or whether the muscle is off. In the C is FMG signal. So it's not EMG signal, it's FMG signal and later filtered. And in the D signal, I have plotted both the signals, EMG and FMG. Now our goal is from the black signal, the black shown signal, to predict the blue shown signal. So we have the information of the black. Black is all data points are with us with the black signal, and we are assuming that we don't know the SEMG signal. So we will develop a model, we'll develop a biophysical model, and then try to estimate the blue signal. And then we'll see how close we are with the experimental blue signal. So in the right hand side, first what we try to do is in the blue one, we show the on-off time from the EMG signal, or from the black, you can see the on-off time calculated from the FMG signal. So probably you will see that the initial results are very nice, that in the beginning, both the signal completely are in agreement of muscle on and off. However, at the later stage, there was quite a good difference in terms of agreement between both the signal, and probably that is due to the electromechanical delay, which we did not consider in the model. Similarly, we also detected the gate event like heel strike and toe off from both the signals. And what we observed that FMG is far more accurate in terms of EMG when we detect the heel strike by using these signals. So this is the FMG system in this particular one was used to detect the muscle on and off state. Similarly, it was also used to detect the gate events, and in the amputee population as well as in the healthy population. So we conclude that it's a viable and inexpensive alternate to EMG. And at least if not alternate, then maybe a complementary to EMG. So which can be a very useful information to the physiologist as well as to the clinicians, where we are recording the radial force generated by the muscles. And from that radial force, we are going back doing mathematics and then predicting the neural information of the brain. So we published these 2 articles in IEEE Transactions. I'll skip that. So we also use then this information to detect as an assistive device. Can this force myography signal coming from the thigh compartment can predict whether the person is walking on ground, ramp, or stairs, and both up and down, ramp, up, down, stairs. So we did some machine learning kind of results, and you can see here that in the figure, this figure where right now my cursor is, in this figure where right now my cursor is, you can see with the humidity, there was a high drop of accuracy from the EMG, but from the force myography signal, there was no drop of the FM accuracy. And the reason is very straightforward, because EMG is an electrical signal. So any sweating coming between the sensor and the skin will disrupt the electrical signal. However, in the mechanical information, even if a sweating comes, the force will not be affected by generated by the muscle and recorded by the sensor due to that sweating in the surface of the thigh. So I'll just take a video of showing how this was done, and you will see that how it was used to control the prosthetic limb. So this device you could see from the device that there were the minimal efforts from the user. Like he did not put a lot of efforts. There was no hip hiking, quite a normal gait. And this video I'm showing it from 2018. And later we did a tech transfer to a company in Chandigarh where they have taken up it as, and probably they will be launching it to the market as quickly as possible. Due to Corona, we could not do a lot of enough clinical trials, but probably now they are at a stage where they can launch it to the market. So the idea is that, rather than driving from EMG looks very promising because it is very intuitive, but then it get corrupted with the lot of physiological state of the human body as well as with the environmental factors. However, this mechanical information is very low hanging. You need a very simple instrumentation, very simple algorithms like if-else kind of rules, and they really help to get amputees to build up confidence to walk on this simple rather than a very complex device. So with this, I thank organizers, and I hope the talk was useful for the audience. I would be happy to answer any comment or any question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak. Joshi, very nice talk. Again, because of short time, we go to the next.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, on the talk on force myography and its use in intelligent prosthetic limbs. Thank you very much. Next, we have in our symposium Dr. Pankaj Parashar, who is the founder of Cutting Edge Medical Devices Private Limited. He worked in the healthcare industry in different capacities for more than 17 years, and his academic background is a unique combination of medicine and engineering, an MBBS degree followed by PhD in biomedical engineering from IIT Delhi, for his rigorous passion for medical technology, where he is in the last phase of research. He has been associated with various government organizations and departments contributing to health policies and services. as an associate consultant of National Health Systems Research Center, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. He has been instrumental in formulating more than 5 health policies implemented by the government, which has been implemented nationally, and the prominent specialist for the Department of Health, Government of MP. He contributed significantly in increasing and institutionalizing transparency in the procurement system, as well as ensuring quality procurement. Dr. Pankaj's dedication to innovation and passion for affordable healthcare has made him a serial innovator and an entrepreneur. He has developed innovative, affordable medical devices for mass healthcare with 17 years of focused efforts. He is currently working on smart point-of-care diagnostics.
So, Pankaj, you can take over.
Sure.
Just to save time.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So thank you very much, Professor Deepak, sir, for having me here, giving me this opportunity to talk to this august audience. Thank you, Madhuri ma'am, for a kind introduction.
I'm sorry, there was a disconnect.
No problem, ma'am, no problem. So, so today the topic that has been assigned to me for this symposium is, just let me share this. So I'm going to talk about physiologist as an entrepreneur, because I've been, after my MBBS, I've been working for a medical college in the Department of Physiology. I'm not a physiologist totally by academics, and I'm not an MD. So I have an interest in research. I had an interest, so I turned towards this basic life sciences subject. Then for my further interest, went for a PhD program in biomedical engineering. I'm still in the, what should I call it? I've taken a break from that. And during that, I founded a company. It's a medical device company where we are developing medical devices, just like Gaurav and his team is doing. So I had an experience in developing, validating, and deploying the products into the market after all the regulatory clearances. Because what I feel is, during my various stages of my experience, I've seen that development is a huge opportunity that all the scientists do, but there is also a need where a little more efforts are needed, where the technology that has been developed can come to the use of the patients and the people in the bottom of the pyramid. So that's where that has been driving me, and that's where my journey as an entrepreneur is being shown here. So it's nothing that I'm not going to talk much about the technology thing that Deepak sir, Dr. Deepak Joshi's lab and Dr. Jindal sir's labs have been doing. We have been doing pretty basic things, but trying to bring the products into the market. So I'll be sharing my experience as an innovator, that how taking my experience, the other innovators and physiologists can come up with products into the market, which is the need of the hour. So if we talk about entrepreneurship, it comes from the word, a French word meaning entreprendre, which means to undertake. It's to undertake any business, to undertake any project, anything. So basically there's a word enterprise, which comes as a business, and one who takes it is an entrepreneur. Today, technology has overtaken the traditional businesses and has a new term coined, that is technopreneurship. When technology gets into entrepreneurship, that makes technopreneurship. We have just seen the example of Dozy, where an ancient, I'm calling it ancient, yes, an old technology of ballistic cardiography is now being taken to an altogether new application using the modern technology and enhancing its utility. So that is what the difference the technology bringing together with entrepreneurship can make. Why entrepreneurship has become such an important thing that a symposium like this, which is hardcore academic, needs to talk about entrepreneurship. Why I think that the organizers are also well aligned with the national policy and the Honorable Prime Minister's goal to make Atmanirbhar Bharat. And for that, we need entrepreneurship as a big gateway of undertaking things to the next level. When you hear the word entrepreneur, these are the famous pictures and faces that come up. from Thomas Alva Edison to our own Mr. Sachin Bansal, Vinod Khosla, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, and all these people have not only created businesses, but have created huge value to the entire mankind. Money and the growth of the business is just an outcome. They all solve the problems that we had been facing. Maybe a small change in the speed of search engine made Google an enormous company. A need to socialize, being at home, created Facebook. Similarly, these people have really made things happen to the next level. So entrepreneurship is the journey from taking a product, developing it, making it fit to the market, and then taking it to the people. Most people think nowadays it has become more of a jargon or a buzzword, but it's very important. As an entrepreneur, first generation entrepreneur, I've spent 8 years of my prime of my life developing a product. I'll be talking about that. It's basically a roller coaster ride where you cannot disembark from that journey. So that is what entrepreneurship is. It's an adrenaline thrill. It's really a satisfying journey, but it's a huge opportunity that can make a big change to the country as well. If we talk about the present scenario, it is like India imports more than 80% of its medical device requirements from the Western world and the other parts of the world. That is, today we have a net import of more than $2.1 billion in 2019, and which is expected to reach $10 billion, that is 70,000 crore rupees by next few years. Why do we need to depend upon the Western world when we can ourselves do that? See the level of research that our premier institutes and other institutes are doing. Why can't we bring that to the world and take the advantage of our technological advancements and earn the foreign exchange, foreign revenue for the country instead of spending the money on that? Especially in these times, we have seen that during COVID, when we had the second lethal wave, the need of oxygen concentrators and dependency of those for that on China and other countries had brought the country on knees. We had to really use very poor quality products at an exorbitantly high price. This was a short duration the country managed, but imagine the condition if there is a war between any other countries or with the country. In that condition, this could become a pressing point for the governments to negotiate upon. So it's the time for our country to become Atmanirbhar in Swasth as well. So why I think physiologists would be the best suited people among the medical fraternity to be entrepreneurs. We understand body physiology very well. We are research oriented and we have a refreshed knowledge of various physiological parameters. I'm not demeaning or taking anyone less, but the thing is, we regularly get brushed up with our memories with these biomedical and bioelectric and biochemical processes and signals that are generated. As in the initial part, Dr. Deepak said that there are thousands of signals that are generated by the body, and if we can capture them, we can really understand the real things happening in the body. Dr. Jindal said about the ancient understanding about our basic physiological parameters. So if we as physiologists understand them well, so we can implement them at the ground level very well. We have friends and specialists to seek help from. Like Dr. Deepak, I've seen in his lab, they work with surgeons, they work with physicians and every department. So we can be the best connecting links between the various expertises in medicine. And here you can see IIT Delhi collaborates with AIIMS and helps in making technologies feasible. So why do we need healthcare technology to be brought not only to the labs, we need to bring it to the people? because healthcare is a humongous area. To sustain a population of 1.4 billion reaching to 1.5 or 1.6 billion in the next few years, we need humongous expenditures on healthcare. Digital healthcare is a great opportunity where, just like Dozy, you just have to create some database, some point of care devices, and then generate a lot of data, and then can get into that real digital healthcare services. Doctors are today receptive for taking new technologies. These are our problems, and we need to make out our solutions. This is now high time. Now the doctors must take over the responsibility also to bring the technologies what we need for our own sake. So that's why I seek a great opportunity for healthcare professionals to get into entrepreneurship. How to identify a gap? That's a very big problem. How to find out a gap? There are so many problems everywhere. How to find out a gap? With me as an innovator, it was great that I was into healthcare. I had a great experience of that, had a basic intent and interest in technology, so could understand the solutions as well. So how could a person who's looking towards getting into entrepreneurship or gap finding can look into that? So there is a bio-design method of gap identification. In that, what happens, it was started by Stanford bio-design program. That was a program that was started by Stanford University, IIT Delhi, and AIIMS run together, where multifaceted people from various fields came together and worked on healthcare problems. So there, what you have to do is just look around for problems. Don't look for solutions. I'd been a part of that workshop that was organized by AIIMS. So there we were trained, don't jump to solutions. We have a habit of jumping to solutions. No, just open up your mind, close your mind, open up your eyes, and just look at problems. How a nurse maintains the records of the patient, how the queue is managed in the hospital, how the doctors look at patients, how the doctors transfer the data that they have collected. So these are all areas where you can find out as a third person, there are so many gaps. Don't try to find out solutions. Then the other way is, after that, once you have found out the problems, sit together, look onto the problems, brainstorm which is a bigger problem that the group sees, and then try to find out logical, technical solutions that are feasible. That is what is important. Once you have found out a gap, that's a structured, systematic way of doing it through a bio-design method. Now, if you're not trained in bio-design method, the normal way is just look up around for problems, not for solutions. You can even ask others if there really are any problems. Like, talk to a surgeon, what's the problem when you feel, when you want to have, say, for example, certain parameters of the patient recorded. He might or she might give some problems they might have been facing. So that's how you can do. Ask people that how to see those problems, how they want to how the solution of the problem must be, that what do they want. Try to ask solutions from them. Probably their solution itself is a problem. So that's how you can find out problems or the gaps in the existing system. Work upon the solutions. Try to find out to reach to the largest population. Try to find out the problems, whether it is affecting 10 people or 10 million people. Just try to find out bigger problems. And then you have to fall in love. If you want to be an entrepreneur, you have to be falling in love with that. And to that level, and the level of that love should be to the level of craziness. I have been breathing, eating, sleeping, doing everything with my project since last 8 years. It has been really, really, really a level of insane passion. That's what makes you develop a project from a concept to a product. There are so many problems that come in the way, but if you're passionate, if you are properly driven, you can find out solutions. Now, what as an entrepreneur I would suggest my colleagues who would like to become entrepreneurs: try to find out compelling problems. A problem that is already being solved well is not a problem worth investing your efforts in. We already have so many car booking, cab booking apps. So unless and until a solution that solves another major problem in the system is there, no need of creating another app. So similarly, you have to fall in love with that. I told you the level of craziness. Pursue with craze level passion. It's passion that differentiates between an ordinary and an extraordinary entrepreneur. Integrity is of prime importance because you can fool others, but you can't fool yourself. And someday, the creating a false buzz always opens up. Just like if you have heard of Theranos, a huge scam in startup ecosystem that happened a few years ago in Silicon Valley, where a hoax was promoted as a breakthrough medical device in diagnostics. So that is what got busted, and the founders are now in jail. So that's why integrity is of prime importance. Look for partners, collaborate. This is, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Dr. Pankaj, but we'll have to conclude.
Sure. Just a couple of minutes. A couple of minutes.
Sure.
Look for collaboration. This is very important. One person cannot do everything. I'm a doctor. I can never become a hardcore electronics and embedded systems engineer. So why to learn everything? Partner with them. Like we have gone through the journey of developing a medical device. So we can help others do that. So that's why collaboration is a big thing. Think of future today. Quality validation is very important because Indian products are in medical devices have been having a bad reputation some years ago. Now the reputation is changing that the Indian products are also good because manufacturers have started giving importance to quality. Respect the land, laws of the land. You have to have patience. Medical technology is not an easy thing that a couple of friends stay late in the nights, develop an app and make it viral and you get investors. No, this has a very long gestation period, but the wait is worth it. Keep eyes on funding because that is very important. Strategize for long run. It's not a app business that you sell it to another company and start a new thing. It's a very long thing. So it's not a overnight business. Now, don'ts for an entrepreneur, that is very important. It's not don't expect overnight success. Don't lose hope. There will be billions of people saying no to what you're doing. I heard thousands of times that this product is not going to work. And today we have the product in the market. Don't try to find byways. Don't try to complicate things. Try to keep things as simple as possible. Try to find, don't break laws. Investors are just like your partners in life. So try to choose them smartly. Don't be short-sighted. Don't make loose statements. You are making a statement for life. And today all the statements are recorded and stay there. You have been seeing people's information statements coming back from graves. I'll just take you through my product development journey. My company is Cutting Edge Medical Devices Private Limited. The problem we are solving is for microalbumin estimation in protein in urine as a sign for kidney damage. We have more than 31.7 crore people in India who are vulnerable to kidney damage. This is the product that we have offered. It's a fastest point of care diagnostic device with the highest level of accuracy, non-dipstick based, smart device. It started with a cardboard box some years ago, and with multiple iterations, it has reached to the final product version. And now, after the regulatory clearances and certifications required for the country, we have the product already in the market. We are raising funds, and soon the product would be in various parts of the country, available in the various parts of the country. We also featured on Shark Tank India. So thank you very much for this opportunity, sir and madam, and the organizers of the symposium. I'll be happy to answer the questions later.
Thank you. Thank you, Pankaj. And over to Dr. Madhu.
Nice. Thank you, Dr. Pankaj. That was a very interesting session on, getting physiologists into the zone of technopreneurship. That's very interesting. But we'll take the questions at the end if time permits.
Sure.
So we move on to our last speaker of the day. Today is Professor Rich Fletcher, who is from MIT Cambridge, MA, Massachusetts, USA. Dr. Rich Fletcher directs the Mobile Technology Group within the MIT Mechanical Engineering Department, which develops a variety of mobile sensors, analytical tools, and diagnostic algorithms to study problems in global health, point-of-care diagnostics, mental health, and behavior medicine. Dr. Fletcher is also an assistant professor at University of Massachusetts Medical School, Department of Psychiatry. Dr. Fletcher earned undergraduate degree in physics and electrical engineering from MIT, with graduate degrees in information technology, wireless sensors, RFID, and Internet of Things. He has previously worked in the US Air Force, MIT Media Lab, and Harvard Mass General Hospital, producing over 20 US patents and several spin-off companies. Dr. Fletcher has been funded by NIH, the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, USAID, Vodafone, and the Tata Trust, with the aim of bridging together the fields of engineering and medicine. Dr. Fletcher will present today some of his work from his group conducted over the past 10 years with examples in the domains of global health, behavior medicine, and mental health. He will also discuss emerging opportunities and current challenges for technology researchers. I now request Professor Rich Fletcher to deliver his talk on mobile technologies for healthcare, where he will speak on artificial intelligence and mHealth technologies for disease screening and diagnostics. Over to you, Dr. Fletcher.
Dr. Fletcher will be joining from MIT Boston.
Yes.
So that's why the time zone difference is large. This will be early morning for him. So Dr. Fletcher, are you there? Dr. Rick? So there may be some issues in joining. Let's see.
Okay. We'll wait for a few minutes, sir.
Dr. Rick, are you there? I just gave a call to him, so if he can. Meanwhile, Dr. Madhuri, are there questions which we can compile?
Yes. I think Dr. Fletcher has joined.
He joined, yes. So
yeah, looks like he has joined.
Yeah, this call has worked. Dr. Fletcher, we are waiting for you.
Dr. Fletcher, can you hear us? Dr. Fletcher? Dr. Fletcher? Can you hear us? Can you hear me?
So I think we wait for him.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, we can start taking some questions, and then the moment he joins,
yes, sir,
we can bring him in. So let's wait.
So we request the delegates to put forth their questions, if any, to all the speakers that we have heard so far.
Sure. So the session is open for questions so far, those who have spoken. So anybody, we may start, we can save time towards end again. I don't see him on the list, Dr. Rick Fletcher.
He's
Yeah.
Dr. Fletcher, can you hear us? I think he's trying to connect the audio, but
Okay, there must be some problems with
problem, I think. He's just messaged.
Hello, are you able to join, Dr. Fletcher? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we don't see you on the screen. Yeah, so please join on the screen and connect your audio, both. You can, yeah. You try again. You log out and come again. So maybe some problem because we don't see you on screen here. Please, we are all waiting. Okay. Sure. Yeah. Disconnect and connect again. Sure. He's on the call and so he's trying to connect. Yeah. So there must be some signal problem coming over there. Okay.
So the delegates can put their questions even in the chat box. We'll read it out.
Yeah, people can put questions in the chat box. Yeah.
Jindal sir, are you there?
Yeah, he comes here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we see you here. Welcome.
Can you hear us, Dr. Fletcher?
Hello.
Yeah.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Please go ahead.
Got disconnected, I think, sir.
Okay. Again, ask again.
I can't see his.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Okay.
So, Dr. Fletcher, this is Dr. Madhuri.
Yes.
Yeah, and I had just given an introduction about you to the delegates. So you can start with your presentation as we are running short of time.
Okay. Great. Okay. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I will go ahead and start. Okay. Thank you, everyone. In my presentation, I will be discussing mobile technology and how we are using that with some computer algorithms for some of our health work. I would like to thank some of our sponsors, I guess, for this presentation, particularly Tata Trust for the work we have done in India. There's a picture of some of my students before the pandemic at MIT. So my group works on mobile health, and this involves phones and wearables and other devices that use the phone. And of course, the smartphone has quite a variety of capabilities that make it an attractive system to use as a platform for health diagnostics. And the need is that we're trying to address is basically in global health, there are many low resource areas where there is no equipment, and it's useful to have some kind of tool to help with health diagnostics and screening. In India, the public health care system looks more or less like this. My group works primarily in the lower tiers of the system. So we do projects that use the community health workers as well as maybe a GP doctor or maybe working in the sub-centers, for example. And so sometimes we make devices for these GP doctors, or we make some other tools that can be used by community health workers. So we started out about 15 years ago or so. You may remember some of the early days of phones that look like this, and that we used to connect to a laptop computer. So we did things like mapping. But then later in 2007, the smartphone appeared. And of course, later, this became dominated by Android. And it began to be used by community health workers. So, but if you look at the way that these tools have been used, 40 years ago, we started with things were all done on a paper form. And then later when we had laptops, people started typing information into the web. And now people are typing information into the mobile form. But in some ways, little has changed in 40 years. We are still just using these devices just as a place to type information. So what I think is now changing is what I call mHealth 3.0, the third generation. We're really starting to use the capability of the phones, the processing power, and all the sensors that really add to our capabilities. And this allows us to use processing and do things like machine learning right on the phone itself. So I'm going to give you some examples of how we use this, 3 disease examples. The first one is cardiovascular disease. So as you all know, as most of you know, if you look at a plot of the leading causes of mortality that you see plotted here, cardiovascular disease is usually ranked first in this blue color here. And within cardiovascular disease itself, there are many different cardiovascular disease types, but primarily we're interested in diseases related to atherosclerosis because that is a leading cause of death. And this examples are heart attacks and strokes. So as you know, this has multiple stages that can lead to a heart attack or stroke, starting with things like endothelial dysfunction, maybe hypertension. But we're looking at the process by which the blood vessels become calcified and more stiff. And the reason this is a health risk is because usually many people do not have awareness of this process happening until they have a more severe symptom such as a heart attack or a stroke. So what simple tools do we have to screen? So we generally use things like the Framingham score, which is a questionnaire. But if you look at these questionnaires, they require knowing what is the cholesterol level, for example, or the blood pressure. And these are not very easy to do in the field if you don't have a lab. And even something as simple as a blood pressure sometimes can have variation if you have a health worker that may not have the right training. But there is another assessment called by the World Health Organization called a WHO CVD risk assessment, but this one also requires knowing the cholesterol level. So we would like to find something that does not require any lab test. So the mobile solution that we have, we've developed different tools looking at different parts of the cardiovascular system. And as you know, this can be electrical, mechanical, or vascular. But for this particular disease, cardiovascular, the atherosclerosis, we're interested in the vascular. So as you know, many of the commercial systems primarily use ECG, looking at the electrical activity of the heart. So that's why we use a variety of tools looking at other aspects as well. But in particular for the atherosclerosis problem, we're interested in pulse wave velocity. So if you may be familiar with this principle that's used to measure the condition of your blood vessels. And in this case, you can measure the pulse at different points on the body and see how fast the pulse propagates along the body. And as you know, as the blood vessel stiffens, the velocity gets higher, the velocity increases as the pulse gets as the arteries get stiffer. And as you know, there's a difference between the aortic pulse wave velocity and also the pulse wave velocity in the limbs. So we're primarily interested in the aortic and that's where you see the biggest change over time, and also you see the biggest change as you get older. So there is a commercial system. One example is made by SpigmoCor. As you can see here, they look at the carotid pulse and the femoral pulse and measure the timing of that pulse from one to the other. But we're interested in a mobile, something simpler that can be used with a mobile. So we use something that's similar to like a pulse oximeter. So we have, something like a pulse oximeter that you can put on your finger, but we made our own that there are 3 probes, as you can see on the upper left here, and all of the 3 probes connect to the phone simultaneously. So what this allows us to do is to measure the propagation of the pulse. And so our system can measure the propagation of the pulse from the ear to the finger and to the toe, for example. And then by measuring the distance between the heart and the ear and the toe and the finger, we can also then take the ratio and calculate the velocity. So we did a clinical study, and this was in Nagpur, India, with Sengupta Research Hospital. We did it with 46 cardiac patients and 32 healthy controls. There's a picture of one of the patients in the study. And as you can see, these probes get connected to the phone. And the results, we had first correlated this to pulse wave velocity as measured through an echocardiogram. But then we looked at the ear finger, the ear toe, and if you stratify by age, you see a nice plot like you see here. And as you see, for increasing severity of atherosclerosis from healthy to, let's say, hypertensive with some signs of CVD, and then going to a more severe coronary arterial disease that was verified by the calcium scoring, you can see a big difference in the pulse wave velocity as calculated by the mobile system. So one of the things that we wanted to try to improve was the manual measurement of measuring these path lengths. This can be a little bit tedious, and doctors don't like to take extra time to do this. So we wanted to see if there's an alternative. And we were looking, can we predict CAD just using fewer parameters? So we did a coefficient analysis. And if you take the 2 most important variables, the pulse transit time and the height of the patient, just using these 2 variables alone, we were able to put that into a logistic regression model. And we're able to get a quite good prediction just using those 2 variables with 89% accuracy. And if you compare this to something like the questionnaire, the Framingham score, that only has 59% accuracy. And even if you add the CT scan quantification to that questionnaire, it's only 79%. So as you can see, just our simple pulse wave velocity model with 2 variables gives you quite a good prediction score for coronary arterial disease and atherosclerosis. Okay, and then second project is pulmonary disease. As we know, in pulmonary disease, this is also a big health need, and we worked on this project with the Chest Research Foundation, which has now changed its name, but this was in Pune, India. And this was directed by Dr. Salvi in Pune. As you know, the lung has quite a variety of different airways and the gas exchange mechanism. And the lung, pulmonary disease includes several different diseases, but the primary ones are COPD, asthma, and of course, infectious diseases, for example, and also allergies. This is a concern in many parts of Southeast Asia, for example, because there's other types of medicine that is practiced, and in many different, other types of medicine, pulmonary disease is not necessarily known that well as, you know, as the diagnostic tools for diagnosing pulmonary disease are not that well practiced. So there's a chance of misdiagnosis or underdiagnosis. So, you know, the gold standard or the more, you know, clinical way of measuring pulmonary disease is to use a pulmonary function testing lab, such as you see here. However, this equipment is quite rare. But if you have this equipment, you can follow a variety, you know, a diagnostic protocol to arrive at the particular disease that you have. There are fewer than 100 of these labs, even throughout the entire country of India. So there's not much access to this in many parts of the country. So we're interested in seeing what we can do. The classic solution, of course, is to use a stethoscope, which is still a useful tool. However, there is quite a bit of subjective variability between doctors about listening to lung sounds and even defining what the lung sounds are. So our approach is to add a mobile phone, and we first use the lung sounds connected to a computer with our mobile app. We can classify the lung sounds, doing an analysis of the sounds using machine learning and deep learning. We look at the location of the sounds. In addition to that, doing analysis of the sounds, we also use a peak flow meter. And the reason we use a peak flow meter is because a peak flow meter is a simpler way to measure obstruction. Instead of using spirometry, as you know, a spirometry, even though spirometry is not a very complicated test, it does require a lot of effort to administer. So if administering spirometry is difficult without proper training, so instead we use a peak flow meter, and we have a way of capturing that data on the phone. And then we use a questionnaire, and we take those 3 pieces of data and we feed it into an algorithm, a Bayesian algorithm, and with that, we're able to get quite good results in the 85 to 90% for the 4 main diseases. If anybody is interested, we have a simple questionnaire mobile app that's available for free on the Google Play Store. Then the last project that I'll mention is related to infections, which includes things like coronavirus. Pulmonary infections or respiratory infections are actually comprise half of the diseases. If you're at a pulmonary clinic, about half of the patients present with some sort of respiratory infection. So it's an important category of disease that we need to account for. And of course, the challenges for infection is because a patient may be contagious, you cannot touch the patient, or you don't want the patient to use any equipment because we would not like to infect contaminate the equipment. So decontamination is also a concern. So if there's something that could be done in a non-contact way, that's preferred. Of course, you all know that the coronavirus, for example, has been a worldwide concern. And you can see that the numbers in some parts of the world, such as sub-Saharan Africa, have been low, but they are not low because of the cases. They are primarily low because the testing, the access to testing has been low, and that's why the numbers have been low. So the way that we usually screen in a public setting is simply to look at the forehead temperature. And this is used in airports as well, for example.
When we came in July, no, Hari Krishna may have some of our presentations.
Yeah.
उसमें ना AMR के presentation होगी तो मुझे दिख जाता है.
Yeah. And if you look at the data from fever, however, even from the early data from China shows that even patients that were hospitalized did not present with a fever. 43% of the patients in the hospital with coronavirus did not have a fever. So fever is not always a reliable screening tool. So we use several different tools, simple things like cough analysis, But in this particular case, I'm just showing the data from the thermal image. So a thermal camera is a very low cost tool that can be attached to a mobile phone. And this allows us to take a simple photo of the patient that shows the temperature distribution. And we have used this in other projects in collaboration with Ames Hospital, Dr. Loda and Tav Pritesh Sethi. We've done some projects in the pediatric ward looking at septic shock or circulatory shock in the pediatric ward. But in this case, we were interested in looking at trying to diagnose pulmonary infection. We first started by looking at the torso, but the female patients were not comfortable even from the backside. So we began to just photograph the patient's face. So the question was, is it possible to diagnose an infection just looking at the thermal image of the face alone? So we did a study with a variety of pulmonary diseases to see what results we would get. And we first built a deep learning model with using convolutional neural nets or CNNs. And we were fortunate to see that it does give us a pretty good indication of a respiratory infection. And we were also surprised to see that COPD is also possible to be identified using a machine learning model. And we later, after doing some research on this, we see that COPD causes endothelial dysfunction as well, and microcirculatory irregularities in the face. So in the lower face and jaw, there are temperature variations. So that allows COPD to be also diagnosed using a simple thermal screening photo. And we also did to improve the results, we then used transfer learning, which allows us to boost our results a little bit more. And we finally, our final results were in the low 80% for infectious disease and COPD. More recently, we have also done a more specific test for coronavirus itself. But what I wanted to show here is that infectious disease, COPD, can be detected just using a thermal photo. The other diseases cannot. So in conclusion, through these three examples, I hope I have shown that smartphones are a powerful platform for screening in low resource areas. And of course, combining these with machine learning can give you quite good performance. And we think this can be used both by community health workers and GP doctors. So this technology already exists and can be starting to be used. However, because a lot of these methods are new, it still needs to be accepted by the medical community before it can be scaled up, in a large manner. But once it's accepted by the medical community, I think it could be a wonderful contribution for a variety of diseases. And we have also worked in other areas, including diabetes and malnutrition, for example. So I will end there, and there is my contact information. And thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Rick Fletcher. Very nice to have you in these odd hours of yours early in the morning, and a very wonderful talk you gave. So over to Dr. Madhuri.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Fletcher, for that very interesting and inspiring session. We hope our people will use these machine learning techniques in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So if there are questions available from the audience, then we can take up, it's about 5 o'clock, we can take up a couple of questions and before we leave the room. Dr. Madhuri, are there questions in the?
No, right now I cannot see any questions in the chat box. So I think since we are running out of time, we'll conclude now.
So I must thank you all the organizers and my colleague Dr. Madhuri for helping me in coordinating and conducting this session. I also thank you, Professor G.D. Jindal, Gaurav, a friend from Dozy, Deepak Joshi, Pankaj Parashar, and Dr. Fletcher. So I think it's been a wonderful journey talking about how technology can help in health and fitness. That was the topic. And most of the technology which have been said actually can fit into quantification of loss of health or the gradation of the fitness. Like even what Dr. Fletcher talked about, it can be used like how fit you are if you collect the data like pulse transit time and other things also. Because even with the age, there's a variation in these. Similarly, the DOSI, the people that are non-invasive recording from ballistocardiography and from EMG, force EMG, and Dr. Jindal's talk about pulse wave analysis and talking about how Vedic pulse can be used to decipher. And he gave several examples of, and so each speaker actually given a lead where you can go in the direction of doing research or doing physiology or applying for the clinical sciences. So all this, so I'm very thankful for enriching us, audience, about this topic, which is very close to my heart and which is what we need for India or any developing country to develop all this. So once again, thank you so much for the audience, those who have been listening to us. So with that, I come close to this beautiful symposium. Anybody want to say any word from the speakers or Dr. Madhuri? Over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. I thank the Fips 2022 organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the symposium, and I wish all the very best to the Fips 2022 team. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So over to organizer to Fips.
Thank you, Professor K.K. Deepak, Sir, Dr. Madhuri ma'am, and the speakers, Professor Rich Fisher, Dr. G.D. Jindal, Dr. Gaurav, and Dr. Deepak Joshi, and Dr. Pankaj Parashar, sir, for such a knowledge-filled session. Now we shall begin with our next session, that is Keynote Lecture 4, which is to be delivered by Dr. Taru Sharma ma'am. And I would therefore request Dr. Rajiv Varshney, sir, and Dr. Ajay Dang, sir, who are the chairpersons for this session, to kindly take over.
Yeah, thank you very much. So let ma'am join, then we'll start.
Dr. Dang, good evening. I'm already there.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. So nice of you. So thank you, all the organizing committee of Fips, our distinguished guests, delegates and friends. Very good evening to all of you. So it is a great honor for me to introduce and welcome Dr. Taru Sharma, Director of the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology, Hyderabad, the keynote speaker of this startlingly beautiful evening. So before joining NIAB, Dr. Sharma was Director, Center for Advanced Faculty Training in Veterinary Physiology and Head Division of Physiology and Climatology at IVRA Izzatnagar. And she has also served as a staff scientist at Biomed Private Limited, Ghaziabad, Center of Biotechnology, NDDB, Mumbai. And she was officially trained by late Dr. Lalji Singh at CCMB, Hyderabad, for buffalo embryo sexing. She has done her PDF at Louisiana State University, USA, in bovine somatic cell cloning. And she has about 34 years of experience in the area of reproductive physiology. And she has been working on oocytes, embryo genomics, as well as stem cell biology. And she has taken many projects, including a flagship program of IVRI on the stem cells, its biology and therapeutic application in livestock and pets. And she has also extended her studies on water buffaloes in pregnancy diagnosis and oocyte recovery, somatic cell development, and immunohistochemical localization of the proteins, to name a few. She is winner of many national and international awards. She has the honor of being FAO Fellow, and she has also been awarded with the National Bioscience Award from Department of Biotechnology and the prestigious ICR Award, Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award, for her outstanding research. So today, Dr. Taru Sharma will give her keynote address on reconnecting the elusive fetal stem cell physiology for better animal health. So, my dear colleagues, as we all know that fetal stem cell is one of the most fascinating areas of contemporary biology, and fetal cells, they possess an intermediate phenotype between embryonic and stem cells that make them ideal candidates for regenerative medicine. And they are more stable, carrying fewer mutations than adult cells, being younger and less epigenetically modified. And further, they also represent a useful cell source to largely expanding in culture, thus overcoming the limited ex vivo expansion capacity of adult cells. So, Madam, on behalf of the Federation of Indian Physiological Societies, we welcome you once again on this Fips platform and hope our delegates will enjoy your keynote address. Madam, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajay Dan, my very good friend, physiologist, principal scientist and head at NDRI. Thank you for your kind introduction. And you give me 30 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So can I share my slide?
Yeah, no, please.
My slides are visible. And
yeah, ma'am. Visible. They are visible.
And it's in slideshow mode, right?
Yeah, please.
And I am clearly audible, Dr. Dan, right?
Loud and clear, ma'am. Please continue.
Okay. Thank you very much. So a very good evening to one and all. This is, well, you know, I was supposed to be with all of you tomorrow, but well, thank you very much to Director Naiper, and I am here on day one. So it's a fantastic theme. The team Fips, which has really given, that is reconnecting physiology and nature for a healthy life. So when with this theme, when I was asked to give a keynote lecture, then I thought, what exactly? Because we had to reconnect it, and that too with the health, so therapeutic aspect. And that's how I planned my topic. Well, I think since morning we have a very good ignition, and before me, the speaker who has been talking on a very upfront areas and making it very important, all the outcomes. So climate and food, these are the two important things. And we sit in an animal veterinary science sector, and efficiency of these livestock is very important, and it's a key for us. So we need to have very good producing animal in a sound health. So number is not the key, quality is rather a key. With that aim, this is the livestock census, which is with us. And this population of 2019, if we compare with 2012, and the percent growth which is here. So the point we can draw from here, well, the animals we eat, they grow better. However, the important point over here is, so the world population global output of the livestock products needs an improvement. And when we say so, we just cannot say that better nutrition for sure, for better physiology. However, we have to have an holistic approach. And when we think and talk about that, then it comes for a better productive animals, all assisted reproductive technologies. It could be it oocyte or embryo genomics, or you should have a transgenic model for therapeutic protein, or maybe for better production. It could be go for the cloning, or maybe the cryoconservation, else the stem cell biology, onto which I am going to focus my talk. And this is what exactly I thought, that let us reconnect the elusive fetal stem cells and its physiology, and how could it be really tagged for a better animal health. With as it was told, right now I am at NIAB Hyderabad. However, the data which I am going to share was produced at Indian Veterinary Research Institute, Isaac Nagar, 133 years old institute, where I worked for last more than 3 decades. Okay, these pictures are making us understand, it was age-old thing, Hydra we all have studied, and how the where there is a fracture point, how the tail regrows in the lizard or the salamander or whatever is the species. The point I'm trying to put over here is regeneration in nature is very much there. And there are many outstanding examples, crayfish or embryo itself. There is an inverse relationship. If the complexity is more, the regenerative ability decreases and vice versa. This was very much there, as I showed, right from the time of Aristotle's. And it was 2012, which could see the Nobel Prize in this area in physiology medicine together to Shinya Yamanaka and Sir John Gurdon. So to move with the stem cells, we have, they are of embryonic, fetal and adult origin. And my task was made simpler by my colleague, Dr. Dang, who really explained very well what all. So as I move on, I shall be sharing a detail of this. I have just pointed out a mesenchymal bone marrow because the fetal stem cells, they also fall under the category of mesenchymal stem cells. Marrow origin mesenchymal stem cells do have a bit of contamination of hematopoietic stem cell once we collect the marrow fluid. And one needs to really get rid of it before you really can think of a therapeutic application using these cells. There are differentiation pathways. Look at this. These are embryonic stem cells. They originate from embryos, be it totipotent or pluripotent, and multipotent and unipotent, you have these mesenchymal stem cells. And exactly, you can just see the origin. They are of mesoderm origin, whereas the ectoderm and endoderm origin cells have been highlighted over here. To make this story a little simpler, let me focus on mesenchymal stem cell, because these cells would really revolutionize the therapeutics or the regenerative medicine. Why so? Because they have the regenerative ability. They are the pro-inflammatory, actually they are the immune compromised cells. And as I said, hypoimmunogenic. They could modulate the T cell phenotype, and also they could create the immunosuppressive local milieu. How do? They themselves get differentiated. They influence the niche area progenitor cells. They do make the regenerative microenvironment through the mitogenic, both trophic factors. These are just few examples, VEGF and all. They are immunomodulation. They can do through the secretion of all the molecules, which they do get differentiated once given the environment. And they do have a selective migration on the site of injury, besides having the antifibrotic and anti-apoptotic impact. So whether you give these cells and use them for therapy, or the injury happens, the niche cells themselves take care of it. However, if you do a structured therapy, it has added advantages, which I shall focus. As I said, that I would be talking mainly on the MSCs, so of marrow origin and fetal origin. Today's talk shall focus mainly on the fetal origin. However, we have been working with marrow origin cells also, and these are the details, why, and why not. And as I move, I shall be highlighting as well. Yes, there are advantages if we have the fetal adnexa origin MSCs. Well, if we take embryonic, there are ethical issues. Besides that, there are technical issues because they are tumorigenic. Whereas if you get it from adult origin, or especially marrow origin, it's invasive. Invasive, lifespan is relatively lesser. The telomerase activity is much lesser relatively compared to the fetal adnexa origin stem cells. And it's pretty painful, very invasive and very painful. Whereas fetal adnexa, it's attractive source because once you have, and these are having a very high proliferation activity, very high plasticity, as I said, due to the high telomerase activity. And it is no pain. Actually, some of the time, this is simply a trash, which one has to really use it. So I respected to use those references whose work has really depicted it first. However, a lot of water has flown after all this years. So what could be the types of these extra embryonic tissue derived MSCs? As I wrote over here, it could be all four sources we can use. But in our laboratory, what we found, the Wharton jelly was the best choice. And this outperformed over others in terms of growth kinetics, differentiation potential, expression of pluripotency markers, as well as other markers, cell surface markers. This was published in 2016 in the PLOS One. I will touch upon this, the data as I move on. Okay, so what do we do? Shall we isolate those stem cells from the natural niche and put it back in place of them in an artificial in vitro condition if we are going for regenerative medicine? That's an interrogation. May not be, because allogenic and xenogenic therapies are very much successful and valid. A good number of data we could produce to show what all one can do. The point, because this esteemed house has many important people, so the point I like to emphasize, animals are the gold standards as a preclinical model for stem cell therapy. Not only for animals only, but the larger animals are better predictors of responses for humans as well than that of rodents. So one need to really go for the large animal preclinical models having the stem cell therapeutic details into it. All right. As I move on, what does they do once you use these cells? As I said, they do transdifferentiate. They do have an immunomodulatory potential. They work through T cell, and that's the way it's all happening. You got a typical secrets. You have IL-10, INOS, and your IDO, and we all understand the role of it, and that's how the immunomodulation. So they also have a battery of secretory biomolecules which promote such functions required for any cell growth to happen due to any of the injuries. And most accepted mechanism are secretions from these cells besides the immunomodulatory potential. What exactly is existing knowledge? This is a pyramid, and the totipotents are occupying the base, typical base. So, but these two cells are, though they occupy the base of the pyramid, but we have, our hands are tied because of ethical issues and also because of their tumorigenic activities. Okay. Having said so, adult cells could really become popular because they could be very much used in the majority of the cases up to a very satisfactory and acceptable level, not only in the large animals, but also in case of the humans. So before I move on to share the data, I also like to make a statement. We need to understand the role of different small molecules, different transcription networks, as well as a combination of different signaling pathways, and understand what exactly is that which allows the stemness to be maintained. And then only we could focus on generating various strategies, whether to allow them for differentiation or not. And this is one of the very recent work which we just have published, wherein RANX2 is a central molecule. However, this work is not for the fetal stem cell. This was for the marrow origin cells. For this fetal origin, we are yet to publish. To move on, What are the major stem cell sources used? The list is long. However, I shall focus mainly on the fetal stem cell. They are non-invasive, as I said earlier. These are abundant. Rising number of public and private banks are there. One knows it. Now we have a fetal stem cell for our babies. Once the babies are born, you give the cord blood cells. Ethical issues are not there. They are the most young cells and they have long telomere activity. The only thing we require in the veterinary sciences, a hygienic collection of cord blood at the time of parturition. Here comes the data. I will share the work of caprine fetal adnexa stem cell work. We do have a buffalo work, but for this talk, I have kept the data and I shall be focusing only the goat model. So what we did is, actually we wanted everything out of it. So fetal adnexa, this is fetal adnexa, and you get 4 kinds of cells. You get amniotic fluid cells, and how you isolate? Through sedimentation. Then you have the amniotic sac cells and water and jelly cells, which I said they do the best. I shall highlight why. These two you work out through the explant culture, and you have the cord blood MSCs, which you do through typical fecal density gradient method. This is an outcome which shows that why is water and jelly work best. 1. This is the work which shows when you compare keeping them, because unless you do the banking, you really cannot say whether the water and jelly is outperforming. So this publication is in 2017. Immediately a year later, we said so, qualifying, making WJ qualifying to be the best ones. And then we did a couple of, the therapeutic experimental trials to further say so. This is a good picture you can enjoy. And this is how when the amniotic fluid, sac, jelly, and cord blood, they look like. As I said, these two are explant culture. And once they are typical fibroblastic in nature, and that is how they grow. And as you see, I say third passage. And why so? Because as I said, our laboratory also uses marrow origin cells. So there the thumb rule is post-third passage. So we don't have a hematopoietic MSC contamination along with a mesenchymal. So just to keep the bar same, whenever we are comparing fetal and the marrow region, we follow the same golden rule, third passage cells. This is a picture to share with you. Why do we say WJ cells better? This is a population doubling time. Lesser the time they take, better are the cells. So the WJ, and this is a growth curve. And this is a colony formation unit assay. All this is making WJ water jelly cells qualify, that they are the rapidly growing cells with faster population doubling time, and they do have a high clonogenic potential than the other fetal adnexa origin MSCs. So we moved on, and what we did is we typically did an alkaline phosphatase model, making them very clear that they are the cells we work with. 1. Then we do allow them to get differentiated to adipochondro as well as osteogenic differentiation for all the 4 cells, and one can really appreciate the adipo and the osteo and the chondro ones. So telling you that yes, they do maintain the stemness. Going for the pluripotency markers, so with all 4 types, pretty well they all express, but please keep your eye at the water and jelly pictures at any given point of time, so that by the end of my talk, you can appreciate. And if you're planning to work, then you can plan to work using the WJ. All the publications are there on the research gate, one can really go for. And when we have gone for, besides the cell surface antigen markers, the pluripotency markers through the FACS and PCR data, one can really appreciate for all 4 of them that yes, as was told by the chairman of this session, that they are in between, they are neither embryonic nor adult, and it is proved through CIMIC, FOX, and Kale data. This is a picture wherein the cells were used for wound healing regeneration. And these are the 4 cells. And the water jelly cell results over here. And the next, all this set, it is showing PT, that is post-thaw. So we did a cryobanking. I'm not going to detail it out. We did a cryobanking, and we have used them pre-thaw. I mean, before we, cryo freeze, before we have frozen them, and after post-thaw, what exactly these cells would do. After post-thaw, we do the same thing as we do with the fresh cells. So based on all this data, this is a typical wound healing model, and we follow 28 days post-surgery. It says, again, the pre and post are both WJ overqualified for the wound healing potential also, with a very good epithelialization as well as collagen thickness. So what did it tell us? As I was showing the publication, our all comparative assessment indicated that when we really have to reconnect, and we really need to focus on adnexa, fetal adnexa cells, and outer fetal adnexa, the water jelly, because of all the reasons which I have said. Well, the other cells are doing relatively much better when we compared with the marrow origin cell. So we designed an experiment wherein we compared the water jelly cells with the marrow origin cells, and we worked, these are the bone marrow origin MSCs. Again, we generated a wound healing model only. So these are the amniotic fluid and bone marrow. Actually, this was an experiment wherein we used allogenic as well as a xenogenic model. And again, we found that all the fetal, here the outcome was that if you compare the fetal origin cells with the marrow origin cells, fetal ones overperform the marrow origin, number one. And if you compare within the fetal adnexa, water jelly outperform the other 3 type of cells. Okay. Having shared this data from our laboratory, what are the animal diseases currently and conditions are being treated to keep the physiological and upright mode for a better health through the stem cell therapy? As I said, we were using a marrow origin cells. So we used autogenic, allogenic both for a bone model and for a bone segmental defect. And usually we are doing with the radius bone fracture healing. And this is a long list which people have been following the stem cell therapy. Equine and canines, these are 2 very lucrative animal species, because the owners of these 2 animals are pretty resourceful, and that is how these therapies are very much at home. These are some of the different application models for therapeutics which at our OPD we could develop, and it involves spinal injuries, so different kind of bone defects besides the wound model. And spinal injuries were very, very appreciable. The animal could not even sit or do, but they were later running and moving. This was very good. And some of the OPD cases, if it is reported quickly, the first dose, after first dose only, the animal really gets appreciably well, some of the local animals. So I still have 6 minutes with me. I'll take 4 minutes, 3 minutes or 4 minutes to complete Dr. Dan. Then when we do all these things, be it a marrow origin or be it a fetal adnexa, one important part is a retention and the survival post-transplantation must be improved, should be the concern of any of the scientific laboratory. So for that, people have been generating different kind of scaffolds, including our laboratory, different 3-dimensional biodegradable scaffolds, biological or non-biological scaffolds, and different support systems, different other bioactive molecules, several nanomaterials, and we could do with some mesh model, and we generated the mesh models as a scaffold, and we did use it for the bone repair radius and also for the wound model. And for this, we of course we have a provisional patent which could be applied. All right, a biggest concern for which we are all still struggling is about the guidelines in the veterinary sector. We are yet to get the guidelines. I'm sure we will get, but till date we don't have. However, the CDESCO and ICMR DBT have the guidelines for the human stem cell lines. So this is a very important part for all of us who are working with large animals. So because we had to know the rules before we really go for that. These therapies, they do hold remarkable promise, rather promises, but there is a significant gulf between the public expectation and the reality. And the major part is not because of the laboratory, but because of the guidelines with which we are working. And I think with that, I shall be acknowledging the team people. It was Anjali mainly who took up the caprine fetal indexa work, and Irfan took it ahead, whereas Rahul did some of the work with the conditioned media, and Pratish has taken over the work of like comparing the marrow origin and allergenic, autogenic and xenogenic mode. These are the people who were earlier working with embryonic stem cell. Nitin was working with buffalo embryonic stem cell, and so was Shrikant. But our OPD colleagues, surgeons who really handhold with us for therapeutic models, I acknowledge them. And all this is a very research involving a big funding. So without funding, we could not have moved to all this work, and people who allowed us to use the different facilities. And of course at CDRI, wherein we did in vivo imaging, the data I did not share over here. So when I moved 4 months back, less than 4 months back in last December, at NIAB already the group was working on culture characterization again on a goat model, adipose-derived stem cells, their differentiation, one can really appreciate. This is the data from Dr. Sandeep Goyal's laboratory of NIAB, and of course of the fetal origin as well. They focus mainly on the caprine amniotic membrane with a graphic abstract. And this is a characterization part which they have done, a beautiful picture with a clear the marker staining over here, and all the cell surface antigen marker. This is again Dr. Sandeep Goyal's laboratory. Then we have expanded a team little bit. Dr. Gandhi joined us. She's the one who has an expertise generating extracellular metrics. Maybe currently she's having with electrospun nanofibers material, but we do plan to have a biosensor based platform for detection of various kind of things. So this is the work which we are continuing at NIAB Hyderabad. And I really thank everyone for a patience hearing. Over to the chairman. I have left with 1 minute, so I may be allowed to take up the question, Dr. Dang.
Yeah, please, madam. Thank you, madam. Dr. Taru Sharma, for an enlightening presentation on the stem cell physiology. So any questions from the delegates, our guests? Yeah, welcome. Organizers, do we have any question? So if there are no questions, so madam, on behalf of the Fips, so we are very grateful to you for agreeing to be a part of this Fips celebration, and for taking this time from your busy schedule to be the keynote speaker of the seminar.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And I think next Fips, we will have the Animal Physiology Association also on board, Dr. Dang.
Yeah, madam, please.
Thank you very much. I really thank Director NIPER, Dr. Shashi Madam, for having given me chance to be part of Fips. If Madam joins, kindly.
Thank you, ma'am, for a wonderful presentation.
Madam, for letting me share my little work, whatever we could do. And as I was telling to Dr. Dang, I request you as a President Fips that let Animal Physiologists Association also be part of the federation.
Sure, ma'am. And next meeting we will propose.
Next meeting will take up, madam.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Taru Sharma, ma'am, for an informative session describing the stem cell. I also thank Dr. Ajay Dang, sir, for sharing this informative session. Now we will move ahead with the next session, that is S.K. Manchanda Oration International Category, to be chaired by Dr. Subarna Roy and Dr. Arun Bandyopadhyay, sir. So I request the chairpersons to kindly take over.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, please go ahead.
So this is Dr. Subarna Roy. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to welcome Professor Chandan K. Sen and for this prestigious S.K. Manchanda International Oration. And I would like to introduce him to the audience. Professor Chandan K. Sen is a PhD, is a distinguished university professor and J. Stanley Battersby Chair of Surgery at the Indiana University. He is a pioneer in the field of tissue culture, tissue repair, regeneration, and related infections. His contributions to invention and innovation include in vivo tissue reprogramming technology, tissue nanotransfection, electroceutical technology against antimicrobial resistance and biofilm, and artificial intelligence guided prosthetic device with multi-axial joint. He is the recipient of the Bicentennial Medal of the Office of the President of the Indiana University, Edison Award for Medical Innovation, and the Science and Humanity Prize of Oxygen Club, California. He holds 29 US and 38 foreign patents that have been licensed to 6 companies. He is the founder of several startup companies. Dr. Sen is an elected fellow of the National Academy of the Inventors of the United States. He has published over 150 articles which are listed in PubMed with an H index of 104. 15 books and 69 book chapters, and has served as an editor for the leading journals like Antioxidants and Redox Signaling and Advances in Wound Care. So it gives us an immense pleasure, sir, to welcome you to this particular conference, and we are all looking forward to hearing from you. Sir.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Roy, and thanks to the organizers for having me here. This is quite a pleasure. I'd like to have some help in sharing my screen. Looks like I'm not yet enabled by the organizers. It says open system preferences to share screen. Can somebody give me access to share my screen?
Organizers, can you please give admin rights to sir?
Is there an IT person here?
Yes, sir, he is available with us.
Okay, so it is saying me open system preferences to share screen. Normally, when you do, you see the screen and you click. And so I do have the green share screen button, but it is giving me a security sign.
Yeah, your screen is visible, sir.
Can you see my screen? All right. I'm assuming you can see my screen. Can somebody confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes, sir, we can see the screen.
Okay, very good. No, thanks again, and sorry for the loss of time. These things, are part now of these types of Zoom meetings. So Dr. Manchanda, it was in 1989, and that I first met him. And you would be very surprised to know where I met him. I met him in Helsinki, Finland for the first time. And in 1989, it was a centennial congress of the IUPS, the International Union for Physiological Sciences. And that year, I had won the Young Investigator Fellowship from India. So I was there from Calcutta, and Dr. Manchanda obviously was the head of physiology at AIMS. I met him and Dr. Usha Nair at that meeting, and ever since we have been very good friends, and obviously he's much more senior to me, much mentorship support by him and Professor Nair. Many years, I've gone back many years to AIMS. I still go back, I have collaborations there. A future chair, Dr. Bijlani, spent many months in my lab in the US. He was also the chair of physiology at AIMS. So the relationship between AIMS and us grew. And today I have an active grant with Dr. Sujata Mohanty at AIMS, and this is an Indo-US grant funded by international mechanisms. So this is a very, pleasant memory coming back from almost 30 years ago. That said, today I'm going to talk about, so here is a website address and over some 300 or so publications that came out from my lab are listed there, full text. So if somebody looks for the full text PDF, you can download from that website, chandansen.org. So before I get into this topic of infection, so primarily we are a repair regeneration group, and you would have seen many papers in those directions. But today I'm going to talk about a major obstacle in the area of repair regeneration, and that's infection complications. So all those wonderful work about tissue engineering and stem cells and all are good as long as you don't have infection. But the fact is, in an actual patient setting, 2/3 of every open wound has severe infection. Now, therefore, the topic of biofilm infection today. But before I get into that, let me paint a little bit of a physiological context. So the context is the wound, in this case, a skin wound. And what happens is when you have a defect in the skin, you have this EMT, epithelial mesenchymal transition, that allows the cells to detach and dissolve all these tight junctions and other types of anchoring proteins so that they can migrate. And this is the EMT format. Now, once the two apical cells meet each other as they close the wound, the whole process flips over and becomes MET, a mesenchymal epithelial transition. I recently wrote an editorial a few months ago in the Journal of Investigative Dermatology on this. So if you're interested, please take a look. Now, once the wound is resurfaced by epithelial cells, you have the reestablishment of the barrier function, which is the primary function of skin, as you know, one major function of the skin, as you know. And once that barrier function is reestablished, the transepidermal water loss is minimized. So the measure for skin barrier function is low transepidermal water loss, or TEWL, as you see here. Now, going forward, if one looks at the current clinical definition of a closed wound, because hospitals need to have guidance on what is a closed wound and what is open wound. Now, if you look at the US FDA, the current guidance is that the wound must be covered, so there cannot be a visible defect, plus there could not be any discharge over a period of two weeks. So if you have achieved these two criteria, then clinicians declare that wound closed. Now, one would notice that in this description of no defect and no discharge, there is no component of functionality. In other words, whether the skin, the repaired skin, has reestablished barrier function remains an open question. Now, why is that so important? And let me make that point. So this is a model that we published a few years ago in the Journal of Pathology, where we took these microbes, pathogenic microbes, from the wounds of patients where you have hard to heal wounds. You take the microbes, and then in this case, you take the Pseudomonas and the Acinetobacter and you infect the wound of a pig. Of course, this cannot be done in a human, therefore this must be done in a pig. Once you do that, you establish what is known as biofilm infection. And as you know, unlike planktonic infection, biofilm infection forms aggregates. And in the classical way, like every hospital measures infection using CFU, biofilm infection is CFU silent. So you could have a biofilm and there will be no CFU because the bacteria are in a hibernating mode. They do not proliferate, so they may not form colony, yet you have infection. So this is the type of infection that flows below the radar. Now, if you look at the healing kinetics of these pig wounds on the top, you'd see that the blue line and the red line have both closed, meaning that the wound has closed in over 56 days of time. Yet, if you look at the lower panel, you will see that the blue line has re-established barrier function, but the red line has not. What this means is that under conditions of biofilm infection, here known as induced infection, you have the appearance of closure. So according to FDA guidelines, the wound is closed. But if you look at the functionality, the wound is open because you have a piece of skin that has no barrier function. And therefore, the skin is an illusion where you see the wound open, but the wound is actually closed. So that brings in the concept of functional wound closure, which we introduced this concept a few years ago, and now it is becoming a big deal on the clinical side. And the whole concept is that if you structurally close a wound, then of course it satisfies the USA FDA endpoint. But if that structurally closed wound is not functionally closed, then that wound is more likely to recur. So we know in diabetics, roughly a third of all wounds recur. And once you have wound recurrence, it leads to very difficult pathology and in many cases to limb amputation. So you want to avoid wound recurrence. Of course, forget the cost of healthcare, that keeping aside in a more and more recurrence, more and more cost. But even if you take the cost aside, recurrence is a major threat. So in order for that wound to stay closed, it is very important to have the barrier function restored in that defect. So that brings us to the concept of wound recurrence. So when we did this study, we were one of the sites. I was the overall leader of the study, and Dr. Jeff Gertner, a plastic surgeon, a noted plastic surgeon in Stanford University, California. He's also a part of the California Institute for Regenerative Medicine. We did two studies, the same exact study in two different sites, our hospital and their hospital. And we ended up finding, indeed, in patients, if you measure the transepidermal water loss, which is just a non-invasive handheld device, and it gives you a reading, then that is a very sound predictor of wound recurrence. Now, the results were so exciting. And by the way, it was also backed by a paper from our group showing as to why the wound recurs, because you have compromised biomechanical properties of the wound, and that is caused by deficiencies in the granulation tissue collagen. So those that are interested, I have very limited time today, cannot get into the details, but if you look at this paper published, I think 2 years ago, 2020, very likely it was published, and then you will see the mechanisms by which bacterial collagenases weaken the skin collagen, resulting in rupture of the skin. Now, because those positive side and the clinical data were so strong, right now there is a multi-site study going on, sponsored by the National Institutes of Health. So the logo you see below with the two leaves and the foot, that's the logo of the NIH Diabetic Foot Consortium, or the DFC. So I am the Indiana PI for the DFC, and this study, the TEWL study, the transepidermal water loss study, is currently going on at Indiana University, Stanford University, University of Miami, University of Pittsburgh, University of California, San Francisco, and this is all, and the University of Michigan. And this is sponsored by the National Institutes of Health. So far, out of the 400 some patients required for the study, we have enrolled some 230 patients. So we are hoping that the study will be completing in about a year, and at which point we would know if this TEWL measurement can be used clinically, and that would actually remarkably change the standard of care provided in the case of managing difficult to heal wounds. Now let's switch back a little bit and come to biofilm. What are biofilm? Now, interestingly, in these patients where the transepidermal water loss was high, followed by the recurrence of the wound, when you took their tissue and did scanning electron microscopy, we could see a lot of biofilm in the TWL high. So if you see the TWL low, 7.3, no biofilm aggregates can be seen. TWL high, 55.1, you see these aggregates, embedded in what is known as the extracellular polymeric substance, or the EPS. Those are your biofilm structures. So if one looks at the prior definition, or the current active FDA definition, complete wound closure in that case is defined as skin reepithelialization without drainage or dressing requirement, confirmed at 2 consecutive study visits 2 weeks apart. This is the current definition as endorsed by the FDA. And the definition that would be coming out, if our hypothesis is holding good in this larger trial, is that complete wound closure should be defined as skin reepithelialization and restoration of barrier function without drainage or dressing requirements, confirmed at 2 consecutive study visits 2 weeks apart. By the way, a small part of the TWL study is also currently happening in AIIMS Rishikesh, thanks to the collaboration with the investigators there. Now, let me quickly show you a couple of slides about the wound biofilm. Most microbiologists study biofilm in a petri dish, and there you don't have host defenses. And therefore, the biofilm in a petri dish or a plastic plate is very different than the biofilm in the actual body, because in the biofilm in the actual body is a result of the back and forth between the pathogen and the host immune defense, which you don't have in the petri dish. So the wound biofilm looks something like this, where the microbes and the cells of the body are together. Okay, so this is a scanning electron microscope from our lab, and the CDC, the Center for Disease Control, estimates that 65%, and the NIH estimates 80% of all clinical infection involves biofilm. So this is really a major problem. This is, if I can play the video, let me see. Most likely we will not be able to play. Let me check if it. Okay, so I'll skip. So this was supposed to be a video that would actually show in very high resolution how the bacteria and the immune cells, are together in this biofilm aggregate, and how that influences the pathogenesis of the wound. Now, in this case, the video is not playing, so I'll skip that. And now we will come to the concept that we just published, the new concept of a theft biofilm. So what is a theft biofilm? So the paper just came out. It's in PubMed. You can see if you would like to. This is in the top-ranked journal in the discipline of surgery and of the surgery. And this is the first time this concept has been introduced. And what is this concept? The concept summary is that in cutaneous wounds, Pseudomonas aeruginosa forms pathogenic theft biofilm. Of course, you have to work with any, one set of microbes, but when you put this microbe, remember, it is not just a single microbe. Always infection is polymicrobial. Now, in this case, we demonstrated that the biofilm severity relies on the theft of host lipids. So the bacteria themselves are not as pathogenic as we thought. The bacteria comes into the body, accesses host resources, only then can they become pathogenic. So this our idea of killing the bacteria alone may not be just the only approach to manage this infection. On one hand, getting rid of the bacteria if you can is good, but there is antibiotic resistance. But then you could have also a strategy that would guard the host resources that are important for the bacteria to hurt us. Okay, so in this particular case, we are showing that skin ceramide biosynthesis is impaired by post-transcriptional gene silencing of this enzyme called SERES3 by a biofilm-inducible microRNA 106B. And this, once this ceramide pool is depleted, so now PPAR delta is affected, and this depletion is caused by bacterial ceramidases. So once they're in the body, normally bacterial ceramidases are very low. But the moment they're in the body, they actually take chemicals from the host, and that turns on the operon to induce bacterial ceramidases. And that high bacterial ceramidases, like 100-fold high, okay, will come and chew up the ceramides of our skin. So overall, if we are to sort of summarize, then the expression of PPAR delta, a major regulator of skin lipid homeostasis, is blunted. PPAR delta faces a second line of attack in the form of epigenetic silencing by both biofilm-inducible 106B as well as sphingosine 1-phosphate. I'm shortly going to show you how. Such loss of PPAR delta compromised downstream genes, including cutaneous lipid transporter ABCA12. So taken together, biofilm disrupts skin lipid homeostasis in a way that site of wound repair cannot restore barrier function, a marker of functional wound healing. Importantly, bacteria alone cannot do this pathology. They are reliant on host resources to be pathogenic to us. That is the primary notion. So this is the summary figure that is published in the paper, where you exactly see what I just mentioned, how bacterial ceramides in the green structure to your left top, with high bacterial ceramidases and is depleting the ceramide, and then that has the effect on the PPAR delta system, which eventually impacts the barrier function of the skin. Now, in the interest of taking questions, I'll quickly flip through a few data slides, but because this is published, I will not dwell on it. So here you see in red the ceramide on the top, and in the second panel, you see the outer ceramide is all gone. Now, if you have the same infection and you mutate the ceramidase, bacterial ceramidase of the microbe, you can rescue some of that, pointing to the fact that bacterial ceramides are responsible for the skin ceramide depletion. Importantly, if you look at the biofilm on the very top, the right, the green here is showing the biofilm. Alone, the bacteria make very little biofilm. Look at the green panel to the top, says WGA, okay? But the moment you add skin lipid to those bacteria, look at how much biofilm it is making, okay? Now, if you add the same skin extract, but you take away the lipid using charcoal, again, it looks like the top panel, meaning that the skin lipids are a major resource for the bacteria to make biofilm. Similarly, we have shown that how wound biofilm downregulates the host skin ceramide synthase 3 or the SERES3, and this depletes dihydroceramide. These are all part of the publication, and that lowered PPAR delta happens as a result of biofilm dependent depletion of ceramide. Now, some of this sphingosine 1-phosphate impact is happens through methylation of the PPAR delta promoter, which then silences the PPAR delta and brings down the expression of PPAR delta exactly. So this is some bisulfite sequencing data. I'll not get into the details. This is part of the paper, but just to give you an overall concept, supports the exact same cartoon that I showed a couple of minutes ago. Finally, we were able to demonstrate that this wound biofilm infection compromises the lipid transporter ABCA12, and this ABC, or the ATP cassette binding proteins, are very important with respect to reestablishing the barrier function of the skin. With that, finally, this I think is our last slide. We have been able to collaborate with a group in Japan and come up with a drug called ceramidastin, and ceramidastin can be used to actually block the bacterial ceramidase. And once you do that, you can rescue the skin ceramides as shown here. The ceramide is in red, and remarkable rescue, as you see in the bar. And this can be now going forward into patient therapeutics. And if you go into the pig, of course, before you go into the patients, you need data from the preclinical setting. So these are data from the pig showing that if you add these bacteria where the ceramidase has been mutated, which would be the green line, you will see that you can restore barrier function. But the same infection where ceramide is not mutated, which is the blue line, you have disrupted barrier function. With that, I'd like to thank the US military and the NIH for sponsoring our work. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. I am myself a small-time microbiologist, and it is very interesting to hear you. And no doubt that is the reason why you have always looked at things in new paradigm and have always used new approaches. And it's very interesting to see this new approach, how you were trying to prevent the theft of the ceramides by wound bacterial biofilms, and even the promise of this ceramidin, which can actually prevent that. And if this works well, then we will have it will go a big way in actually reducing the time of healing as well as in the management of wounds. And thank you, sir, for a wonderful presentation. And I think you have actually taken much less time than was allotted to you, so we can have a couple of questions if the audience can see. Any question from the audience?
You can also type in the chat if you want to. Please feel free to type in or unmute yourself and speak up. Thank you.
It is late evening in India, so I think people are not in a mood of asking questions. Anyway, I would like to thank you on behalf of the organizers, sir, for a wonderful presentation. And on behalf of myself, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to share the stage with such an eminent person. My pleasure. And thanks to the organizers. Thank you. Over from my end.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Chandan Sen, sir, and Dr. Subarna Roy, sir, for this session. Now I request the chairperson of the keynote lecture 2 session, that is Dr. G.K. Pal, sir, and Dr. Sunil K. Hota, sir, to kindly take over and take the conference ahead.
Yeah, I am available. I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good evening. Dr. Hota is available. Dr. Sunil.
Yes, sir. Dr. Sunil Hota here, sir.
Yeah. You can initiate first. You can start the session. Yeah.
Right, sir. A hearty welcome to the August Scientific Community for the Fips 2022. And we are now to begin the much awaited keynote lecture of Fips 2022 on myocardial physiology by Professor Susan. But before that, I'd like to introduce the chairperson of the keynote lecture, Dr. Gopal Krishna Pal. Dr. Pal is an eminent physiologist of the country and a mentor of the mentors in physiology. He is presently serving as senior professor in Department of Physiology at JIPMER Pondicherry and Dean to Faculty of Medicine at Pondicherry University. Dr. G.K. Pal is also Program Director of Advanced Center for Yoga at JIPMER, President of Indian Association of Biomedical Scientists, General Secretary of Association of Physiologists of India, and Vice President of Fips. He is a MBBS MD in Physiology with PhD, DSc, BNYT, MD Yoga, and MD Alternative Medicine, with more than 32 years of teaching and more than 35 years of research experience. He is the editor-in-chief of International Journal of Clinical and Experimental Physiology. Dr. Pal has a vast administrative experience in various important academic portfolios. He has several extramural grants for conducting pioneering research in the area of yoga and genomic research, and has authored 5 medical textbooks that include comprehensive textbook of medical physiology, textbook of practical physiology, textbook of practical physiology for dental students, and is also a contributor to the textbook of medical physiology by Geiger. His books are extremely popular amongst the teachers and students alike. Dr. Pal is a fellow of Royal Society of Biology, fellow of IABMS, fellow of Association of Biotechnology and Pharmacy, and of Society of Applied Biology. He is also recipient of several national level awards that include ICMR Scientist Award, Dr. B.K. Anand's Research Prize, M.K. Nambia Oration Award, and many more. I can in fact take a complete hour to enumerate the contributions of Professor G.K. Pal to physiology education and research in India. However, respecting the constraints of time, I now request Professor G.K. Pal to kindly introduce the speaker and steer the proceedings of the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Hota. Thank you so much. It is indeed a pleasure to have you as my co-chairperson. Dr. Hota is the Additional Director of Life Sciences, DRDO, and he has worked extensively in stress physiology, neuropharmacology, and ergonomics, with special contribution in combat efficiency of troops in extreme environment, and he has got many awards. It is indeed a pleasure to have you as my co-chairperson, Dr. Hota. It is indeed an honor and privilege to introduce Professor C. Susan. Professor C. Susan currently is Professor, University College London, University of Liverpool. She is pioneer in experimental and clinical research in the field of maternal and child health. Professor Susan Sire has transformed our knowledge of science of labor through her world-leading expertise in uterine contractility and smooth muscle research. Her scientific research into physiological causes of difficult labor had moved clinicians to appreciate that her research results are so much important in providing reasons and pointing the way to treatments. The impact of her science has improved the labor outcome, which is critical to maternal and child health. Her exemplary work on the use of oral bicarbonate to replace the emergency cesarean section in difficult labor is a simple solution with the potential to change the labor worldwide. She has recently established the Center of Better Births at the University of Liverpool, and she was the co-director of the Harris Wellbeing Center for Preterm Birth Research located at Liverpool Women's Hospital. These bring together the multidisciplinary groups of scientists to impact on clinical problems and practice. Susan Ray was educated at the University College of London before gaining a lectureship at the University of Liverpool. She has published many scientific articles and book chapters. She teaches science and medical students and enjoys mentoring colleagues, particularly those with the families. For her significant contribution to the field, she has been made Fellow of Academy of Medical Sciences. She is Honorary Fellow by the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and an Honorary Member of the Physiological Society. She is the Editor-in-Chief of Current Research in Physiology 2019 and was the inaugural Editor-in-Chief of Physiological Reports. She is the first Vice President of International Union of Physiological Sciences, IUPS, and she is the President of Fips, the Federation of European Physiological Society. She is regularly invited to be a speaker at the international meetings, and she has given many lectures, including the Physiological Society Joan Mott Lecture, Fabio Roger Lecture of Italian Physiological Society, and Dr. Bagabaldo Lecture the Philippines Physiological Society. Always passionate about the equality, she was appointed as the first director of Athena Swan Carter of Gender Equality at the University of Liverpool and led their successful application to become Silver Carter holder. She has engaged with media and advocated for women and science. She has led sessions on many issues related to women and child health, especially the bias in academic publishing, mentoring, women in science, the gender pay gap, funding, and women in science, and wiki editing events of women in science. With this much of experience of social, medical, and clinical contribution, to women and child health. We are indeed, Madam Professor Susan, to have you as the keynote speaker at our Fips Congress. And now, on behalf of the Federation of Indian Physiological Society, I invite you, Professor Susan, to kindly present the keynote address on biomaterial physiology, science and nature synergies.
Thank you very, very much for that very fulsome introduction, Dr. Pal and Dr. Hota, thank you. And also thank you to the President of Fips, Dr. Singh, for my formal invitation, and Professor Chandra for getting in touch with me first. So thank you, it is a great honour to be present at this symposium. And I must say, those previous two speakers, I mean, what a showcase for how varied and wide and great, you know, physiological sciences are, hearing about stem cells and their application. And our last speaker, Professor Sen, on ceramidite. I mean, I just knew nothing about that. So this is why such conferences and sharing information is so important. And of course, as first Vice President of IUPS, it was nice to hear that reference about a meeting nearly 30 years ago in Finland. That was IUPS, which again brought colleagues together. So I'm really honoured to be here, and thank you. So I'll try and share my screen now. So let's hope. Okay. Just 1 minute, close. Let me open it. Sorry about that. Okay, so Zoom.
Can anyone from the organizer side help Susan?
I think I've got it now. I think.
Yeah.
Yes, and if I do this, it should be on presentation mode, I hope. Does that look like it's in presentation mode? Yes?
Yeah, it's clear. It's clear, ma'am.
Yes, yes, it is clear.
Thank you
Please go
very
ahead.
much. Okay, thank you. And I'll just try and get a nice pointer. Okay, so you heard my title. Let's move on. So sadly, today, like yesterday and like tomorrow, around 800 women will die due to complications of pregnancy and childbirth. And sorry, what I want to convince you of is that if we understood more about myometrial physiology, then we could develop better treatments and impact on this really sad and challenging figure. India, I see, has made good progress in lowering the number of maternal deaths. They're still higher than we would like, but progress is being made. Guidelines given to how we can impact on some of the preventable causes of problems for neonates and women in childbirth. And the progress made in India has been acknowledged by UNICEF. So much progress has been made in ending preventable maternal deaths in the past 2 decades. Clearly, though, we need to reduce these figures a lot more throughout the world as well. It's not unique to India, of course not. And the preventable causes, we're thinking of infection, we're thinking of preeclampsia when the blood pressure is very high, and we're thinking of blood loss and hemorrhage, which I'll mention a little bit more about. So my central theme is that we actually also need to understand contractility. Why do I say this, apart from the fact that I love studying the myometrium and contractility? Because actually, if we narrow down now on these problems, we can see that around half are actually due to contractility. The myometrium, it's a smooth muscle, has to do a lot of work in labour. And what we know is that sometimes it starts that work too early. So the timing of contractions, and whether you're in India or the UK, the rate of preterm births worldwide is around 10%. And as I'm sure you know, it can be a cause of death and handicap. So the other thing to note is that we need strong and coordinated contractions. The uterus has to work hard to dilate the cervix and deliver the baby, but that doesn't happen in every labour, unfortunately. The contractions become poor and uncoordinated. And this is called a dysfunctional labour. And the only way then to get the baby out is the unplanned or the emergency caesarean section. And of course, that's not always available. And even in well-resourced places, surgery always carries a risk. So poor contractions are the largest cause of this. And then I've already mentioned hemorrhage. So poor contractility is the cause of postpartum hemorrhage. So as I've said, after the delivery of the placenta, imagine you've got something like a fifth of your cardiac output go into that region, you've lost the placenta. So now what you want the myometrium to do is to contract really strongly, like to clamp on the blood vessels and reduce blood loss and allow clotting. And as I said, if this doesn't work properly, that is a leading cause of maternal death, a real obstetric emergency. So that's why I say studying contractility is important. We're quite lucky if we want to have a human model, because all the caesarean sections that are carried out throughout the world are a source, with proper ethics, informed consent, of course, of myometrial biopsies. So we can get our tissue and we can do fine dissection and we can study it in a variety of ways. I've just shown a small tissue bath there. We can measure the phasic contractions. We can load it with intracellular indicators, for example, to measure calcium or pH. If we want, we can go further and enzymatically digest it down to a single cell. There you see such a single cell from the myometrium, and that flash of colour is when calcium rises within the cell. And what I like about this is you can also see, as the calcium rises, that cell contracts. So we really do have, from the mini to the macroscopic, models for studying the myometrium. And of course, we can patch clamp this and get data on ion channels, for example. Or we can do finer dissection here and get out blood vessels that were within that myometrium. At the end of the presentation, I just want to say a little bit about some novel agents from nature to keep with the theme of your meeting. So with this focus on the role of contractions, I want to first off go over what we mean by the physiology of contractions and why I think it's important, and then move on to translating and thinking of future treatments based on what the science has told us. So I'm sure as physiologists, you know or remember that the myometrium, it's a smooth muscle, it's an excitable tissue. And what you're looking at here are a thin strip of myometrium, and you can see the fibre bundles there, the cells again loaded with an indicator. And what you're seeing is the rise of calcium and different rises and phases depending on how much excitation we're giving. Because of course, as you know, we need changes in membrane potentials, specifically action potentials, and that's what governs the rise of calcium as L-type calcium channels are opened with depolarization. And then what these different patterns of activity give us are different amounts and duration of contraction. So this, this basic pattern of excitation contraction coupling is what's worked on by uterine stimulants. And so, for example, oxytocin can affect this limb and calcium. And that's why oxytocin is given to women with those slow to progress labours. But unfortunately, it only works about half the time, and we don't know in advance who is going to respond to it. So we definitely need more agents to be able to stimulate the myometrium. So if that's our EC coupling cartoon, what I want to persuade you of is that the uterine environment can change excitability and this pathway. And in that way, it can limit the effects of stimulants. And in particular, I think acidity plays a really powerful role here. And I'll explain why I think that in the next set of slides. So reminding us all of our fetal, neonatal, maternal physiology, what you can see there, nearly term baby. This pink outline is a really thick muscle, the myometrium of the uterus. And there, of course, is the placenta. If we zoom in on that, there's the placenta, umbilicals to and fro, the fetus. But to note that the blood vessels for the placenta and all this exchange of nutrients and oxygen flows from the myometrium. And the myometrium in labour has to contract really powerfully. And if you think about it, that is going to put a clamp on those blood vessels. So what I'm saying is we need powerful contractions for labour, but that's going to include some of the uterine blood vessels, and that will affect flow of nutrients and oxygen to the fetus. Seeing is believing, they say. So this is an in vivo recording. This is in anaesthetized rat. But what you can see, nice rhythmic contractions occurring in vivo. And now if we couple that to a laser Doppler flow meter to look at the blood flow, what you can see is at the peak of these contractions, which have just disappeared, you can see the decreases in blood flow. In other words, there are repetitive, transient episodes of hypoxia, and that is normal for labour. But I think you can imagine that there could be occasions when this is disturbed. So this is normal maternal fetal physiology, dips in blood flow. But we already get nervous, don't we, thinking of hypoxia in living systems, because we know hypoxia will stimulate glycolysis and lactic acid production. So decreased blood flow, we know that increases lactate, a weak acid, and so of course that's going to decrease pH. And we know that a fall in pH can have myriad effects on biological systems. The question I'm asking is, in vivo, do the contractions actually reduce pH, or needn't we be worried or concerned about this? And secondly, what about all that lactate accumulating? Can lactate reduce contractions? So let's take those in turn and ask, in vivo, can the contractions reduce pH? Is that clamp on the blood vessels so large that actually it feeds through physiologically? So let's look at that. This is old work, and I'm wanting to draw attention to that to see how long it takes to go from the basic science to some translation. But for the moment, here's the contractions in vivo, and we're measuring intracellular pH using in vivo nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy. So I can calibrate and get a pH reading. If I divide that contraction cycle up, I now want to ask what has happened to the pH in the myometrial cells. And what we see is that indeed, during the systole, if you will, during peak contractions, there is a significant acidification in the myocytes. It starts to recover as the contractions relax, but we definitely need our diastole, our rest period between contractions, to restore the pH. So contractions not only produce hypoxia, but they reduce pH in vivo. Second question I wanted to ask was, lactate, can that reduce contractions? Either because it's a weak acid or because it will have metabolic effects. So here you see the answer to the question. This is in vitro work now, But you can see again the very nice, repetitive, phasic contractions. You give lactate, contractions decreased or abolished. Okay, let's make it more physiological and give oxytocin to stimulate. You can see it does that. If we give lactate, there's something of a protective effect of the oxytocin, but still, if you look at the frequency, if you look at the amplitude of those contractions, they are decreased. So with or without oxytocin, lactate will reduce force in the myometrium, and it'll do that at physiological levels of lactate. So then the question becomes, because as physiologists, there's always another question, isn't there? How is lactate doing this? And is it because it's a weak acid? So how is it doing this? So we've said lactate, a weak acid. So why don't we try and stop the pH effect of lactate, but let it have its metabolic and any other effects it may have? So we do that by adding a weak base. By doing this, we balance things, we add lactate and the weak base, ammonium chloride, so that we don't get a pH change. So what does lactate now do when added with the weak base in this in vitro pH null? And the answer was very clear. Now lactate does not decrease force. In other words, I conclude that lactate without acidification does not reduce the contractions. But lactate, if you let pH change, does reduce force. So if its effects are due to acidity, how does acidity reduce force? And to answer that, we come back to our strategic mechanism of excitation contraction coupling. And I'm showing you now simultaneous recordings of membrane potential and force. And you can see here are the normal changes in membrane potential, volleys of action potentials here, and the ensuing contraction. When we acidify, we have this hyperpolarization, no more action potentials, and no more contractions. So acidification hyperpolarizes, inhibits action potentials, and in those single cell experiments, we showed that the calcium current, which happens when the L-type calcium channels open with depolarization, is reduced, as are the contractions. So we reduce inward calcium currents, calcium transients, and contractions when we reduce pH. So trying to sum up and put this together, I'm suggesting now that there is a protective feedback loop here. So we start at the top with the contractions, strong, good contractions needed in labor. I've shown you they reduce blood flow, that produces hypoxia, we've seen that, and that will increase lactate. We've also seen that lactate will reduce pH and decrease contractions. As the contraction starts to decrease, that clamp on the blood vessels reduces. So now blood flow can be restored. That will reduce lactate. pH will increase now. We'll have normoxia, and the situation is set up for the next strong contraction. Imagine if we didn't have help from this feedback loop, this negative feedback. You would have a situation where the blood flow is clamped more and more, pH going more and more acidic. That feeds through to the fetus. And we now move from what I said previously was part of a normal labor to now labor in a dangerous state where the fetus is not getting enough oxygen, fetal distress, and something has to be done soon to help that fetus. So this, I would say, is an intrinsic or endogenous mechanism to help protect the fetus from hypoxia. So moving on to part 2, translation and future treatments. There's the cycle we've just seen. What I was interested in was what happens if this cycle doesn't work as well as we would want it to at this stage of this limb. So we've got blood vessels being repeat. There are many, many contractions in labour. I'm a mother of 3 children. I can testify. There are many contractions, and that's a compression, dilation of the blood vessels that's needed. Does that always work perfectly? Or within the myocytes, are the mechanisms that regulate pH, transport lactate, do they fully recover during each contraction? So what's going on there? And could it be that if this isn't restored adequately, that the contractions decrease in frequency and or size, which is characteristic of a dysfunctional labour? So is acidity involved in dysfunctional labours? And is this one of the reasons why we need so many emergency caesarean sections? There are lots of caesarean sections carried out at Liverpool Women's Hospital and many other places. What we've done here is take blood from the first uterine incision of that C-section. And then you take that to the blood gas analyzer on labour ward, and then blind to that analysis, 2 consultant obstetricians group the labour. What sort of labour was it? Well, that one, an elective caesarean section, very easy to tell. These 3 in labour, normal labour. Did it have oxytocin to augment it? Or was it clinically dysfunctional? Low, infrequent, incoordinate contractions. And in these first 3, when we now married those categories with the myometrial capillary blood, which, as I say, was surrounding the cells, the fibrils, just minutes before, you can see not much difference there. But when we looked at the dysfunctional group, it was really very marked. It was significantly more acidic. And this was one of the first insights that this acidity is important in women in labour. And it's not coming out of thin air. You can see that the lactate levels are almost doubled in these samples as well. So having seen that acidity is important in real life situations, if I can put it that way, could we do anything about this? Can we improve labour? And what I wanted to do was an in vivo pH null, because we saw how well it worked in vitro. Can we do something like this in women? And my weak base this time isn't ammonium chloride, because that's pretty smelly and nasty and I don't want that, but sodium bicarbonate. Put it in some water, an effervescent drink. It's not the nicest, but put a bit of ascorbic acid or something in. It's fine. You can have this fizzy drink. So can bicarbonate reverse the poor contractility in dysfunctional labour? So this was a small randomized controlled trial carried out with colleagues in Sweden. These are the sachets, which are basically bicarbonate of soda, but they're well known throughout Sweden. You get them from the corner shop for whatever reason why you want bicarbonate. Your stomach's upset, you've got a headache. It's a source of bicarbonate. So in this small trial, women had to be in their first pregnancy with a diagnosis of dysfunctional labour. 100 had the standard treatment. You may remember that's to give them oxytocin. It's our only drug to help these women. The other half, randomised, had the bicarbonate drink. They had an hour to ingest it. And then because this is the first study of its kind, you have to give standard treatment, which is then oxytocin. What are we measuring? Our outcome is what kind of labour did they have? Was it with surgery or was it vaginally? So we did that. There was pleasing changes in maternal pH and fetal parameters. But what was the outcome we were looking for? It was the emergency caesarean section rate. So remember, these women clinically had dysfunctional labours. So if we did nothing, other than the oxytocin standard treatment. 33% of them go on to need surgery. And look at that massive reduction simply from having bicarbonate. And what I like about the potential of this, and it really needs a much larger scale and in a different world setting, but if we think about low resource settings, sub-Saharan Africa, for example, here is something bicarbonate that isn't expensive, it's cheap, doesn't require refrigeration, which is really important when your electricity supply is not robust. And also, I'm sorry to say this, it doesn't need 5, 8, 10 years of clinical training to open a sachet or a teaspoon in water. It's available and it can be taken in very many different childbirth settings. So I really hope this can have some impact and help with the problems we're saying. Very briefly, towards the end of my talk now, what about nature? Because that was the theme. So here I show you what in Europe is the black ant, garden ant. It says Dr. Sarah Arrowsmith, that's not her. This is the postdoc who's done the work. But we know ants are social animals, they're colonies. And we know humans mostly are social animals. Oxytocin is part of what makes us sociable and helps us bond. Ants have something very similar, inotocin. And this is like oxytocin, but a little bit different. And we wondered if we could get new drugs, new insights from using something that's like oxytocin, but isn't oxytocin. So you can see here how very close to oxytocin, and of course vasopressin as well, it is. And we've used that for studies with collaborators to look at it as a probe, as it says there, to study molecular features of evolutionary related G protein coupled receptors, and also to help us produce perhaps new ligands that are maybe better able to stimulate if we want with oxytocin and maybe more selective for their backgrounds. So that's one scheme of our research, and thank you to Sarah. So then here I want to make a small point, which I'm sure is obvious from just everyone who's been listening to the previous presentations, but science is international, and these are collaborators of mine from Europe, from Thailand, and from Nigeria, and using different models. So there with Marcus Muttenthaler, using violas, they have lots of cyclotides, which get medicinal chemists very excited because they're a scaffold that they can use to build other entities on. Then with Sajira, we've studied several plants. This is, in case you didn't recognize this is ginseng, which we've reported on how that can quite potently affect the myometrium. And then that's in rats. And then more recently with Anatome Barfor, she had an extract from Nigeria, wanted to try it out on human myometrium, came to Liverpool and showed that it really relaxed human myometrium quite potently. So there's quite a lot of information now about that. And, you know, is this going to be a new way to perhaps prevent preterm deliveries? We need to stimulate the uterus at some times, we need to relax it at others. So to finish, lactate reduces myometrial pH and contractions, acid reduces excitability, laboring dysfunctionally is associated with lactic acidosis and increased lactate in the amniotic fluid. I didn't show you that, but that's also known. A randomized trial, it's only small, but does show that bicarbonate can improve labor outcomes. We desperately need more scientific work to continue this, and nature, as we all know all along, can provide us with many insights and resources. So this is my last slide. This is my granddaughter. This isn't really a uterine model, but it's a different way of thinking. I wanted to say firstly, thanks so much to Fips for this invitation, fundamental questions remain. There's so much we don't know still about the myometrium. It's quite shocking, I suppose. And we do need to know, because it's time to translate. We need information and we need to do something about maternal and neonatal deaths. And so we've got to educate and enthuse the next generation of physiologists to be interested in these problems, including girls carrying on in science. So hopefully this works, this experiment. This is a delivery, people, okay? Go. So there's a happy slide to end on. And again, thank you for your attention. Thank you for the kind invitation and introduction. And I'll stop sharing now.
Thank you, Susan, for a brilliant presentation. I'll say this is outstanding. After listening to your lecture, I realize you must be mesmerizing the students. You're a great professor. And
Thank you.
Your presentation was really super. The way you explained the myometrial physiology during the systole, the diastole, the acidosis during systole, and the impact on the carbon, calcium channels, the acidification, decreasing the calcium current, and then how the sodium bicarb really, reducing the cesarean section from 33% to 16%. It is a great result. It is a great result.
Thank you.
I have one, not a question, just a comment. Being a professor of physiology and I'm working in autonomic nervous system physiology, I would like to know from you, during labor, usually there will be high sympathetic activity during the labor, at the peak of the labor. So there is more of the sympathetic activity. Whether increased sympathetic activity that contribute to this myometrial dysfunction, especially in problematic labors, and whether that can also be somehow implicated in your, the concept. Can you please,
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pal. So as a crude first answer, the myometrium doesn't need nerves. Okay, it can contract a bit like the heart. If you stimulate outside the body, the heart can still continue beating. It is the same with the myometrium. It's myogenic. It doesn't need the nerves. So in terms of those cycles I've been describing, I think that will happen without any other input from the nervous system. However, we also know that women who are afraid of labour, or where the care they get is not conducive to a relaxed atmosphere, if giving birth is ever relaxed, I'm not sure, but we know that there can be other inputs. And sometimes, if our breathing is affected, as you know, because we're frightened, say, or hyperventilated, that can also, of course, feed through in our bodies, can't it, to alter pH? There's an obvious connection there for us as physiologists. I have been part of a study looking at stress and labour outcomes. I have to say the results are somewhat equivocal. So I'm not saying it's not important, not at all. That there is an input, but it's maybe minor compared to this very strong myogenic drive, because we've got to be able to survive, haven't we? Therefore, we've got to be able to reproduce and produce the live young. And I think all the fail-safes on that possibly, Dr. Pal, possibly will override those other inputs. That's not to say they can't be important, but I think it's more around the edges. Yeah?
Yeah. Thank you. There is one question. There is one question from the audience. Except pH, what are the other factors that can influence labor contractility, myometrial contractility? Except pH, what could be the other factors?
Yes, so certainly the hormonal background. So I think you saw one trace where oxytocin, for example, stimulates the uterus. And so definitely the hormonal background will set the scene. maybe also that the lipid environment within the myometrial membrane. So we know obese women are more likely to have difficult labours. And we know that there can be endocrine changes in the background of larger ladies. But we also know that how the cell signals depends on the environment some of the channels and transporters find themselves. And you probably know of the membrane invaginations called caveoli, and they're high in cholesterol, and they can swing a balance between how contractile or not the myometrium is. So I think it goes all the way from global signals to very minute ones. So it's, of course, it's not all pH, but I rather like the pH effects I've found. Yeah. Thank you for that question.
Thank you so much for a brilliant work and an outstanding contribution of this sodium bicarb, in the treatment of the difficult labors. Thank you so much. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Sunil Hutta to conclude the session.
Yes, congratulations, Professor Susan. It was a beautiful lecture, quite elucidative. In fact, I recall while you were in the phase 1 of your talk, the first thing that came to mind is why not correlate it with C-section, the increasing number of C-sections. And the moment you showed it in phase 2, it was bingo. It was really great. So it was a very beautiful presentation. It covered the entire cycle. Just a couple of things that one could look into in this, taking out from the information that I got from the presentation. One aspect that could be looked into is the effect of this change in acidity on pain, because several of the pain receptors are basically hydrogen channel receptors. So maybe this could also be having an effect on the pain perception, which is something one could look into. And the other thing, you wanted to say something.
I was just going to say, yes, we did spend a little bit of time looking at our the acid-sensitive ion channels, because we thought if that could work in the right direction, that might play a role. We've had difficulty nailing that. The other thing, though, we should remember is that most of the pain receptors are in the cervix, not the myometrium. So those would be my first quick responses, but it's a good point. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to bring to your notice is what could be the possible role of hydrogen coupled calcium efflux? Because the thing that I could notice that there was a hydrogen coupled calcium efflux because of the change in pH. Because as you showed in your presentation, there was a point where with the increase in lactate, there was a reduction in calcium ion transient into the cell. So maybe that could also be because of a related H+ and calcium coupled efflux, where calcium is getting effluxed out of the cell. That could finally reduce the calcium ion concentration as a whole. So this could again be an area to look into. And it could surely come up with some good findings. But it was really a great presentation, ma'am, highly educative, and congratulations for that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I convey the gratitude of Fips to you for giving your presentation here, and that it was an honor to listen to you. I also thank the organizers on behalf of both the persons on the chair for giving us this opportunity to chair this beautiful session. And I also thank all the audience of this session who have been very patient and have been listening to the talks here while it's around 7 p.m. in India. So thanks to everyone. And I seek your permission to close the session, Pal sir.
Yes, sure. Thank you. We can close the session. Thank you, Susan. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you, organizers. Thank you.
Thank you, Hota, and thank you, GK Paul, for being with us late in the evening, especially for Professor Susan. It was the early morning.
Thank you. I'm all right. But thank you. I'll speak anytime.
Oh, great. So really great. It was a very absorbing talk, and really honored to have you on Fips platform. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day today. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Professor Suzanne, for an informative session on myometrial physiology. I would also like to thank Dr. G.K. Paul and Dr. Sunil Hota, sir, for chairing this informative session. We will now conclude our today's program. It was a very brainstorming session, indeed reconnecting physiology and nature at a refined scientific level. I would like to thank all the chairpersons, speakers, and attendees for joining us today. We hope to see you tomorrow again virtually at 11 a.m. Indian Standard Time. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar. Dr. Paul, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sasiwala Singh. It was a nice interaction, actually, really a nice interaction. Thank you so much.
I sent you the EC minutes also, you can see those also, right?
Sure.
So be there on the day we have GPM also. Please join us for
GB meeting है क्या?
हाँ है परसों
वो प्रोग्राम में नहीं है, ठीक है, थैंक यू।
वो मैं अलग से बता दूंगी।
ठीक है, ओके, थैंक यू।
Namaskar, Professor Rajendra ji.
Namaskar, madam. So tomorrow is going to start by 11 o'clock, right?
At 11, yes, sir. Please join us, sir. You are a moral support for us.
No, I was here all the time. I was listening to the talks, and then it's very nice lectures that we have. Nice program, and tomorrow I think the same person is there, Professor Mangala Gunatilake, right?
Yes, sir.
So she is there, right? Is there any change?
Sir. Yeah, she's from Sri Lanka.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I have seen the biodata.
Yes.
So I will start tomorrow at 11 o'clock, and then I think you are going to send the link also, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can send the link, and then we'll start the program by 11.
The link has been sent. Please check. If not, we will send you again.
Oh, okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night, sir.
मुझे तो ये